So we're continuing from the last concept we learned. We understood if someone is grabbing you, reacting with your own instinct while pulling the hand wouldn't be as effective as possible. You have the time to use a technique you learned in class, which is supposed to be already into your muscle memory, and perform leverage towards the thumbs area. So from here, going up. Good. Now instead of grabbing your hand, what I'm going to do is go and grab the neck area, creating pressure, which we call the choke, on the windpipe. Okay, so we have to understand a real life situation. Someone is grabbing your neck, creating pressure with the thumbs towards the windpipe. What is the first thing you want? Of course, to breathe. So if I'm gonna go and really squeeze this area, what would you do is, of course, try first of all to maybe break. Yeah, try to break somehow. So you see, there you go. Okay, so you see, all of these are an attempt when you're trying to get oxygen. There you go. Now, instead of using those natural reaction you just tried, we are going to teach you once again a very simple technique. And let's take the concept from before. What was the concept? Leverage towards the thumbs. Okay? Here, once again, if I'm going to choke you, no thumbs, it's not a real hold. Okay, it's not a real choke.
Feels good.
It actually feels good
Like
when we sometimes make a joke in class. It's not a choke this way without a thumb, it's a massage. Okay? But of course, in reality, the source of the choke is, of course, the thumbs were pushing on the windpipe. So you want to take care of the source. So instead of grabbing here, what you tried, well, bring those two hands and put them on my forearms. Yeah, this is not good. Try to release. That's not going to help. So here is closer, but try to bring those hands closer to the thumbs area. So no, yeah, from the outside. Nice job. So it doesn't matter how strong I am, you're going on the weakest part of the choke. Boom. Rotating. I want you to imagine you're almost actually doing a kind of a pull-up motion on those thumbs. Ready? Nice job. Now from here, what would you do? Guess what? There you go. Counterattack towards the groin, towards a weak spot. So here you have another defense that is based on the same concept. The thumb is always the source of any grip. So from here, reaction, boom, nice. And of course, once again, this move needs to be practiced, understanding where are the thumbs and how to put it into a muscle memory. Explosive motion. Don't try to use strength. Explosive motion. Right, again, giving a knee or a kick. So one, yeah, boom, and there you go. So you actually did it simultaneously now, which is a great way to practice. Same concept about the hand grip. The source is always the thumb. Create leverage. Now we have the same concept, a little bit different. The source of the choke is the thumb. Go towards the thumb, release. You're able to breathe, you're able to function, and continue with counterattacks. Danielle,
Thank you.
you're becoming a Krav Maga expert.
I am. I think I'm going to join your class.
There you go. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. After last time showing you how a beginner student of Krav Maga looks like with no experience whatsoever, today we're going to show you how a student who practiced 2 years of Krav Maga and demonstrate to you the most common techniques for self-defense for a woman. So here we have with us today Shana, who's been practicing Krav Maga for 2 years. Shana, thanks for coming.
Thank you for having me.
So tell us how everything started.
I started as being a dancer actually for 9 years, and then I came across Krav Maga anew, and I started training, and thanks to that I started to be much more confident and get toned, more fit. It brought a lot to my life.
Okay, cool. So after practicing 2 years of Krav Maga, you're going to demonstrate to us a couple of Krav Maga moves. We're going to start actually by kicking and striking. We claim in Krav Maga that one of the first concepts is actually being able to strike learning that your body can become a human weapon. And sometimes, as we know, the best defense is a good offense. So you're going to demonstrate to us some of the strikes which are extremely important, gives you the aggression and the confidence and the attitude to react under stress and danger. Let's start. So Shana, freestyle, kicking and striking. Nice job. So you guys were able to see how a 2 years Krav Maga student performs. We'd also like to mention that Shana, after practicing with us, decided to go and become an instructor, and right now she's in the process of start teaching soon. Let's start with the 5 most common scenarios of self-defense for a woman. For this, we're going to invite Leo is going to be the attacker. Leo, thanks for joining. So as you can see, guys, we have definitely what we called self-defense, which the attacker, we assume, is always bigger and stronger, and we always assume as a defender that we are smaller than the attacker. So we have Leo here, who is over 2 meters, and Shana, who is 1 meter and 54, if I remember correct. Okay, so Leo, you're going to be performing the first attack that's going to be a defense against a swinging motion. Very important to mention, even though we covered it up already in previous episodes. A striking or swinging motion, we call it, is definitely the most common attacks in a street fight for a guy and for a woman as well. It can represent a punch, a slap, a hair grab. As you can see, all those motions are the same. What if you have a bag that I'm going to go and pick? What about shirt grab? So all those motions, Shana, you're simply going to perform the defense, finish it like it's being done on the street. Leo, whenever you want, you can attack. As you're able to see, Shana simply perform a defense as a reaction, instinct, as we always speak. Krav Maga is based on the natural motions of the human body. Everybody's instinct is doing this way. Then she performed a couple of strikes, attacked if possible, but if he keeps attacking, she already wrapped his hands to neutralize the attacking hand, and then she continued with a couple of knees. You were able to see how interesting when Leo pulls Shana, she's even kneeing him in the air, so it really doesn't matter how big is your attacker. The moment you're anchored, the attack itself, you simply neutralize it and use the energy of the attacker sometimes even against him. To conclude, we started by showing you how a 2 years Krav Maga student looks like, all the strike and kicks that represents the confidence and the attitude of someone who learns self-defense. Then we moved to the first technique out of 5, the most common scenarios that can happen for a woman. We did a defense against a swinging motion that can represent a punch, slap, grab hair, or anything like that. Thank you for joining. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. After last time showing you how a beginner student of Krav Maga looks like with no experience whatsoever, today we're going to show you how a student who practiced 2 years of Krav Maga and demonstrate to you the most common techniques for self-defense for a woman. So here we are continuing with the second most common scenario for woman self-defense after showing you last time a defense against a swinging motion. Today, we're going to show you how to defense against a hand grab, arm grab, anything that a person wants to pull you, drag you towards somewhere. It can happen in a bar, club, street, kidnapping, all kind of scenarios like this looks like. We're gonna call Leo. So as you guys can see one more time, we have the classic scenario in Krav Maga when we always assume the attacker is bigger and stronger, when Leo is over 2 meters and Shana is 1.54 meters. And he's going to attack with a hand grab. So as you guys were able to see, Leo grabbed Shana as hard as possible. Any sort of a hand grab, if it's one or two hands, okay? And we already spoke about this concept in previous episode. You always have to create leverage. So Leo, one more time, please grab Shana as hard and strong as you can. So as you see, Shana is using leverage. The concept is basically creating leverage on the thumbs when all of your body motion and weight goes on the thumbs and then giving sort of an elbow. The source of any grip is the thumb. If I'm gonna grab Shana with no thumbs, she can simply take the hand. So any grip, if it's shirt, choke, hand grab, what we do right now, the source is always the thumbs. That's why you should always look towards the thumbs. If Leo's gonna grab me from here, so his thumb is this direction, so I'm gonna have to go towards the thumbs area. And as you can see, of course, I might be able to do it with one hand. But we recommend for everyone, if the second hand is free, also to use it. And if he's putting two hands, even more, I'm gonna need to use those two hands. Now, of course, important to mention, in a real life scenario, if someone grabs your hand, right, you can simply punch and kick, and he's gonna release the hand by himself, right? Now, if I'm gonna punch Leo for real, he's simply gonna take back, and this is an instinct. If Leo's gonna grab me and I'm gonna kick him towards the groin, there's no need for any technique. But we have to understand that some scenarios you don't necessarily want to escalate. You want to do the opposite, de-escalate. So if someone grabs you in a bar or club, you're not simply, boom, going to kick or punch right away. We'll come down, maybe ask for help, security, etc. And some situations, you're not even able to strike, even if you want to. If right now Leo is going to grab Shana and is going to kidnap her towards somewhere, we've seen scenarios that happen like this. So Leo, please do it slow. If he's pulling her, if she's going to kick, strike, it doesn't go really towards any vulnerable points or any weak spots that are going to create impact. That's why she needs this kind of technique, even though he is grabbing her and she might want to be able to strike, definitely needs this technique for a real life scenario. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, OneonOne here. After last time showing you how a beginner student of Krav Maga looks like with no experience whatsoever, today we're going to show you how a student who practiced 2 years of Krav Maga and demonstrate to you the most common techniques for self-defense for a woman. So here we are continuing with the 3rd out of 5 most common scenarios for a woman's self-defense after showing you defense against a swinging motion, punch, slap, and showing you defense against a hand grab. Okay, one hand, two hand. Today we're continuing with actually a bear hug. Bear hug is a scenario that someone comes most likely from the back, boom, wants to put you maybe on the ground, boom, or kidnapping motion. We've seen a lot like these on the street in real life scenarios. So when a guy comes and picks up a woman, start running towards somewhere, maybe drag her towards a car. Any scenario like this, we're gonna ask our professional attacker, Leo. Leo, you're gonna play, of course, the role of the attacker. And of course, one more time, as we always mention, when you train self-defense, you always need to have the concept that the attacker is bigger and stronger. You always want to assume that. So here we have, of course, Leo with us, and you can see the difference in the height and strength. Okay, Leo, you're gonna bear hug Shana from behind, lift her up, and simply go to the other side of the room. Please don't give Shana any discounts, so this demonstration will be as realistic as possible. Shana, you're simply performing the defense you learned. So as you guys were able to see, Leo tried to pick up Shana and bring her to the other side of the room, but without so much of success. Shana did the defense in a great way. I want to ask you, Leo, as an attacker, what did you feel when your goal was to bring her to the other side of the room? What did you feel?
Well, I felt pretty surprised because my leg was locked. I couldn't move it somehow, and then she just started punching me, and I dropped her, and it was just balagan.
So this is exactly the concept when you're supposed to lock the person who lifts you up. We're gonna show you how it's being done. Shana, please face the camera. Leo, you're from behind. Please just pick up Shana. So here, surprise, someone picks you up from behind, and as you're able to see, Shana is locking Leo's leg, okay? What she's doing, she's wrapping, stretching her body up, and with the other leg, creating a lock on the knee itself. So as you guys can see, Leo is gonna be, once again, picking up Shana simply and start walking. Maybe he wants to kidnap her. Shana, he's simply wrapping and creating a lock because he's in motion now. And at the same time, she's also striking. Right now, Leo is tripping, making Shana fall. The other leg goes to the ground, and then she's continuing with elbows and turning towards, continuing with counterattacks. There you go, and simply leaving the place. We showed you how to defend against a bear hug from behind. Actually, all the bear hugs are pretty similar concepts and techniques. Very common scenario, someone wants to pick you up, put you in a van, in a car. We've seen all kinds of kidnapping scenarios, maybe put you on the ground. You don't want to reach the ground in self-defense, you want to react before that. So we had Shana demonstrating how to do it. Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, Owen Malul here. After last time showing you how a beginner student of Krav Maga looks like with no experience whatsoever, today we're going to show you how a student who practiced 2 years of Krav Maga and demonstrate to you the most common techniques for self-defense for a woman. So here we are continuing with the 4th out of 5 most common women self-defense scenarios on the street after teaching you guys defense against a punch, hand grab, and a bear hug from behind. Now we're continuing with a very common scenario for a woman that can reach to the ground. Someone already puts you to the ground, maybe after a bear hug, maybe in a sexual assault scenario, or any scenario you don't react quick enough, maybe to a punch or anything like that, you simply reach the ground. There is a statistic that actually tells us that if you don't react quick enough, you're gonna reach the ground. So we're gonna see Leo here, our attacker, attacking Shana. I want to do kind of a freestyle. Leo's gonna drop Shana to the ground, and you're simply going to demonstrate and defend yourself. Okay, let's start from here. Shana, good luck. So as you guys can see, we have Shana on the ground and Leo is trying to reach her. She's creating angles when she comes from the left, from the right, and she's pivoting, using basically the advantage when he has to do a bigger circle, and she can use different techniques to pivot. And meanwhile, she's striking him towards weak spots, as the knee, boom, okay? As the groin, boom. As if he's closer, she can go towards the face area. Now, of course, in a real scenario, it's not gonna be that long. She's gonna strike once or twice, knee, face, and whenever she has space, she's gonna learn how to stand up quick and take control of the situation. Wait, so here we have another scenario on the ground. When Leo already reached the ground, of course, you don't want it to happen. You wanna be able to strike like we did the previous technique, but sometimes we are gonna reach a scenario when the attacker is already on the ground with you, maybe a scenario for sexual assault, okay? That's it, nice job. So let's see one more time what happened here. Leo was on the ground, maybe pulling Shana's leg, as we said, could be a sexual assault, and you can see Shana is putting here the knee as a block, so this knee is separating. Now it's not about strength, it's simply bone that is separating between the attacker and you, so you cannot reach her with a strike. Leo, you can try to reach her for real. So one more time, this knee, step number 1, try to reach her with those hands, so pretty hard, try to reach her. Okay, so you see, you can maybe touch her, but not any more choke or anything like that. She's not waiting, of course, and bringing this other leg who's pushing when the other leg is going towards the face. So one more time. 1, 2, 3. There you go. And of course, this kick is gonna drive the attacker, boom, towards the other side when Shana is standing up, when she has to learn how to stand up. Here is another ground scenario when the attacker is on top of her. Shana, instead of going against him, is gonna swing her hands to the other side while using the hip strike, very strong motion, and then trying to take the attacker out of balance. To conclude, we had the 4th out of 5 most common women's self-defense scenario. When you get to the ground, we showed you a couple of ground techniques, but the concepts are always very similar. Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, OneonOne here. After last time showing you how a beginner student of Krav Maga looks like with no experience whatsoever, today we're going to show you how a student who practiced 2 years of Krav Maga and demonstrate to you the most common techniques for self-defense for a woman. We're continuing with the 5th and the last most common scenario in women's self-defense. After talking about a punch, a swinging motion, we talked about a hand grab, we talked about bear hugs when someone wants maybe to kidnap you, puts you on the ground, and we talked about ground scenarios when you get to the ground, maybe sexual assault scenario, something like that. Now we're finishing with hair grab. Okay, so women always usually have long hair, and this is definitely something that an attacker can use and pull the hair from here, and if you're not going to react quick, that's gonna hurt and the attacker will control you. So we're gonna show you how to defend against a hair grab and what are the very basic and simple concepts look like. So we have our attacker who is always bigger and stronger, is gonna grab Shana's hair. Shana, you simply performed the defense against hair grab you learned in class. Let's see one more angle. So you grab Shana's hair and simply pull. Nice job. So pay attention, all the concepts of hair grab. If I'm gonna grab you from the side, from the front, okay, so let's take from the side. You're gonna do exactly the same with bringing this hand from here and now continue, then using a hand strike. What you're basically doing is when he's grabbing you, becoming a part of him and not resisting. So when I'm pulling, I can pull very hard, but you're becoming a part of the attacker's grip and then releasing strikes. Ooh, there you go, and continuing. To conclude, that was the last defense for women's self-defense scenarios. 5th, defend when you grab towards the hair and you have to come with the motion of the attacker, perform with counterattacks. Thank you. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Hey guys, OneonOne here, and today we're going to do a Krav Maga experiment checking if our gun defenses really work. Because today, our attacker is going to shoot an actual projectile. So after getting a lot of comments and good feedbacks about our pellet gun experiments, we decided to revisit this concept and show you some more gun defense techniques. We're gonna call Yogev to join. Thanks for coming. And first, what I'm going to ask you is, of course, to pull out your gun, always a gun ready, and load the magazine with some real pellets. So here we have some ceramic pellets we're gonna use, and we're gonna load them in the magazine, as you can see. That's it. So as you guys can see, we have a pellet gun loaded with a magazine full of ceramic pellets. Yogev, you're gonna be coming here and we're gonna do our first scenario, gun threat to the head. What I'm going to ask you is, in order this experiment to be as realistic as possible, the moment I move, you simply shoot. The moment you see me resisting, you're gonna shoot without giving me any discounts. Okay? Absolutely. So here, of course, we have to understand the concept that you do need to be in a certain distance. Okay, if I'm here, of course, I'm not gonna be able to do any gun defenses. So first, understanding the distance. Are you ready? Yeah. So once again, you're gonna have another shot. You can load the gun and aim it towards the face. And of course, once again, you're not gonna give me any discounts the moment I move. So this experiment will be as realistic as possible. You pull the trigger. Are you ready?
Yeah.
Please leave me alone. So as you could hear, maybe the pellets hitting the wall and going around the room. The technique worked and I haven't got shot. And now we're going to explain to you how this defense works and why this particular technique will be the most effective when someone is threatening you with a gun towards the face. So one more time, Yogev. Now we're going to explain. You don't have to even shoot, step by step, just understanding the technique. So we already showed you a technique that you can go against a gun threat, even to the head, to the side. And we showed you that you can kick, or if he's pulling the gun, getting close to here, load, disarm the gun, and all of this. This is a great technique, okay? But this specific technique we just did, pay attention, I'm not redirecting the gun to the side. Right now, I'm redirecting the gun up. And there is a certain advantage into it because the continuation simply is very easy. From here, I have so much leverage that you can try to resist, but okay? Different than the one I go to the side, when you still have a little bit of control and you can pull it, we can get into a little struggle here. Okay, of course, that if you learn this technique and you do it good enough, it can work, but in Krav Maga and self-defense, of course, we're looking for the best technique that will be the easiest and the most effective to do under stress and danger. So one more time, bring your hands up, tell them to come down. As we spoke about distance, if you're too far, you cannot apply this technique. The only thing you can do if you do feel you're going to get shot, if you're in a real immediate danger, is maybe to ask for mercy as coming towards him, give him your wallet, please leave me alone, give him your wallet, and then do a certain technique. Right now I performed the one from the side, and the reason is because the gun was under the chin. So the rule is this: when the gun is under chin level, I'm always going to go to the side, back side, and continue to defend. When the gun is above, I do have the choice to go or to the side and perform the same defense, or what I would recommend is from here, bringing those hands and simply moving up. Pay attention, I'm grabbing with both hands, and from here I'm continuing the circle. And pay attention to the leverage. If I'm going to go strong, Yogev is gonna go down, and I can kick at the same time, pull the gun. Important to mention once again, do not do as step one, step two. You don't want here to let him the opportunity to pull the gun and get into a problem. So what you're gonna do is do it in a whole circle motion together, and here at the kick, when the leverage is already here and you have a strong position, boom, and then you can pull, take the distance, of course, load the gun, and take control of the situation. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you. Welcome back, guys, to the show analyzing real life attacks caught on tape. We're gonna analyze our scenarios step by step. So as you guys can see, we have a guy getting into a store. Pay attention that the way he's dressed, also an indicator. Then the cashier is getting in and he's threatening her with a knife. You're gonna be seeing that in a moment. She is showing like she's gonna give him the money, and then she pulls out her own knife, starts screaming. The attacker actually runs away. Okay? We're gonna have a couple of lessons from that one. This is a second scenario, pretty similar. Two attackers, we can definitely see with big machetes, knives. He's using the display, and look what he's doing now, throwing bottles of wines. So in our scenario, we have first video, an attacker gets into a store. A robber wants to rob the store. So the lady goes out to the counter, and then the attacker comes closer, pulling a knife, showing her the knife. She's doing a pretty good job, showing like, okay, I'm gonna give you the money, picking up the money, and we have in the cashier itself, she has a knife, and then she starts screaming at him. There's nothing really going on. Okay, we're gonna take it a step forward. In our scenario, she did a good job and he ran away. If you're showing the attacker you're crazier than him, you are gonna win the fight. So she pulls out a knife, starts screaming at him, he runs away. Cool. What happened? We want to assume and take it a step forward. What happens if he's actually stabbing her? Okay? So she has a knife, but if you don't know how to use a knife to your advantage, sometimes it's not necessarily going to help you. So we want to learn how to use common objects. Like we have the first lady in the video using her knife, and the second video we're actually having the defender using a couple of objects. But from here, pay attention. He's gonna be stabbing me. We're taking it a step forward. I have the knife. Don't use the knife now as an attack. First of all, you want to take care of what? His attack, so you have to defend. Here, with your own knives, you're going towards the wrist, not towards the elbows, because here, boom, too much risk to be stabbed. So pay attention to my body motion and my knife. I'm not just putting my knife, I'm also tapping. I don't want to tap because you're gonna feel that, boom, tapping. So pay attention to the area I go. All the main arteries are here, boom, I'm tapping, and then I can go to slash. Not before I'm sure that I got out of danger. So here, this hand is also ready, not just here. This hand is also ready, so if he sneaks in, boom, I have a defend, I have a defend, I have a defend, and then I can go boom. So I can play boom between the hand with the knife. When the moment I go to my own attack, boom. You're gonna pair up, and both of you are gonna have a rubber knife. And you're gonna try to stab each other to the stomach. Now guess what if he goes to the chest? Exactly the same. Body motion, boom. Oh, good, tap, but I did cut you. Body motion, tap, boom. One more time. Doesn't matter where you're stabbing you, boom, boom. So you're back and forth between the attack, always paying attention to him. Boom. Okay? Both of you are grabbing knives. We're gonna do a little experiment because we talked about two different stabs now. If he comes to you this way, and if he comes to you that way. Okay, so you could use your hand, but you have a knife. The moment you have a knife, you feel that you have a certain power in your hand. So you're gonna use it. And I want you to learn how to use it. Now, I'm actually going to surprise you with different stabs that we have not done yet. And let's see how you react. Try to react always, that's the only hint I'm giving you, with the knife. Now, if you're not reacting with the knife, let's say you did the defend. What do you do now? You have a knife. There you go. It's direct. So, on one hand, try to use the knife. On the other hand, don't be too close about, I have a knife. because you could defend with a knife and also kick, right? As we talked previous episodes, don't be too focused on the object itself. One, and there you go. So you went back. I want you to develop the muscle memory of, Alex, attack me slow. One, there you go. Now, one, use the knife itself. It's not a mistake what you did. You did 1 and 2. But this attack, in a real life scenario, wouldn't affect as a slash to the throat, right? So someone is attacking you with a knife. It's a danger on your life. You don't have the time to think too much. You're allowed to use the knife to protect yourself here. Well, yeah, definitely different if I'm just threatening you and you're not in immediate danger. You are not gonna go right away and stab me now. Because if you're stabbing me, I'm also stabbing you. So you have to use your knife wisely. Okay, so that's what we did. What about that one? So now you use the hand. Again, not a mistake. You could use again the knife. There you go. Now, use your body. Stab me. Pay attention how I'm using my body. Hop, 1, 2. So from here, 1 and 2. Slash. 1 and 2. The other hand, close to the knife. 1 and, Good. Nice job. So you have to understand, now we're practicing with a rubber knife. In reality, the moment you're touching me, the knife is on the ground. Okay? Especially in this area. Ready? Nice job. So you already got the concept. So to conclude, guys, we talked about using common object. We had 2 videos we were watching. First video, Kashir pulled out a knife. She showed some attitude and the attacker simply ran away. We took it a step forward and asked ourselves, what if we need to use this knife to our advantage? So we did a defense against a knife with a knife. Defense against a knife when you have your own object. Now, it could be a knife, it could be also something else. As what? As an umbrella, right? It could be a bottle of beer or anything like that. In the second video, the guy simply throw bottles of wine, and again, you're in a coffee shop, you throw the chair, you throw the coffee, whatever it takes to get distance. Excellent, thank you guys for watching, we'll see you next episode. Thank you guys for joining our Krav Maga class. You guys can stay tuned and check out our Facebook and YouTube page and learn more Krav Maga tips and lessons. Thank you.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בנמל התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
ILTV News, your source for
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special. First time ever, we will get it done. Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic.
These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this. But our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel.
Netanyahu met yesterday with the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that see Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Ahead of the meeting, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump, thanking him for his efforts to end the war, telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Now, although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores President Trump to, quote, "stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal." And it also says that Trump's dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. Now, Netanyahu also met overnight in the U.S. with a delegation of leaders from the Council of Jewish Settlements of Judea and Samaria, the Yesha Council, who pressed Netanyahu to raise the issue of extending full Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. This is despite President Trump last week saying he opposed the move. Now, Netanyahu reportedly replied he would raise the issue, but he was dealing with a complex reality. Afterwards, some of the delegation expressed concerns, with Samaria Council head Yossi Dagan telling Ynet he was, quote, "troubled by the discussion," adding, "This government is the one that could sign on to the creation of a Palestinian state." Well, joining us now for more is Josh Haston. He is a correspondent for JNS News. He's also a former spokesperson for the Yesha Council. Also, we have Dr. Eric Mandel. He's the founder director of MEPIN, which is the Middle East Political Information Network. Eric, I want to start with you. Before we break down the specifics of the plan going into the meeting, we've said it before, maybe many times, but how realistic is it that this will be the plan, that this plan, at least in some form, will be the blueprint to end the fighting in Gaza and free the hostages?
Well, this framework or plan, the 21 points, are really way beyond a ceasefire or even a hostage deal. It's really an aspirational plan or document for a new Middle East. Bibi is going to be hard-pressed to say no because it front-loads the release of hostages. However, there are 21 points, and they lack thousands of details. Michael Oren, a friend, has said, this is a masterwork of diplomacy, but what happens if Hamas doesn't play by the rules here? And there are so many questions. I was just thinking of so many. First of all, what is the plan if Hamas doesn't agree? And if it does agree, who's going to disarm Hamas? Will it be this Arab multinational force that will do it? They've already said they may only want to be at the border, not within Gaza. And what happens if Israel gets intelligence and finds out that that there is a Hamas activity? Will it be able to do what it does in Lebanon and preemptively go in and attack, or will the world come down upon them? And there's so many words that are ambiguous here that the terrorists, if they decide that they want to live in peaceful existence, can stay there. And who's going to de-radicalize Hamas? Is it going to be Qatar? So when we look at this document and the aspirations for this framework, I think it may have some overreach here, but I think Bibi is forced to say yes with conditions.
Right. And Josh, of course, Eric is talking about the difficulties in implementing the goals of the plan. But let's talk about some of the goals themselves and some of the concerns. For example, members of the Yesha Council saying, but also, of course, many other people in Israel, include some members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's own ruling coalition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's important to remember we should recognize President Trump is a great friend of the state of Israel. And I know he wants to be the president which brings about peace. He said that many times, whether it's this conflict or others, he would like to resolve those issues. But that being said, as your other guest just mentioned, who is going to enforce it? At this point, we don't even know if Hamas is willing to accept it. And how many times have we gone down a similar path before from the Oslo Accords until now in terms of trying to count on the other side to fulfill their end of the deal, whether it's the Oslo Accords or any other agreements since the early 90s. We've seen time and time again, whether it's Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, they have not held to their end of the bargain, their end of the agreement. So it's very, very difficult to say that, okay, this time, because President Trump, with all due respect, is behind this deal, that therefore we can trust that this is going to end up any different than the previous rounds. And what is more spilled in the streets of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Netanya, what have you, because Israel was willing to accept some sort of deal. So it's I don't envy the Prime Minister Netanyahu right now. Certainly, he doesn't want to oppose the Trump administration. And again, as I said before, they're great friends of the state of Israel. But as you mentioned, the Yesha Council and all of those who believe in sovereignty, who are against a so-called Palestinian state, if it leads to those areas, you could have a coalition crisis, a government crisis here in Israel very, very soon.
All right, we'll talk more about that. Before we get to that point, though, I do want to relate, Eric, to your question. You're saying, well, what if Hamas says no, it won't disarm? But actually, within the plan itself, one of the points says that even if, for example, Hamas does not agree or the other side does not agree, some of the points made in the plan could move ahead in those areas in which there is full security control, meaning presumably that Israel has fully taken control of. In other words, it seems to be baked in that things could get started even if at this stage Hamas says no. How realistic do you see that is, and where could, if it is realistic, what could be the initial moves that would go ahead?
I saw that was included, but that does not give Israel carte blanche to continue what it's doing in Gaza City, then the central refugee camps. There's going to be if Israel is allowed to continue, I'm not sure the patience President Trump will have to let this keep going on, because the war will keep going on, the images will keep coming, the international isolation will get worse. With Hamas, I just don't see Hamas giving up all the hostages. It's their only leverage. The idea that Hamas leaders are going to go elsewhere, this has been proposed for a long time. I just don't see that really happening. And I just don't see Israel saying, hey, Israel tried, so let them do what they have to do. I will tell you, I just came back. I was in Israel and I was talking with political, military, intelligence, security people. And there's one consensus, right to left, that the only people who are going to be able to disarm Hamas, the only people who are going to be able to dismantle the tunnels is the IDF. And counting on a multinational force to do this, when the body bags of Saudis, Emiratis, Egyptians go home, they're not going to be wanting to do this, and they're not going to want to fight for the Jews. So I think we're in a position where I think the idea of this aspirational plan is good, especially if it relates to some things I heard regarding Judea and Samaria, that they'll be permanently ending UNRWA, turning refugee camps into ordinary neighborhoods, abolishing refugee status, the right of return. If those things become part of it, then those have legs. But again, as an aspirational document, I think the president should say a couple of things. Number one, if people, whether it's the Arab countries, Muslim countries, cannot accept Israel as a Jewish state, nothing's really going to happen. And I think there needs to be some markers that are put down, because it's way beyond just this ceasefire plan.
Right. But of course, they have said that they would not move ahead, for example, with more normalization if there wasn't this sort of political horizon. Josh, as you mentioned, the issue of extending sovereignty, or some prefer to say Israeli law, onto the communities in Judea and Samaria. That has been a focal point of those communities there, the Yesha Council. We did hear President Trump explicitly say, it may have been for the first time last week, explicitly taking that idea off the table. Is that the view, that it is now off the table, or that President Trump is a lost cause? Or do the communities there feel they still can maybe move forward, at least in some way, on that issue?
I think you have to take President Trump's comments with a grain of salt. He was going to a meeting, if I'm not mistaken, with the leaders of 15, 20 Arab countries. I wouldn't expect him to say anything else in front of that audience. I mean, he is a master politician at the end of the day, whether you like him or not, as is Prime Minister Netanyahu. But, I would have to take that with a grain of salt. I think some of the most important things are, number one, the future of a Palestinian Authority in Gaza, which the heads of Yesha and many others are against. We've seen what the PA is. They're just terrorists wearing suits who continue their pay-to-slay program. So I think that's an important key, that the PA does not play any role in a future in Gaza, and the Yesha Council and others understand that. And then, at the end of the day, with Hamas, as I said before, they can't be trusted. We're here talking about potential 21-point plan and peace or whatnot, and I'm getting updates on my phone that Hamas continues to fire rockets, continues to try to attack Jews in all parts of Israel. I can't see a situation where they're just going to decide, okay, we're going to raise the white flag, unless we put enough military pressure on them, but not based on a piece of paper, that they're going to go away, and that somehow Israel is going to create some sort of force that's going to go into Gaza and take responsibility for it. I think we're a long way off. Obviously, Israel wants all the hostages back as soon as possible, and we want to win the war, a thorough and complete victory, and we'll have to see where things go from this point on.
Right. Well, I did want to say that it does say in the plan a reformed Palestinian Authority, meaning, however, it's a little, right, it is short on details on what that reform would be, who decides whether that reform would be. But before we even get there, Eric, I just want to talk, the hostages are the key issue there, and there's growing concern over their well-being. These latest reports, Hamas claiming at least that they've lost contact with two of the groups that are holding captives within Gaza City. So there is pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu maybe to give a kind of yes, but that would stop the fighting and see the release of the hostages. I mean, how realistic is it possible to go ahead on that? And as you say, kicking some of these cans down the road?
I just want to respond to one thing Josh said. I think people regarding the Judea and Samaria forget that it is a security issue, and that there are things there that people try to make it black and white, annex all of the West Bank or not. Israel needs to keep the Jordan River Valley. It needs to keep a road that goes past E1, that goes past Jericho. So there's lots of security things there. And there's a non-realistic part of the international community. Macron said there's no Hamas in Judea and Samaria, which is insanity. I was there. I was in Jenin, Nablus, Hebron, Tulkaran, Qalqilia. There's Hamas everywhere. So just wanted to put that there, that let's deal with the reality. And also, annexation does not necessarily mean the whole West Bank. As far as the hostages go, this is, every time I'm there in Israel, we're dealing with a country that's traumatized. It's in not post-traumatic distress, it's in traumatic distress. And the idea about the hostages, what price you're willing to pay for the hostages, allowing Hamas to manipulate this psychological terror of now we can't find two hostages. Again, this puts Bibi in a very difficult position, which is why I think he has to accept this plan just because it says all the hostages have to come out. And basically what it does there is a negotiating tactic. It puts Israel with America on the offensive. We've accepted this. Release all the hostages. And when Hamas is now saying no, hopefully you can get the international community to be mute for 30 seconds and deal with it. But the hostage situation is gnawing at Israel. You see the polls, how mixed they are. By the way, the polls depends how they frame the question, whether to defeat Hamas or get the hostages released. But then the question becomes, at what price do you pay? And I say this from 6,000 miles away now.
I understand.
Pay for the hostages, and of course, every life is important. But it is a trauma that I don't, I don't say that Bibi has any easy decision to make. But there is another layer here of what could occur, and that's the politics of Israel. And Bibi may decide, for political reasons, because there's elections in just a year, maybe to call elections sooner, maybe to let Smolders and Ben-Gvir go, bring in a unity government, and make him look better for the elections and back him on this proposal of what's here. So there are many layers that are here, but the problem in the States is we look at it as binary, black and white, and the real answer is lots of gray, lots of nuance.
Right. And Josh, I think Eric's suggesting here that Benjamin Netanyahu may have no option but to basically give an answer of yes, but. The question is, does he have political room to maneuver? Do those people who putting aside the issue of sovereignty or even the eventual question of whether the PA will be in governance, but who simply feel the war must continue until there is a victory, total victory over Hamas, will they be willing, and we're talking about really a lot of Prime Minister Netanyahu's base and his coalition partners, be willing to give him some latitude in a yes, but that might include a stoppage of the war, never mind the other things further down the road?
I would say that, first of all, I do agree. I think we are headed towards election season one way or another, especially if Prime Minister Netanyahu approves this plan and the right members of his coalition decide to bolt. That could cause elections here very, very shortly. I also want to agree, by the way, with Eric's position in terms of Hamas in Judea and Samaria. Yes, they are everywhere. And, you go onto social media, you see the Israel haters out there try to say, why is Israel going into the villages in Yehuda v'Shomron, Judea and Samaria on a nightly basis? There's no Hamas there. There's only Hamas in Gaza. That's absolutely not true. So again, it's a very fine line there. And as I said before, whether you like him or not, Prime Minister Netanyahu is a master politician. Even if we did go to elections right now, I would guess that the Prime Minister would in fact win. Would he have to bring in other coalition partners? If, in fact, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich decide to bolt, yeah, that's definitely a possibility. And it might be something Netanyahu decides that he's willing to do and wants to do in order to keep relations good with the United States, in order to keep down this path of implementing this 21-point plan, even with all its gray areas, as Eric said. So it remains to be seen, but we could be heading towards elections very shortly here.
Well, I think if that would have happened, Josh, and this is a whole part of, I guess, President Trump's vision, Prime Minister Netanyahu needs to show that he's gaining something, even beyond maybe the freeing of the hostages here. And that would have to be expansion of the Abraham Accords, bringing in countries like Saudi Arabia. Eric, how realistic is that, short of some of the goals conditions that perhaps Riyadh has already placed on, for example, moving down that path?
So when I spoke to Saudis in the past, they say, we're the big boys. We have to wait till the last moment before we agree. So I think the focus should be off of Saudi Arabia if there's going to be an offer of more countries joining. I think some low-hanging fruit could be Azerbaijan, maybe a bigger player. And you heard some of the comments from Indonesia, which was willing to contribute 20,000 troops, the world's largest Muslim country. So I think if one or two countries could come along and get in the process of normalization, I think that would be great for Prime Minister Netanyahu and would be an amazing win because one of the things about Bibi, and we have to forget, is Bibi is a brilliant man, whatever you feel about him, and he is a master politician, but he's also the son of a brilliant historian, and he's thinking about his legacy, and his legacy is about the Abraham Accords. And I think one of the ways he wants to go into the political season is he's the one who defeated Iran. He's the one who defeated Hezbollah. He's the one who allowed Assad to be overthrown. And he needs to have some way to take some victory out of Gaza. And I think by accepting this plan, he can call that, that we're on a path to victory with the Americans. And I think it puts him in a stronger position. I don't mean to be cynical about politicians, but they all want to win. And as far as what will turn out in coalition partners down the road, we don't know. But I will say the one group to keep an eye on are the reservists and their families and how they're going to view Israel as it goes through its next 78 years.
I want to give Josh a final word on how you see it going forward. Again, Prime Minister Netanyahu, you said you don't envy his position. He's in a rock and a hard place, but he's weighing history against his political standing. How do you think he'll eventually go?
It's a good question. It's tough, and we'll know maybe a little bit more in just a few hours now after the press conference. But I would agree with Eric in terms of his legacy. And by the way, President Trump also, whether it's a Nobel Peace Prize, he also wants to ensure his legacy. And that could be through a normalization agreement, expanding the Abraham Accords with some of those countries, and maybe one day even Saudi Arabia. So the prime minister is certainly in a very difficult position. He has the Yesha Council there in Washington. In New York. They actually flew over to the States in order to be there. And in their words, they are there to strengthen the prime minister amidst all of the pressure against him, specifically on a so-called two-state solution. So he has that. He has the Ben-Gvir and Smotrich. And then he has on the other side, as you mentioned, the hostage families who want their loved ones to come back very, very soon. So all these different considerations have to be taken into account by the prime minister as we move forward. And we'll know what happens in a few hours from now. At least maybe we'll get a sense of where things are headed.
Right, and certainly, how far President Trump is willing to invest in this. I think that may be the key, of course, in terms of whether this moves forward or not. I want to thank Dr. Eric Mandel of MEP and Josh Haston from the JNS News Service. Thank you for joining us on ILTV.
Thank you.
Now, we have some breaking news coming out of Syria. Hold on one second. There are reports of a IDF reservist who has been critically injured in an explosion in southern Syria. He has been taken to hospital. His family has been notified. And of course, we don't have many more details on that, but we'll have that with you more going forward in further updates. And following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kidumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in that attack. 20-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Avraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver who was driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old Palestinian driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck toward the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene. Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack, and he later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Inbar served in the Paratrooper Brigade's 890th Battalion, and may his memory be a blessing. Now let's take a brief break for a message from one of our sponsors.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
And in some more security news, late-night sirens were sounded across central Israel after the IDF detected a launch from the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen overnight. Now, the IDF confirmed that the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on their way to Israel, and that there were no reports of injuries or damages caused. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for the attack, saying that military targets were intended in Jaffa and Eilat. Now, the Houthis, of course, have long been attacking Israel since the start of Israel's war against Hamas. Most recently, that Houthi drone that exploded in Eilat, injuring two of those wounded are still in serious and in critical condition. Israel struck the Houthis hard after the incident a lot, hitting several targets in the Yemeni capital, Sana'a. And for now, it remains to be seen whether Israel will act in response to the latest Houthi attack. And now again, we have another message from one of our sponsors at ILTV.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
And moving on, the flotilla of nearly 50 boats that was organized by pro-Palestinian activists set sail from Greece today after stopping there for a few days, with its leaders saying they would press on with their attempt to break the Israeli naval embargo on Gaza. This comes despite pleas by Italy to accept a compromise proposal and not take any further risks. Now, organizers of the global Sumud flotilla say that it was hit last week by drones dropping stun grenades and itching powder. This happened in international waters off the Greek island of Gavdos. No one was injured, but vessels suffered some damage. The flotilla blamed Israel, which did not respond to the accusation, but Israel has said it would use any means to block the boat's access to Gaza. The Italian president, Sergio Mattarelli, has urged the flotilla's organizers to accept a proposal to drop off its aid supplies in Cyprus. There they would be handed to the Catholic Church's Latin Patriarchate for Jerusalem, which would later be distributed in Gaza. Now, Israel has said it backs that idea, but the flotilla has rejected it. And again, Israel has said it will not allow the flotilla to reach Israel's shores. And again, back to the top story of today. We do have that big meeting today in the White House between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu. Now, that is set to take place at 11 a.m. Washington time. That is 6 p.m. Israel time. That meeting, their initial discussions, will be followed by a lunch. And then is expected that there will be a press conference somewhere around 8:15 Israel time. Now, as we said, Trump is going into this meeting optimistic about its chances to stop the fighting and freeing the hostages. He's been writing on his True Social platform, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special. First time ever, we will get it done." Prime Minister Netanyahu being a little more cautious about it. He did meet yesterday with the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner. Both of them have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan for Gaza. And Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion, he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." And yes, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance in Gaza, and the renewal of peace talks that see Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Ahead of the meeting, the families of the remaining 48 hostages sent a letter to President Trump thanking him for his efforts to end the war, telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal." While the letter does not criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu, it implores Trump to stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal. And that does end this broadcast. Of course, you can continue to follow our updates on the hour, or you could just scan that QR code, which is on your screen, to bring you the latest developments, reports, and insights into the stories shaping the region. Thank you for joining us here on ILTV. Welcome to ILTV Security Brief. I'm Khaled Ben David. Each week, we focus on the latest developments in security and defense relating to Israel and the Middle East, impacting on this region and beyond. And we start with our top items of the past week. President Trump is set to present his peace plan for Gaza to Prime Minister Netanyahu at the White House Monday, which calls for the freeing of all 48 hostages, a withdrawal of IDF forces, a boost in humanitarian aid, the disarming of Hamas, and a multinational Arab-Muslim force to take over security control. Israel carries out its largest airstrike yet against the Houthis, hitting top military targets in Sana'a, including its top military headquarters. The raid comes after a drone launched from Yemen wounds over 20 people, hitting downtown Eilat. IDF forces advanced deeper into Gaza City, killing dozens of Hamas terrorists, seizing hundreds of weapons, and destroying the group's remaining military infrastructure there. 2 IDF soldiers fall in combat in Gaza City, bringing to over 470 the number of Israelis killed in the Strip since the fighting began there following the October 7th attack. Israeli airstrikes target a Hezbollah missile production site in the Bekaa Valley. This, as Lebanon marks 1 year since its leader Hassan Nasrallah was killed, and the IDF releases new details about the operation that eliminated him. The UN reimposes the snapback sanctions on Iran over its refusal to enable free inspections of its nuclear program. The sanctions include freezing Iranian assets abroad, halting arms sales to the Tehran regime, and placing restrictions on its ballistic missile program. And now our big story. Prime Minister Netanyahu will meet with President Trump in the White House Monday for a potentially historic meeting. On the table is Trump's 21 plan for ending the Gaza war, one that would see all 48 hostages returned, an Israeli withdrawal from Gaza, a boost in aid, the disarming of Hamas, the introduction of a multinational Arab-Muslim force in the Strip, a new governing body that would exclude the terror group, and ultimately the renewal of some kind of political negotiations between Israel and a reformed Palestinian Authority. Now, this comes just after Prime Minister Netanyahu vowed to continue the fight against Hamas in his speech at the UN General Assembly, and the plan does have points previously rejected by both Israel and Hamas. Still, President Trump sounded optimistic, speaking to reporters.
And it's looking like we have a deal on Gaza. And we'll let you know. I think it's a deal that will get the hostages back. It's going to be a deal that will end the war. It's going to be a deal with, it's going to be peace. I think we have a deal. That'll be number 8, Peter, not 10.
Well, joining us for more on this and other issues is IDF Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Doron Avital. He is the former commander of IDF Special Forces. Doron, thank you for joining us. Before we get into the details of the plan, I want to get your general impression of it, how you think Prime Minister Netanyahu should respond, why you think President Trump is bringing it and being so optimistic and moving forward with the plan at this time.
I think this is a turning point. I think it seems that there's no way to put it forward. We see the general opposition that Israel has around the globe, and even Trump has to reconsider his positions. And I think he wants to conclude it, and I think he will put his full force on Netanyahu to accept this 21 points plan. But of course, the implementation would be a big issue. The plan is on paper, but I think there would be a real push to conclude this stage of the war right now.
A push to conclude, but we don't have to go into all 21 points, but there are some which, for example, for the Netanyahu government are a little problematic. Exactly. Let's start breaking them down. One is, for example, the using a multinational Arab-Muslim force to provide security in the Gaza Strip. Israel doesn't have a great history with multinational forces. Some of the countries that took part in the planning of this are countries like Turkey, Qatar, which have problematic relations with Israel. Can Israel rely on this kind of force? And if not, what kind of other security guarantees does Israel require?
First of all, we are all around the Gaza Strip, and we have our forces in the perimeter of the Gaza Strip. And this is a very narrow strip. You have to understand it. Second, look at Syria. This was clearly our enemy for a while, and now we are participating in trying to create some security arrangement. So I don't think there's any other avenue than this one. then, and don't forget, the resources, the financial resources that would have to be introduced to the Gaza Strip, they would come from where? Not from the Israeli taxpayers' money.
Right,
So
the Gulf states
exactly.
and Qatar, presumably
and
among them.
the Saudis for sure. And this would come, of course, they would require some guarantees that the money goes where it is, and that those forces would be in the end with some affiliation, and I would say strong affiliation in the end. And this would be the hardest thing to swallow to this current government in Israel, the Palestinian Authority. Reformed, whatever, but the Palestinian Authority.
Well, let's talk about that, because that's actually another of the points, which is that there'll be a governing authority that maybe not initially, but eventually will include, quote, reformed Palestinian Authority, but there's no timeline on those reforms, no specifics about it. Prime Minister Netanyahu has repeatedly said that he won't accept the Palestinian Authority seemingly in any form in Gaza. So how much flexibility is there for him on this?
Yeah, maybe it doesn't, but I'm not sure Israel has any flexibility. See, the overall vote of recognition of the Palestinian state among European countries. So even Trump, even the U.S. under the Trump administration has to maneuver in this international climate. So I think Palestinian Authority in one form or another would have to participate in Gaza, and it will be very interesting to see how Netanyahu, with this current government, maneuver through this labyrinth. So reformed Palestinian Authority, not now, later, but in the end, I don't think the Arab states would put their resources, you talked about the Gulf states, without, in the end, participation in some sense or another of the Palestinian Authority.
Right, but of course, this is not all on Israel. Hamas has to agree to this deal, and they have already repeatedly rejected one of the key points, which is the disarming of Hamas. There's no timeline on that. In fact, there's talk that the plan would even move ahead. The initial phases, if Hamas does not agree to disarm, which sounds very problematic. And if so, then who is going to oversee the disarming of Hamas?
So first of all, this is a process in time. I mean, we don't think about disarming in one day. But as a process of time, we see what's going on with the Hezbollah. We see the process that goes there with the Lebanese government, this attempt to de-arm the Hezbollah. In the end, we want, and we'll have to get Gaza Strip demilitarized, or the fact that there would be no Hamas holding weaponry in the Gaza Strip. The question is, those Gulf states and their security forces, what role they can take in this process that will go over time, and what role we can take, and what kind of coordination we can sync between us and those new forces that would come. The implementation, this is where the action is. This is the problem.
Right.
But I don't see any other option but for Israel in this stage, tactically or otherwise, to say, yes, we go forward with ending the war, release of the hostages, and hopefully demilitarization of Gaza.
Right. Recently, the hostages, and this plan does call for a sort of multi-stage type of release that we've seen in the past. It would be all 48 released right at the beginning, with Israel certainly welcome, but there would be a price for it, the freeing of Palestinian prisoners, many who have been arrested since the start of the operation, immunity for Hamas leaders in the Gaza Strip, many of them who took part in the October 7th massacre. This would be a very bitter pill for the Israeli public to swallow.
For the Israeli public, for the Israeli government, but I think the Israeli public, after 2 years of war and after hitting Hamas so dramatically, I mean, in terms of their commanders and so on, and weaponry and so on, I think the Israeli public is ready for some kind of compromise. The question whether this government is ready for some kind of compromise, but I don't see any other avenue forward, and I think the pressure for Trump this time, my feeling, would be mounting. There would be no issue. I mean, the way he went on publicly before, it's part of the pressure that he exerts on Netanyahu. It's very interesting to see Netanyahu in this meeting today. How does he maneuver?
Right. And of course, we should note the military operation does go on in Gaza City. The IDF making advances, no question about it. We have to assume in the meantime, though, the IDF will continue to operate in the Gaza Strip. Even, as you said, it's going to take time to work out the details. How do you see that going forward for the IDF?
Yeah, the question, what does it mean to operate? Whether it's this full-scale, massive attack on the Gaza City, or whether, in some sense, we'll stop and do only raids to concrete objective, the way we have it in Lebanon, where there was an agreement. But then we do continue from time to time to target either weaponry cache or leaders. So the question whether there will be this phase, but the question whether we can continue with this full-scale attack, I suspect Trump would want to stall this attack in this fashion, and then think what would be what kind of precaution, security, operation the IDF can still conduct in this context going forward, if there is an agreement, of course.
Right, and maybe the major point is, again, also which includes not just allowing the Palestinian Authority into some kind of governance in Gaza eventually, but the renewal of talks for a political horizon, a euphemism for a Palestinian state. Prime Minister Netanyahu made clear at the United Nations this is a no-go for him, and he said for the majority of the Israeli people, the plan doesn't specifically mention a Palestinian state. Is there enough diplomatic wiggle room in there for Prime Minister Netanyahu in any government coalition to go to
This
move?
is interesting. We should think that this is a demilitarized Palestinian state, only with police force. So it's not that far from what Israel was subscribing to, which was an autonomy. So the question is, there's an interval here that you can maneuver either semantically, but other in terms of the facts on the ground. But my feeling, it's a new circumstances. In many respects, the move that Macron made, in the beginning, people would think he will find himself alone in this maneuver, but then he finds himself with the British that are the British of the Balfour Accord. So I'm not sure Trump even Trump understands that you have to go forward. So I'm not saying that Palestinian state as an end game is there, but whether we go forward in some way and restart the talks and the negotiation with the Palestinian Authority, with this reformed Palestinian Authority. So the main issue is not to declare Palestinian state no time soon, but
and
whether...
it certainly won't happen.
Yeah, of course.
Soon
but whether the Palestinian
side.
Authority is the side that you conduct this negotiation for. Because for the last few years, we didn't consider the Palestinian Authority as our partner to some negotiation. But if they are not, don't forget, because the security cooperation does exist even in those days. So, but if it does not, if we don't bring the Palestinian Authority back as a negotiating partner to some kind of a future, then we might find ourselves collapsing the security collaboration in the West Bank, and then this would be resetting the story backward to a very problematic situation.
Right, so hard to see Prime Minister Netanyahu taking that path. But of course, the benefits, the upside for Israel would be perhaps expanding the Abraham Accords, bringing even Syria, which we are talking about. Maybe talk about what the real potential there. When would that happen? When do you think, and how likely?
The potential is immense, but we should not lose the train, because we see moves in the Gulf states that we didn't see before. For example, this deal between this nuclear umbrella between Pakistan and Saudi Arabia. This is a major thing that we didn't see before. We see the attempts of the Russians to allocate a budget of like $25 billion to create nuclear reactors in Iran. So if we really want to create this path along the IMEC, along this India, Middle East, Europe corridor, when Israel is a cornerstone of this deal, we have to move fast. And what prevents us to move forward in this direction, which is important to the Gulf states, to Israel, to Europe, to the US, is, of course, the war in Gaza. And this is why it's important for us to conclude this stage of the war in Gaza.
I do just want to break down one country there, Syria, which seems to be on a different track, and there's reports that Prime Minister Netanyahu could even conceivably meet President al-Shara. How likely, even with the war in Gaza going on, do you see a security arrangement with Syria?
Security arrangement, yes, because he has to stabilize the situation in Syria as the head of the new Syrian state. Of course, no peace. When people talk about peace treaty, this is not in the cards right
certainly
now.
the Golan Heights are not on the table at
Never.
any stage.
And this is the only thing.
Forever.
This is the only thing the Israelis are always united about. The Golan Heights is part of Israel. We never discuss it, and we'll never discuss it. And I think in terms from strategic security consideration, but the security along the 74 arrangement after the Yom Kippur War and reorganizing the relationships according to those security paths in Syria. This is important and very important for us, and I think this can be coming.
All right. Well, we definitely have interesting a week and perhaps potentially months, and it really does feel one way or another. This is we've said it before, but it really does feel this is in many ways a turning point. Doron Avital, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief. It has been 80 years since World War II ended, but that conflict continues to grip the public imagination. With new books, movies, and 2 shows chronicling nearly all aspects of that period. But one story from the war is perhaps undertold: the role and contribution of the many Jewish soldiers who took part in the fighting, their battlefield heroism, belaying many of the stereotypes about Jews outside Israel that still exist today. One of those men was the Canadian Jewish navigator Mickey Heller, and the story of his and his comrades and what it meant to be a Jew fighting in that war and how they are remembered today is the subject of a new book coming out in November titled Zadie's Band, and written by his grandson, Aaron Heller, a journalist and author, and he joins us now. Aaron, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thanks, Caleb. It's great to be with you.
Well, tell us, who was Mickey Heller? Who was Zadie?
Well, my grandfather, Zadie, my paternal grandfather, who, when I was in Canada growing up, he was always around and we always knew his story, but he never really discussed it. It was always sort of like this taboo in the background, that he was in World War II, but he came back from the war and basically never talked about it. It basically just became sort of like this non-topic. And I've always been curious, as you know me, we've known each other for a long time. And as a journalist, I was always interested in these stories, especially the World War II era ones. I made it sort of my career goal to have this beat of the Holocaust and World War II. And throughout my career, I've basically written dozens and dozens of stories about the World War II era figures, but I was getting nowhere with my grandfather. And so basically around 2011, right before his 90th birthday, I was like, enough already. I've done so many of these stories. I want to do one about my grandfather himself, and that's where our journey began. And the book basically chronicles the next 10 years of how we tried to go through this and discover what happened to him.
Well, talk a little about that specifically, what he did go through, and maybe the bigger theme involved here, which is the role, as I said, of the Jewish soldiers who fought in that conflict.
Exactly. Well, this started out really sort of as a narrow goal for me. It was really just a personal project to try and figure out his history. But very quickly, I figured out there's something much larger here than just his individual story. When you ask people about the Jewish experience in World War II, naturally, you're going to get just one answer. It's going to be the Holocaust. People are familiar with that story, but they're not familiar with the other side of the story, and that is that there were 1.5 million Jews who served in World War II in the various armies of the Allies. Of those, 250,000 died. And we're talking about people who didn't die in camps, they died on the battlefield. That was the majority of them were from the Red Army, from the Soviet Red Army, and from the American Army as well. But you've got Canada, you've got Australia, you've got England, you've got New Zealand, you've got from every single place, in every single battle that took place in World War II, there were Jews there. And not only that there were Jews there, but they were there in a higher number than the overall population was. In Canada, for example, was 10% of the population. And that's including the whole population. So when you take into consideration, we're talking about military-aged men, it was about 40%. So it's this huge turnout. And what I discover in the book also, what I go into there, is that these are people who had dual motivations. They wanted to be patriotic citizens of their country. They wanted to prove their loyalty. And they also, of course, want to save their brethren in Europe. And to be able to do that, when I spoke to my grandfather, one of the few things he told me, and something that was echoed in many other veterans I spoke to, when I said, what was your motivation? And they said, we wanted to get even with Hitler.
And briefly, why do you think there is still some of these stereotypes, and certainly I would say they veer into anti-Semitic troops, that Jews, diaspora Jews, didn't want to fight in the war or in general in wars?
Well, there's a lot of different angles to look at it. First of all, part of it is the fact that it's just an unknown part of the story. Obviously, the victimhood of Jews during World War II is the prevailing theme. That's something we're all familiar with. That's the story that's told. It's just the story that hasn't been told. Another one is that, when Israel came into being in 1948, the focus was on telling a different kind of story. It was about those who were connected to Israel. And that's another part of the book that I get into, which is that not only were these fighters in World War II so instrumental in that battle, but they were hugely influential in Israel's establishment in 1948. So many of them used that experience to come over to Israel, volunteer as foreign volunteers called Machal, which is an acronym in Hebrew for the foreign volunteers. And that is also a story that's not known in Israel because it doesn't really align with what was the default, narrative of early Zionism. But make no mistake about it, these World War II veterans, these Jewish veterans, and also many non-Jews, they were instrumental in establishing Israel, and even as foreign authority as Yitzhak Rabin and Ben-Gurion have said that there's a chance that without them, we wouldn't have won the war, and there wouldn't be Israel. So this is a huge story that I feel has been underreported and underrepresented for a very long time.
All right. Well, the book, their story, at least part of it told in Zadie's Band, the new book by Aaron Heller, now available for order from Amazon and, of course, other sites. And Aaron Heller, thank you for joining us on ILTV Security Brief.
Thank you, Cliff.
And now a final word. This month marks the 11th anniversary of the Yemen civil war after the Iran-backed Houthi rebels seized the capital, Sana'a. The toll of this conflict has been devastating. Over 500,000 killed in little more than a decade. Many in the fighting, but tens of thousands also from starvation and a cholera epidemic, and over 4 million displaced from their homes. And the tragedy continues. Just this week, relief groups called on the world to boost aid and take action to prevent the situation there from deteriorating further. Yemen is the world's worst humanitarian crisis, yet it receives only a fraction of the attention from governments, media, and the public given to the Gaza conflict. There are no protests over the Yemen disaster, no high-profile conferences addressing the situation, no nonstop media coverage of the suffering of a Yemeni people whose problems the world has deemed as not worthy of the attention it lavishes on the Palestinians. But the one country that has stayed engaged with the Yemen issue, unfortunately, is Israel, having to respond to the continual missile and drone attacks launched by the Houthis, such as this week's drone strike on Eilat. They have carried out these attacks, though, not only against Israel, but have continued their harassment of international shipping in and around the Red Sea, attacking freighters with no connection to Israel, despite their claim otherwise. It has become clear that the supposed agreement announced last May by the Trump administration that halted U.S. airstrikes on Yemen in return to a stop on attacks against American ships, or the half-hearted naval action taken by a coalition of European nations to protect freight vessels in the Red Sea, has done little to deter the Houthis from their provocative actions. Now, Israel has shown that its Air Force and Navy can deliver powerful blows against the Houthi regime, including last week's strikes on their military headquarters and other targets in Sana'a. But with Israel and Yemen separated by a distance of over 2,000 kilometers and facing an enemy utterly indifferent to the human suffering of its fellow countrymen, there is a limit to even the IDF's capability in retaliating against and deterring the Houthi attacks. And in truth, this is a threat which should be dealt with first and foremost by the international community, especially by the U.S. and Europe. The right of free passage by ships in international waters is one of the pillars of the global legal and economic order, and one that the Houthis have brazenly violated time and again. Much greater military pressure must be brought against not only the Houthis, but also an Iranian regime that continues to support and arm the Houthis. And this should be accompanied by more extensive media coverage of the dire humanitarian situation the Houthis have created in Yemen, and a greater global outcry against the crisis being almost criminally ignored. So perhaps instead of sending warships to accompany a performative aid flotilla heading to Gaza, nations such as Spain and Italy and their European brethren would make better use of their navies by sending them back to the Red Sea to protect those ships being attacked on an almost weekly basis by the Houthis. And Israel should no longer have to stand alone against a rogue regime whose defiance of international norms, without facing the appropriate consequence, will only encourage itself and other bad actors to take even worse provocations in the future. Thank you for joining ILTV Security Brief.
And our final story this evening, how do you feed hundreds of thousands of needy people for Rosh Hashanah? Today we're going behind the scenes to see one of Israel's largest food distributors in action. Yad Ezra ושולמית.
We are here in Givat Shaul in Jerusalem at one of 4 Yad Ezra v'Shulamit warehouses. Volunteers actually come here every single week to pack up and distribute food to the poor across Israel. Today, we have a special opportunity because we are following the food all the way to its final destination, into the hands of the needy.
We're here in Piskat Ze'ev for a chalukah, a distribution of food. And as you could see, we have onions and yogurt and chicken, and people come here who don't have, and when they leave, they're set for the week.
That's 12,000 food baskets feeding over 70,000 people every single week of the year. And now on Rosh Hashanah, 62,000 food baskets and grocery vouchers are needed for the upcoming holiday. We will be feeding hundreds of thousands of people in Israel for the holiday with your help. The food items provide full nutritional value for the needy. So not only fresh fruits and vegetables, but also proteins like chicken, fish, beans, dairy products, as well as a variety of pantry staples.
אנשים מחכים ליום הזה, ושואלים מתי, באיזה שעה מגיעים. אנחנו עוברים את ה-120-150 איש כל שבוע, שבאים לקחת את החלוקת מזון, ותודה לבורא עולם ותודה ליד עזרא ושולמית, שבזכותם יש לנו את האפשרות לעשות את החסד הגדול הזה למען האוכלוסייה. מגיעים משפחות ברוכות ילדים, אלמנות, אברכים, עולים חדשים, מכל גווני הקשת, וכולם כל כך נהנים מהתרומה הזאת. אני רוצה להודות לעזרא ושולמית על כל הנתינה, על כל העזרה, על האכפתיות, על השפע שהם נותנים, ואנחנו ממש מעריכים אתכם, באמת.
אני רוצה להגיד תודה רבה ליד עזרא ושולמית, שהם באמת עוזרים בהכל, ממש, זה אין מה לדבר, זה ממש עוזר לנו בהכל.
זה פשוט נותן להם אור בחג. למשל, האישה, המשפחה שמקבלת את הסל מזון של המוצרים היבשים והפירות והירקות.
אני לא יכולה בעצמי לקחת, הם באים, אז תראו יותר. אני מודה לכם.
תודה רבה ויום טוב.
Take a good look at these people waiting for a food basket. Who would you turn away? The widow, the orphan, the handicapped father, the young mother with young children, the Holocaust survivors. I know I don't want to turn anyone away, and I know you don't want to either. Together we can do this. We can feed everyone who needs food and sustenance and nutrients for a joyous holiday together. So give a food basket, give whatever you can. Just scan the QR code on your screen. Israel has had such a difficult year, but it's Rosh Hashanah. It's a chance for a new year, a fresh start. We wish everyone sweetness and joy, and I know that you do too. The ILTV community has always been there for the poor of Israel. We know that you'll be there this time. Thank you as always for your love and support. Give what you can, give from the heart, give joyously, and please scan the QR code so that you can go ahead and do that.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תראו את הטובים שם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בין גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Khaled Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza. And here are today's top stories. We start with some breaking news. The IDF has announced that a reserve soldier was seriously injured today as a result of an explosion near an army outpost in southern Syria. We'll have some more details on that later broadcasts. Also, following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 20-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Abraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old Palestinian driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Inbar served in the Paratrooper Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. Their meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time. That's 6 p.m. here in Israel, followed by a lunch and press conference. Now, Trump is being characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special. First time ever. We will get it done." Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic.
These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this. But our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel.
And Prime Minister Netanyahu did meet yesterday with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. Now, Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said that Israel rejects. This includes an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting today in the White House, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump thanking him for his efforts to end the war and telling him, quote, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores him to, quote, "stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal," and says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. And in further security news, the alerts were sounded all over Israel last night as a result of the Houthis launching another missile from Yemen. It was detected, the IDF confirmed that the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on the way to Israel, and there were no reports of injuries or damages caused. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for the attack. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us or connect with our app. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Stay tuned with I-24 News, and thank you for joining us.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Lajar Gravelazi, and coming up in today's newscast. It's day 723 of the war in Gaza, and the IDF is continuing to gain ground in Gaza City. U.S. President Donald Trump's plan to end the war and release the hostages is revealed. And 1 year later, Israel reveals new details on the final days and the operation that took out Hezbollah's leader. A suspected terror attack in Judea and Samaria as a young man in his 20s remains in critical condition, suffering a head wound after being run down by a Palestinian driver. Security forces on the scene neutralized the attacker, and the IDF says the details are currently under investigation. And moving on, despite the talks and speculation of an end to the war ahead of the White House meeting between U.S. President Donald Trump and Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the IDF continues to gain ground in Gaza. It's day 723 of the war, and Defense Minister Israel Katz says that the IDF is moving into a phase aimed at achieving full dominance over Hamas. Defense Minister Israel Katz said that more than 750,000 Palestinians have now evacuated Gaza City for humanitarian zones in the south of the Strip. An estimated 200,000 Gazans still remain in the city, defying IDF evacuation directives aimed at protecting civilians. As such, the IDF has issued renewed evacuation orders for the remaining residents of Gaza City, part of its ongoing efforts to protect civilians ahead of intensified ground operations against Hamas. Katz said the IDF is now moving into a phase aimed at achieving full dominance over the terror organization. He reiterated that if Hamas does not release all hostages and disarm, Gaza will be destroyed and Hamas will be annihilated. Katz added that Israel will not stop until achieving all the war's objectives. Meanwhile, over the course of the past 24 hours, the Air Force struck approximately 140 terrorist targets throughout the Gaza Strip. The IDF and Shin Bet also announced that they have eliminated Hamas terrorist Mohammed Ahmad Yusuf al-Jamal. Al-Jamal was the Hamas terrorist responsible for shooting elite Yamam commando Arnon Zamora in June of 2024 during what has been now dubbed Operation Arnon. The mission that rescued 4 hostages, Noah Argamani, Almog Meir Jan, Andrei Kozlov, and Shlomo Ziv, that were held in central Gaza. Al-Jamal was the Hamas terrorist responsible for guarding the hostages. Alongside al-Jamal, the IAF strike also killed Sari Idris Muhammad al-Akrab, a Hamas terrorist who invaded Israel during the October 7th massacre and was considered close to al-Jamal. And the details of U.S. President Trump's 21-point plan to end the war and release all the hostages has been revealed. ILTV's Kalev Ben-David, host of Security Brief, joins us now with all the details. Kalev, so last week you were in the studio talking to us about what we knew so far, but now the full plan has been revealed. What can you tell us?
Well, listen, there are some points that are, I think, good for Israel and useful for Prime Minister Netanyahu, but others that are going to be quite problematic for him. For example, we have a more sense of some of the timelines of things. For example, we know that all 48 hostages are going to be released in one shot. That was the intention of the plan. Now it's apparently in one of the points, within 48 hours of Israel publicly accepting the deal, all living and deceased hostages will be returned. So there's a definite timeline within 48 hours of Israel publicly accepting the deal, and that's good news. However, there are some other issues that are more problematic. For example, Prime Minister Netanyahu has made clear that he does not want to see the Palestinian Authority involved in any way. And one of the points mentioned specifically that the Palestinian Authority, after it goes a period of reform, will be involved in the governance of the Gaza Strip. The problem is it doesn't really specify what that reform is, what that timeline is, and just the mention of the Palestinian Authority there is going to be problematic for the Prime Minister. Even more problematic is for the Prime Minister is the fact that it talks about renewing a peace process, basically. And it says The conditions may be in place for that the talks will involve a credible pathway to Palestinian statehood, which is recognized by the aspiration of the Palestinian people. Again, Prime Minister Netanyahu, in his UN speech just the other day, said made an outright rejection of Palestinian statehood, and this plan has a specific mention of Palestinian statehood as at least an eventual goal. With this also problematic, and that maybe the point people should really focus on that could be the most is a point that says if Hamas delays or rejects this proposal, the above points will proceed in terror-free areas, which the IDF will gradually hold over to the International Mobilization Force of Arab and Muslim states. Basically, that's saying even if Hamas rejects the deal now, it should proceed forward in at least those areas which the IDF has basically fully taken over. So it doesn't give an out for Prime Minister Netanyahu to say, well, we can't move forward on this because Hamas rejects it.
So very interesting new information coming to light. Of course, we'll have to wait until the meeting between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Trump at the White House tomorrow. But it certainly seems like there's going to be quite a few red lines for Israel with this plan. Absolutely. And we're just going to see from their comments how much latitude, at least on time-wise, President Trump is willing to give to Prime Minister Netanyahu. All right. Kalev, thank you so much for joining us today.
Pleasure.
And the much-anticipated meeting between Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and U.S. President Trump is set to take place tomorrow. Could it signal the end of the war? Joining us now for a special panel to discuss is Dr. Einat Will, former member of Knesset and co-author of The War of Return, and Ori Sachal, Director of Research at the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. Thank you both for joining us today. So, Einat, let's start with you. Going into this meeting, are the two leaders still on the same page when it comes to Gaza and the day after? Because from what we know, it sounds as though Trump will call on Israel to make some serious concessions. I mean, are there any red lines for Netanyahu?
First of all, I must admit that I'm less concerned by whether they are on the same page and more about whether anyone has asked Hamas about all of this, because one pattern that we know is typical in the last few decades is that America negotiates with Israel only to later find out that the Palestinians are missing in action, that they're nowhere to be found, and that there will be no forthcoming yes. This was the case with the previous Trump peace plan, which ultimately yielded the Abraham Accords, but to which Israel said yes, and the Palestinians, true to their ethos, said no, no, and 1,000 times no. So, for example, the idea that all 48 hostages will be released immediately, and only then everything else starts, is that even acceptable? And if Hamas doesn't say yes to that, then what about all the other beautiful words and everything else? So I think Israel and the U.S. can be negotiating and maybe have some differences and ultimately achieve some agreement. But the question whether all of this is at all relevant to what Hamas might say yes to.
And turning to you, from a security standpoint, has Israel achieved what it needed to in Gaza in terms of dismantling Hamas's terror infrastructure? Can it end the war tomorrow and still be satisfied that Hamas will not reemerge?
So I will say that the war can end tomorrow if Hamas lays down its arms and release all the hostages. And this is a demand that Israel said from day one. Unfortunately, there are some people around the world who think that Israel is some sort of a crusade to commit genocide against innocent Palestinians. Well, in fact, with the only thing that Israel has in mind, the security of its soldiers, of its citizens, and to end the war as quickly as possible with Hamas disarmed and the hostages released. And as Einat said, Hamas has not responded positively to any sort of even very generous demands, like the president said. President Trump said they were offered several generous demands. Israel already accepted several of Witkoff's proposals, and Hamas stuck to its refusal. Since January, there were no successful hostage negotiations. So the question is, how long can Israel tolerate this? And I determine here in a security standpoint that no, Israel cannot just lay down its arms and go back to Gaza's borders, because Hamas is still there, and it suffered a hard blow, but tomorrow, in a year, in two, it can definitely instigate another October 7 attack, and Israel will not be safe knowing that Hamas is still there. And the international community, on its part, should not go out of its way to empower the very jihadists they seek to appease in the suburbs of Paris and London. They should be listening to Israel, the experience of people who are on the ground suffering the consequences of these steps on the world stage, and insist that Hamas disarms and releases all the hostages.
And Einat, back to you. Trump's plan has been revealed, and as we just heard, one of the points stipulates that the plan will go forward even if Hamas says no, that it will go forward in areas that Israel is already in control of the Gaza Strip, which is the majority of the Gaza Strip. So what do you make of this, and what does Netanyahu hope to gain out of this meeting with Trump, or are his hands already tied?
So the point about Hamas saying no says that in areas that are essentially cleared from Hamas and cleared from terrorist activity, then the activities that have to do with building and construction can proceed. But again, this is not related. If Hamas doesn't say yes to releasing all 48 hostages immediately, I mean, the plan talks about within the first 48 hours, then everything else becomes moot. And at least to date, Hamas made it clear that it will release the last hostage to the extent that it knows where all the bodies are buried, that it will release the last hostage only when basically everything is already working and reconstruction has happened. This plan basically says, no, this has to happen in the beginning and then everything else. So it's not even clear that we have a yes for that before we talk about everything else. The point about Hamas not having to agree talks about all the other stuff, about having an alternative government and about de-radicalization and all that. And it talks about allowing construction to proceed and about allowing Israeli withdrawal to proceed in areas where there is no more Hamas and allowing alternative security forces to go in. But I'm sorry, I'm still stuck on the point where I haven't in the last 2 years heard anything from Hamas that will lead me to believe that they will agree to a deal in which all 48 hostages, dead and alive, are released, and only then everything else proceeds.
And I want to turn to you now and ask sort of how Qatar fits into all of this. Israel is seeing Trump cozying up to Qatar. Netanyahu can't be too happy about that and the role that Qatar is playing in putting together this plan.
Look, it's true, and Israel is not particularly happy about the way the United States sees Qatar, but that's probably okay because the United States has its own interests and they don't necessarily 100% align with Israel's interests. But I will say it was kind of amusing to see the pilgrimage over of all these Arab leaders to Doha, pulling no punches and each going out of their way to really stand next to Qatar and stand by its side, the very country that they imposed embargo on just a few years before. Saudi Arabia, Egypt, and the rest of the Arab world strongly condemning Qatar for its ties to terrorism. And now they all sort of rally around the flag. And when they come back to their capitals, in Riyadh and in Cairo, they call Jerusalem because they know that Israel is the gateway to Washington. So I wouldn't necessarily worry too much about Qatar. The only thing that I want to see is Qatar extradite all heads of Hamas to Israel or to the United States immediately. There is absolutely no justification to harbor terrorists. When the U.S. raided Pakistan to catch bin Laden, everyone was praising it. Now Israel is doing the same thing with Hamas in Qatar, and there's an outrage and an outcry. So I would not take it way too seriously. I would just say that Qatar cannot continue
harboring terrorists and complaining about Israel violating its own sovereignty. Well, Qatar has been violating Israel's sovereignty for years now with harboring Hamas terrorists, and I might say the Western Europe and the United States sovereignty, pouring billions of dollars to universities, academia, and popular culture. So, that's just a matter of perspective, how we see it, and I think in the end we can conclude a deal even without Qatar involved.
Mm-hmm. All right, so it's going to be an interesting 24 hours until we see the outcome of the meeting between Netanyahu and Trump. Dr. Einat Wilf Or Issachar, thank you so much for joining us and for your analysis today.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
And over the weekend, Hamas terror official Ghazi Hamad was interviewed by a CNN reporter. Hamad, who survived the Israeli strikes in Doha, Qatar, said that Hamas had no regrets regarding the October 7th massacre, despite its consequences in the Gaza Strip. ILTV's Deborah Klein has the story.
Sitting in an undisclosed location in Doha, Qatar, just 2 weeks after Israeli fighter jets targeted Hamas officials in the Qatari capital, Hamas official Ghazi Hamad sat down with a CNN correspondent. The Hamas official was pressed hard with questions by the reporter. When asked if Hamas bears any responsibility for the casualties in the Gaza Strip and for the October 7th massacre, Hamad said this.
Look, you know what is the benefit of October 7 now? Now, when the award now, if you look to the General Assembly yesterday, when about 194 people opened their eyes and looked to the atrocity, to brutality of Israel, and all of them, they condemned Israel.
After praising the international community for rewarding Hamas's terrorism, CNN reporter Jeremy Diamond tried showing Hamad clips of Gazans asking Hamas to disarm. He refused to watch them. But when asked if Hamas was willing to disarm in favor of a Palestinian state, Hamad denied Gazan frustration with Hamas.
If there is a Palestinian state, we'll be part. We will be engaged. We will be...
the entire world, with all due respect, sir, the entire world is saying they want no role for Hamas in post-war governance of Gaza.
Look,
do you disagree with that?
We agree. Yeah, no, we agree for and you're committed to rule Gaza. We have no problem.
Right. So, and as part of that, Hamas will play no part, according to the Arab League, according to President Abbas, according to the United States, according to France.
Let me also to explain that this is a Palestinian issue. That some external powers, they want to impose something against our interest. Hamas is part of the Palestinian fabric. You could not exclude Hamas. But
amidst the stuttering and incohesive arguments, the Hamas officials' positions were clear. Hamas refuses to disarm, refuses to accept any ceasefire presented by the United States, refuses to accept responsibility for the Gazan casualties, and welcomes another October 7th style attack against Israel.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program. And in other news, Hezbollah marked 1 year to the death of its former leader, Hassan Nasrallah. The IDF marked the occasion too, releasing new details of Nasrallah's final days and of the operation that took him out.
Thousands gathered in Hezbollah strongholds in the suburbs of Beirut Saturday to mark the 1-year anniversary of the killing of the terror group's former leader, Hassan Nasrallah, by Israel. Hezbollah's new Secretary General Naim Qassem, who took over a month after Nasrallah's killing, delivered a speech reaffirming Hezbollah's commitment to try and eradicate the state of Israel.
نزع السلاح يعني نزع القوة تلبية لمطلب إسرائيل ولتحقيق أهدافها. ثالثا لن نسمح بنزع السلاح وسنواجه مواجهة كربلائية لأننا في معركة وجودية.
Since October 8th, when Hezbollah declared war on Israel and subsequently fired thousands of missiles into Israeli territory, the Iranian-backed terror proxy has suffered numerous blows, from the pager operation to Nasrallah's death to the toppling of an ally in Bashar al-Assad in Syria. The group is weak, fractured, and even facing opposition from within Lebanon. And it wasn't just Hezbollah that marked the anniversary. The IDF also released never-before-seen footage and details of Nasrallah's final days. The IDF Intelligence Directorate revealed on Saturday that Nasrallah was killed in an Israeli airstrike while spending his final days in a bunker built with Iranian technology, planning to rebuild the terror group's capabilities and counterattack Israel after the infamous pager operation. And the Hezbollah chief, who spearheaded the terror group for 30 years, never saw it coming. He was reportedly unaware that he was Israel's next target. Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
And the United Nations has officially reinstated snapback sanctions on the Islamic Republic of Iran, following failed efforts by Tehran to try and delay the measures. All the details in the following report. The UK, France, and Germany, known as the E3, triggered the return of snapback sanctions at the UN Security Council, a decade after they were suspended as part of accusations that Tehran violated the 2015 JCPOA nuclear deal that aimed it to stop developing nuclear weapons. The UN sanctions went into effect Saturday evening after attempts to resume negotiations and delay the sanctions failed on the sidelines of the annual UN General Assembly. The foreign ministers of the E3 released a statement saying, "We urge Iran and all states to abide fully by these resolutions." The ministers, however, did leave a door open for continued talks. The E3 ministers said they had no choice but to trigger sanctions after Tehran repeatedly breached its commitments. In response, Tehran recalled its ambassadors to London, Paris, and Berlin. The UN sanctions, which were officially introduced between 2006 and 2010, include an arms embargo, bans on enriching uranium, bans on technology for ballistic missile capabilities, sanctions on Iran's financial system and oil sector, as well as travel bans. Russia and China, who have allied themselves with the Islamic Republic and put forth a failed resolution to delay sanctions for another 6 months, have decried the measures as illegal. They will likely not comply with the sanctions. For its part, the Islamic Republic of Iran downplayed the sanctions, with Iran's president Masoud Pezeshkian saying it's not like the sky is falling. Speaking at the UN following the decision, Iran's foreign minister threatened the Western countries.
The E3 and the United States bear full responsibility for the serious consequences of today's decision. By ignoring facts, spreading false claims, misrepresenting Iran's peaceful program, and blocking diplomacy, they have actively and intently paved the way for dangerous escalation.
Meanwhile, following the snapback sanctions, Israel remains on high alert over fears the decision could prompt Tehran to accelerate its nuclear weapons program, which was severely hampered following Operation Rising Lion. And now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures with highs of 32 degrees Celsius or 89 degrees Fahrenheit. And that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Madar Gravelazi. Be well, and thank you so much for watching. Hey everyone, we know how hard it can be to keep up with the latest news in Israel. So if you haven't had the time to stay on top of what's what in the Holy Land, we're here for you. I'm Ladar Gavelazi, and this is ILTV's Weekly Review.
Israel sharply escalated its military campaign in Gaza City this weekend, launching a fresh wave of attacks under Operation Gideon's Chariots 2. The mass evacuation of Gaza City is continuing, with Hamas officials confirming that nearly half the population has fled to humanitarian zones in the south. More from ILTV's Devo Klein.
The IDF says it struck around 100 terror targets in the past 24 hours alone, including tunnel shafts, weapons depots, command centers, and active Hamas terror cells. The assault is being led by multiple divisions across the Strip. In Gaza City, Division 98 continues to destroy booby-trap buildings, firing positions, and underground infrastructure, while eliminating Hamas fighters above ground. Simultaneously, Division 162 is active in Jabalia, coordinating with Air Force strikes to take out armed fighters engaging IDF units. In the north, Division 99 is targeting terror infrastructure both above and below ground, including hidden shafts used to move weapons and personnel. And in the south, near Khan Yunis and Rafah, the Gaza Division, also known as Division 143, continues to fight street by street, destroying Hamas positions and eliminating fighters. The IDF says the mission remains focused, eradicating Hamas's military wing, securing Israeli borders, and bringing home the hostages. The mass exodus of civilians in Gaza City is continuing. According to both Israel and Hamas-run civil defense, approximately 450,000 to 480,000 Palestinians have fled Gaza City in recent weeks. Israel says this mass exodus proves its warnings to civilians have been heard, despite Hamas allegedly blocking many from escaping the active war zone.
U.S. President Donald Trump is backing Israel's latest expansion into Gaza City and continues to instruct the U.S. ambassador to veto anti-Israel resolutions on the war in Gaza. Trump has also said yet again that fewer than 20 Israeli hostages remain alive. More in the following report.
U.S. President Donald Trump says IDF operations in Gaza could help free hostages still held by Hamas. But speaking from the Oval Office, Trump claimed once again that fewer than 20 hostages remain alive.
We're down to 20, and we have 32 dead people. You know that. We have 32, maybe more, 38, but between 32 and 38 people that were dead, mostly young people.
Israeli intelligence estimate as many as 20 of the 48 hostages remaining are still alive, while hostage families fear the intense fighting may cost their loved ones lives. Trump also pushed back hard against a UN report accusing Israel of genocide, and yet called October 7th a genocide at its highest level.
The UN concluded this week that Israel committed genocide in Gaza. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I haven't seen that. I'm looking at it, but did anybody commit genocide on October 7th? What do you think about that? That was genocide at the highest level. That was murder, genocide, you can call it whatever you want, but little babies were chopped in half.
And in Gaza?
Arms were cut off people, heads were cut off people. That's genocide. That's genocide also.
The White House says the president will continue to support Israel's right to defend itself and eliminate the terror infrastructure in Gaza. Turning to the hostage for ceasefire talks, Qatar is demanding an apology from Israel before renewing efforts to restart the hostage for ceasefire talks. Officials say Israel could offer a narrow apology, possibly for the accidental death of a Qatari security officer, instead of asserting liability for targeting Hamas. Without such an apology, Qatar's mediation is on hold, leaving hostage release and peace talks in limbo. Meanwhile, U.S. political support for Israel is continuing in the United Nations. Over the weekend, the U.S. vetoed a draft Security Council resolution that would have demanded an immediate, unconditional, and permanent ceasefire in Gaza, and that Israel lift all restrictions on aid deliveries to the Palestinian enclave. It received 14 votes in favor. It was the 6th time the U.S. had cast a veto in the Security Council over the nearly 2-year war between Israel and Palestinian terrorists Hamas.
We would like to thank the United States for showing leadership and moral conviction by vetoing this biased resolution.
And a new report by the Times of Israel is saying that President Trump has authorized the former British Prime Minister Tony Blair to gather regional and international partners around a new proposal for post-war Gaza. ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian has the details on the report that includes the replacement of Hamas in the enclave. Shosh, what else can you tell us?
Well, Lidar, it's really a fascinating report. It's truly one of the first times we have seen a proposal that has concrete steps of what post-war Gaza could actually look like. The proposal involves setting up a transitional governing power in Gaza after the war ends, which would then eventually be handed over to the Palestinian Authority after it is reformed, according to the Times of Israel. Now, the proposed body is called the Gaza International Transitional Authority and would be established by a UN Security Council resolution. It would be comprised of 7 to 10 members, including Palestinians, senior UN officials, international figures, and proper Muslim representation for regional credibility. There would also be various commissioners to oversee different departments. A civilian police force in Gaza would be established under this proposal, in addition to disarmament. The report indicates a draft has now been prepared, and its intention is to also help bring an end to this current war. As the Times of Israel reports, the Trump administration concluded from major partners that replacing Hamas is essential for securing a permanent ceasefire and a hostage release deal. The report indicates the transitional period could take several years, but less than a decade. It also says it would eventually hand power over to the Palestinian Authority once it makes significant reforms. Lidar?
Thank you, Shosh, for the report.
Just ahead of the Rosh Hashanah holiday, ILTV's executive editor, Mayan Hoffman, sat down with U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, in his Tel Aviv office. In a wide-ranging interview, Huckabee spoke about annexation, Palestinian leadership, and Israel's future. Let's take a look.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Of course. Now, I want to start out with something unfortunately not so positive. There were these new comments reported by the Wall Street Journal about this tension that is happening between Trump and Netanyahu and increasing frustration. I'm wondering if you have any insight to this. Is this accurate?
I think people need to understand that the relationship between the United States and Israel is as strong as it ever has been. And the relationship between the president and the prime minister is as strong as it's ever been. So let's take off the table that there's this rift or there's a division. It doesn't mean that friends don't at times maybe disagree. I've been married 51 years. My wife and I disagree every now and then. That's normal. It's normal. But you don't break up and go get a divorce because you had a disagreement over something. You work through it. President Trump has spent more time with Prime Minister Netanyahu than any world leader by far on the planet. I think that says everything a person needs to know.
On September 22nd, which is just coming up, there's going to be this whole debate and probably recognition by a number of Western countries of Palestinian statehood. What will be the U.S. position that day? Will the U.S. actively lobby against?
This is a ridiculous idea. It's hurtful. It's detrimental. I think Secretary Rubio has used about every possible combination of words he can, and he's made many calls to our allies and said to them, what are you doing? We are vehemently opposed to this. It is a violation of Oslo. It is an outrageous action that is empowering Hamas and caused negotiations to cease. It ended any talk between Ramallah and Jerusalem. I was involved in those, trying to get this financial impasse resolved. It put that stone cold. And then it's also giving really a sense of, I think, encouragement to Israel to consider declaring sovereignty over parts of Judea and Samaria, because why not? The whole thing is a stunt. It's not going to happen. You can't just unilaterally declare Palestine to be a state. So what they think they're doing, I have no idea, but I know what they are doing, and it's absolutely repugnant to the U.S.
Is that generally the stance, though, of the administration with such an evangelical backing that Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people?
I don't think it's an official policy that has been stated, put into writing. I know we have stated, and this has been something that carries over from the first President Trump term, and that is that it is not illegal for Jews to live in Judea and Samaria. That was something that for some people were, oh my gosh, it's illegal. I'm thinking, why would it be illegal? Brits can move into Judea and Samaria. Nobody says anything. French people can move there. why can't Jews move there and live there? You know, everybody forgets that, first of all, there was no such thing as a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat in 1964 created an aspiration for a Palestinian state with the PLO. And then there have been many iterations of proposals and ideas. There was, in fact, the creation of a Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. How did that work out?
And yet most of the world, as we said, is really siding with Hamas. We're seeing all of these massive rallies in the streets and countries getting ready, our allies, to go and to recognize a Palestinian state and give in, as you said, to terrorism. So what makes the U.S. different? Why are the U.S. and Israel such staunch allies even now?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. We understand that. The philosophical underpinning that did October the 7th is what attacked us on 9/11. We're never going to forget that. We're not going to forget that for 46 years, Iran and its proxies, which are Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, has said that Israel is the little Satan. We're going to annihilate them, and then we're coming after the great Satan, which is, in their mind, the U.S. So Israel has always been the appetizer. The U.S. is the entree. And those of us who have lived through these past 46 years understand that when people keep telling you for 46 consecutive years they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously. I would be surprised if the PA would be picked to take over Gaza, because unless they make some serious changes in the way they're governing now, I'm not sure the U.S. could be supportive of that. I'll give you a couple of examples. If they continue the pay for slay, now they say they've changed it, but the fact is they really haven't. It just is now kind of maybe mechanized through a different system of payments. But even this summer, President Abbas has said if there's only one penny left in the Treasury, that last penny will go to the martyrs, which means the terrorists, the people who killed Jews and got paid for it. You can't have a responsible government that pays people to murder.
So then what is the vision for governing Gaza after? Does the U.S. have an idea of who should take over?
There would be a consortium of states, mostly Arab states. There would be a sort of an interim government and eventually move toward autonomy. But right now, I don't think anyone knows, and it's probably premature to get too into how it's going to look, because until all the hostages come out and Hamas surrenders, there is no day after. It's really unfortunate that a lot of people are thinking that this is going on because Israel wants it to go on. Israel wants it to end.
After Israel's attempted attack in Doha, the presidents came out and met immediately with the emir. Rubio traveled over there trying to allay any tension with the country. We know that Qatar is funding terrorism. We know that Qatar is housing terrorists. Why is the U.S. not taking a stance against Qatar?
I think U.S. puts pressure on Qatar in ways that may not be that public, but we have our largest military base in the Middle East is there. They've done good things with us. They've been a good partner in some things, and other things we could see some improvement. One thing I think President Trump is the best at is recognizing you do what you can as well as you can with people who will work with you, and then you work toward a better relationship.
Now, I want to just end with a question about the evangelical Christian community and certainly your longtime support for the State of Israel. The evangelical community in the younger generation, we're starting to see is distancing both from the Bible but also from Israel. What are your concerns there, and is there a way to fix that so that in future generations we'll have more leaders like you?
Well, I don't think it's widespread to the point of panic or alarm, but it is happening. And I'm very concerned about it. Some of it is because billions of dollars of Middle East money has poured into colleges and universities to indoctrinate young Christians that Israel's not special, there's nothing all that unique about it. I blame part of it on that and part of it on weak pastors who from their own pulpits are not explaining the biblical basis of support for the Jewish people. But we've got to do a better job of explaining why the relationship is important, how America benefits from it, because there are people in America who foolishly believe, well, we're doing all this stuff for Israel, they're doing nothing for us. And that's not true. We're getting as much as we are giving. It is a two-way partnership that America benefits from, not just Israel.
Wonderful. Well, Master Huckabee, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to visit with you.
You can watch the complete interview tonight on ILTV's YouTube and Screen IL channels. Be sure to check it out.
And moving on, Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says that negotiations with Israel on a security pact are advancing rapidly and may bring results in coming days. Israel wants to ensure that southern Syria cannot be used as a launchpad for Iranian-backed militias or other hostile actors. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza and Syria is General Amir Avivi, founder and CEO of the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Hi, Lidar.
So let's start with Gaza. We are on day 3 of this offensive. Can you maybe walk us through the expected timeline for this operation and what Israel hopes to achieve from it?
So we know that Israel is already controlling 75% of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas remains in 2 main strongholds, in the city of Gaza and in the central camps. The city of Gaza is the main stronghold. The brigade of Hamas in Gaza is the strongest brigade. And obviously, dismantling this brigade, destroying it, it's a huge step towards eradicating Hamas as a governmental and military entity. At the moment, the IDF is moving forward slowly, mainly pushing the Gazan society out of the city of Gaza to the south, to the humanitarian zone. We see many airstrikes. We see explosive APCs that dismantle all the booby traps and improvised explosive devices that Hamas has placed in different houses and junctions inside the city, and also bringing down these buildings where they have snipers and observation posts that try to locate the Israeli forces. So there are many things that are done to really secure our soldiers before they start the massive maneuver into Gaza City. At this stage, the IDF is controlling 40% of the city of Gaza, but there is a lot to do still in order to really dismantle Hamas in Gaza City.
Mm-hmm. And what do you make of this report of a sort of concrete plan for Gaza the day after the war? Is it feasible handing over control to the Palestinian Authority and others? Because, as of now, they're continuing with, for example, their pay-for-slay policies and are certainly no partner for peace as it stands now.
As far as I know, the government completely opposes the idea of a Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority took Gaza Strip in 1994 from the Stone Age, literally, to shooting rockets on Israel in 2001. And by 2004, 10 years after Oslo, complete loss of control of the Gaza Strip. And all this is under the Palestinian Authority, who is paying billions to terrorists, inciting. They are not an option. What I see done in Gaza is relying on local clans. We see a clan that is managing Rafah. We see another clan that is managing Sajaiya, and also the IDF is trying to work with a clan in Khan Yunis. So this is where this is going, some kind of cantonization based on local governance of clans, not the Palestinian Authority, not the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and certainly not Hamas. They're all not viable options.
And turning to Syria, I want to ask, right now, what's the situation on the border between Israel and Syria, and what are the current threats to Israel?
So Syria is not really a country. We're dealing with a government that controls maybe 30% of Syria. We have a huge area controlled by the Kurds. We have the Druze near our border. We have the Alawis on the western side. So Syria is not really functioning as a state. And even within Ashara's area of control, there are many different forces, some of them really radical, Al-Qaeda, ISIS-oriented. To me, it's not clear how viable is an agreement with them. I think that in the long term, we'll see Syria moving towards a civil war again. But we have to make sure that all the area south of Damascus is completely demilitarized. We have to make sure that the Druze are secure, that there is no militants that move from the north to the area of the Golan Heights. And the question is, in this agreement, how can the IDF impose this? Just as we are doing in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we have a ceasefire, yet we attack almost on an everyday basis when we see Hezbollah trying to build capabilities again in South Lebanon. And we need the same in Syria. We cannot trust Ashara to really demilitarize all these areas. We need to be able to be proactive and make sure that this really happens on the ground.
Absolutely. General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
My pleasure.
And moving on, Israel's new air defense system, the Iron Beam, has successfully completed testing and will be ready for full operational use by the end of the year. This, according to the IDF. The Iron Beam will now join the Iron Dome, David Sling, and Arrow in intercepting aerial threats. But what makes the Iron Beam exceptional? ILTV's Deborah Klein breaks it down.
This is the Iron Beam, Israel's latest development of air defense. Co-developed by Elbit Systems and Rafael, the Iron Beam is a laser-based system built to destroy incoming missiles, rockets, mortars, UAVs, and aircrafts, so any aerial threat can be intercepted by the Iron Beam. The Iron Beam will join Israel's other aerial defense systems, the Iron Dome, the David Sling, and the Chetz. But what makes the Iron Beam stand out as the most effective air defense system? Each interceptor of the Iron Dome for short-range missiles and rockets is estimated to cost the IDF approximately $40,000 to $50,000 per interception, while the Chetz 3, which is geared to intercept missiles outside of Israel's atmosphere, is estimated to cost around $4 to $8 million US, this according to Globes. With Israel close to ending a second year of war against hostile neighbors, Israeli defense spendings have skyrocketed, significantly impacting Israel's economy. But now, with the newly functioning Iron Beam, each interception of the laser system will cost only a few dollars in energy, meaning not only are interception capabilities now significantly better, the IDF also saves tens of thousands of dollars per interception in the process. The Iron Beam has also been dubbed Or Eitan, or in English, Eitan's Beam, this in memory of fallen soldier Eitan Oster, who fell in combat in Lebanon and whose father Dubi Oster helped develop the system.
For more of the latest updates from Israel, make sure to subscribe to our newsletter at iltv.tv or download the ILTV Plus app. That's it for ILTV's weekly review. See you next week.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past. It's about the future we have the courage to create.
As we approach the Hebrew New Year, Rosh Hashanah, the Israeli Central Bureau of Statistics released their annual end-of-the-year statistics regarding Israel's population. Let's break them down. Israel's population has reached 10,148,000 citizens, with about 7.75 million Jewish residents, which is about 75.8% of the population, and 2.13 million Arabs. They make up 21.5% of the population. Over the past year, the population grew by roughly 101,000, a 1% growth rate, which is down from the 1.2% growth recorded last year, and the 1.6% recorded in the previous year. 25,000 new immigrants arrived in the country over the past year, down from 33,000 last year and 46,000 the year before, according to the CBS. Finally, the annual survey, which was carried out this year during wartime, found that a whopping 91% of Israelis are satisfied with their lives. More than half believe their economic situation will improve in the coming years.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program.
Now, Chimes Israel is one of the country's leading nonprofits supporting children and adults with disabilities, running 26 programs for more than 1,400 families across all communities. During the recent war, their staff risked their lives to bring therapy, food, and critical care to vulnerable children in Ashkelon. Joining us now is Pamela Azaria, International Resources Director from Chimes Israel, here to share how they're responding and why a new fortified center is urgently needed. Thank you for being here, Pamela.
Thank you so much for having me, Sivan. I'm so excited to be here.
Thanks for being here. For viewers who don't know, Pamela, what is Chimes Israel?
Chimes Israel is a nonprofit in Israel. We've been around for 34 years. We help people with disabilities. We pioneered the early childhood model. We're known for innovation, and this model provides therapy, diagnosis, childcare, and parental guidance all under one roof. We serve 1,400 people across Israel, and their children from ages 6 months to adults, to elderly adults. We also serve everyone, anyone who needs our services, Jews, Christians, Muslims, religious, secular, anyone who needs us, we're there to help. And our mission is simple. It's to foster dignity, inclusion, independence, and quality of life for people with disabilities.
Now tell me, what happened in Ashkelon during the war, and how did Chimes respond to that?
So, as you know, Ashkelon is about 6 miles from Gaza, and when there's a siren alerting of a rocket or a missile, people have only 30 seconds to reach shelter. So our centers were closed after October 7th, and like everyone else, our families were sheltering in the safe room because there were more rockets in Ashkelon than any other city in Israel. Our staff kept in daily contact with our families, and they found out that they were running out of essentials. Many of the moms were parenting alone because the fathers were called up to defend the country. And so when we saw that it wasn't going to end soon, we started an emergency fund. We brought food, medicine, diapers, therapeutic equipment, everything they need, also iPads, so we could have remote learning, and staff resilience training for our staff. Most amazingly, because our families and our children could not come to our centers, we brought our centers to them. Our staff braved the rockets to come to each family's house once a week to provide therapy and relief for the parents. And what we realized was our situation is vulnerable. Our current centers are not protected against missile fire, and we need to build a new fortified early childhood center so that our children get the protection they need in times of conflict.
So important. Now, just really briefly, what's your message to our viewers?
So my message is, this is a tough time right now. We can't stop the war. We can't help free the hostages. We can't stop this crazy anti-Semitism that's happening worldwide. But we can help these children to build a center that will give them the services, the therapy, in a safe environment, the environment they need to thrive, and they deserve it.
Absolutely. Pamela, Zaria, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Khaled Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza. And here are today's top stories. We start with some breaking news. The IDF has announced that a reserve soldier was seriously injured today as a result of an explosion near an army outpost in southern Syria. We'll have some more details on that later broadcasts. Also, following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 20-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Avraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeep Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military Jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old Palestinian driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Inbar served in the Paratrooper Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing. And President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. Their meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time. That's 6 p.m. here in Israel, followed by a lunch and press conference. Now, Trump is being characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special. First time ever. We will get it done." Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic.
These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this. But our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel.
And Prime Minister Netanyahu did meet yesterday with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. Now, Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said that Israel rejects. This includes an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting today in the White House, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump thanking him for his efforts to end the war and telling him, quote, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores him to, quote, "stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal," and says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. And in further security news, the alerts were sounded all over Israel last night as a result of the Houthis launching another missile from Yemen. It was detected, the IDF confirmed that the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on the way to Israel, and there were no reports of injuries or damages caused. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for the attack. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us or connect with our app. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Stay tuned with I-24 News, and thank you for joining us.
Hello and welcome back to the ILTV News Podcast. I'm your host, Mayan Hoffman, Executive Editor of ILTV News, and we're so happy to have you back, our viewers and our listeners. Now I have with me today Chef Moshe Basson, the legendary Jerusalem chef behind the Eucalyptus restaurant, whose Iraqi roots, biblical cuisine, and passion for food and culture make him the perfect guest as we explore the tastes and traditions of Rosh Hashanah. Welcome, Chef Basson.
Thank you so much for bringing me here.
Of
It's
course.
amazing.
Yeah, it's so fun to have you. I've known you for years and enjoyed your restaurant for many, many years. Now, your family came from Iraq to Jerusalem when you were just a child. How much of that Iraqi heritage still finds its way into the cooking that you're doing today here in Israel?
You know, I arrived when I was only 9 months. My kids will kid me sometimes when I'm saying, I have memories. Oh, you remember Iraq. But a lot, because memory. It's not what you really experience, it's what you feel and hear around you. So, and food is a wonderful bridge between all of this. So when your mom and your grandmom or even my great-grandma cooking Iraqi food, and when, especially the Iraqi, when they are cooking, they're also talking. So they will tell you the stories around it. And if you have a good memory, you'll carry it on. So there is a big part, I'm always saying the food at the restaurant and in the book is biblical Israeli cuisine, but with more than a hint of Iraqi.
Right, the stories become yours. But now you also grew up learning not just from your family, but also you had a lot of Bedouin neighbors, from what I understand, in the area where you were growing up, and Arab women who were nearby. Did those early experiences also teach you about food and culture? Is it a hybrid, a mosaic?
Sure. It's when I'm asked about my teachers, my culinary school, I didn't. My chefs and my teachers are mothers and grandmothers from the family and from the region. We used to have a bakery in Bet Safafa, just on the border. And on that time, the border between Israel and Jordan was something that children will cross without any problem. To pick kalaniot, these red flowers in the other side, because there is plenty there. And they will come to cook, to bake, especially in the high holidays. They will come, and it was a kosher, my father was kosher, but one of the ovens, there was 7 ovens there. It was, now I know that it was Italian bakery. One of the ovens was not kosher for the ladies from the and trays and everything for them from Bet Safafa, and they will come and will make this lahme be'ajin and fatayr, and before you see it, you smell it from the oven. You hear the bubbling and and then it will come, and you are not allowed to touch it.
Oh,
it's not
not
kosher.
Oh my God.
So this desire And I think that my father, alav shalom, was a very wise person. He knew that if I will not get it by permission, I will have it anyhow. So he asked Zainab, that I will call her Auntie Zainab, to come and to cook with our ingredients these foods. And some of them mom start to do. And so I'm carrying these memories from there, and also it's another bridge, because Iraqi family in the 50s, it was Tkufat Hatzena, this needy time that you don't have a portion of meat you'll get in with tickets once in a week. And if you have a baby in the family, you'll get an egg per day for the baby, and the other will get a powder of eggs.
Right.
So they will not really cook Iraqi food, but Iraqi food was not the food that will use za'atar or olive oil. In Iraq, it's sesame oil. We used to have a big factory of sesame oil, tahina, and things that are related to that, even soap that were official suppliers of the Iraqi army. So Hubeza, za'atar was not something, even not, I cannot say common, but even not rarely. And when my mom and the family was exposed to this thing, and then za'atar is ezov, hyssop. And Hubeza is halamit in the Bible already.
Wow,
and other stories, I'm telling that also in... I had the chance to tell the story about mallow to the staff that was compiling Pope Jean Paul when he visited in 2000, and I sent him Mishloach Manot. It was on Purim. I made some patties from mallow, and I told him the story. I told someone that
His
told
people
him
the story to tell him. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
about and they were so amazed because it's not appear in any of the books, and I heard it twice, one in Cyprus and one in the Galilee, saying that when there was no bread in the house of Mary, I think Mary Magdalene, Jesus told her to go and to pay with a bunch of mallow, hubeza.
Okay.
It's nothing. It's something that maybe poor people will eat it. And they remind me New York Times and Hubeza later on. Okay. And they, like chickens and goats will eat it. And he said, no, go, and he will tell you. She was waiting that everyone will clear, and then shy, she's asking him, will you give me bread for this? And of course, and he's taking with all the dignity. And then it's became gold in his hand.
Wow, what a story.
So, nisim v'niflaot.
100% miracles, definitely. Wonders and miracles. Now, Rosh Hashanah is obviously almost here. What dishes from your own Iraqi traditions do you specifically make for the holiday? Tell me about one or two that you connect with the holiday.
Till the age of 35, now I'm more than double, I thought that the Seder, like Seder of Pesach, there is Seder of Rosh Hashanah.
Well, aren't there with the simanim, the symbols?
I thought that it's all Jewish the same.
Okay.
Then I found that what we have, especially the Iraqi, is a wide story. And the Ashkenazi is very reduced one.
Right.
So one of the things that I like so much, even now, is Mom is with us, Baruch Hashem. She's over 90 and she's still cooking.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah,
Thank
and
God.
telling stories. And so maybe it's two things that I will take. It's this sort of summer squash or like green pumpkin, kara in the Mishnah and in Arabic, and mom doing it, so it's became like a clear, because you start sort of green, white, and then it's become clear, and she will cook it also with the calf cheeks, that rosh that we are making the blessing. But I want to tell you something piquant about quinces.
Okay.
That are not really in Jerusalem. When I said there is Ashkenazim with the reduce, no, Jerusalem is something miuchad, special.
It's very special, yeah.
And so most of the Ashkenazi families adapted the simanim and all these habits or traditions from the Sfaradim. Because, like in the old city, there was no TV, or they will sit together, these mothers, and they will cook. Arab and Jewish, Christian, Muslim and Jewish will cook together and tell stories, and so things were passing from
And
time
you grew
to
up
others.
in the old city, right?
No.
No? Where did you grow up?
Unfortunately, I grew in the Ma'abara,
Where
the
is
refugee camp.
Oh, the refugee camps. Wow.
That was made from aluminum shacks, like 9 feet, 10 feet on 15. Thin aluminum. Electricity wasn't even in our dreams.
Oh, my goodness.
But we were pioneers. So the Ashkenazim in the old city, or those that were here a long time, like the Goldberg family, I know that Chemdat told me this story. She's also a chef. That they're not just adapted, they also go over. So in the first night, they will do all the simanim, like the Iraqi, for example. In the second night, they will use quinces.
Quinces, okay.
Quinces, this tough, big fruit, chavush.
Right, because it's a new shachianu fruit, a new blessing, yeah.
And it seems to be that the Yiddish name sound like bombs, bomberes, or membrizos in Spanish. So they will say, "Sheiplu bombes al oivenu."
The bombs will fall on the heads of our enemies. It's great. It's great. Now, you and I were speaking before about the connection between food and Jewish history, food and Jewish tradition, and really keeping our lives alive. Talk to me a little bit about that and how you think that food is really so core to the Jewish story.
I think that food is so core and connected to any tradition. They're foods.
Yeah.
Always. So, this we need like 5 different programs just to talk about this.
So I try it in 3 minutes.
I will try. So, reading the Bible, making lentil soup from red lentils.
Right.
The story of Jacob and Esau.
Of course.
You cook it, you write in your menu, the lentil soup of Jacob and Esau. And people go, chef, cheating us, it's not red. It's written al itenina min ha'adom, it should be red. And I'm saying, they argue, and the question was asked already when the Bible was fresh by Chazal, asking how come that it's written red? It could not be a mistake in the Bible.
Right.
And it's not red. So they're saying that Esau came from a kill. He murdered Nimrod, the hunter, for his robe.
Right.
There was blood in his eyes. And through this screen, everything was red. And he said red.
Wow, it's wild.
And then there is another connection that makes it really wild with my great-grandma, Imi Khatun, that was sitting in the Bet Midrash of the Ben Ish Chai in Baghdad. And the Ben Ish Chai will say, Chazal saying it in a way that you can say, maybe. He's saying, and I will ask people, how do you like your steak? And say, let's say that he say rare. And the Ben Ish Chai is saying, 10 parashot after Toldot is Bo, the story of Yetziat Mitzrayim, and it's written there about the Korban Pesach. Al tochlu mimeno na. Na is rare, but it's also very please. So Ben Ish Chai is saying, no, he wasn't so polite. It wasn't na
Please,
of
right.
please. It was, I want to eat it when it's still raw, red.
So like the soup wasn't cooked?
So it wasn't cooked yet. So it was red. And this is the story. So
Incredible.
one small lentil, big story, connection of Iraq, Bible, food.
It's everything so interconnected. Now I want to talk a little bit about Eucalyptus. You've got it on your shirt here. Eucalyptus is the restaurant that you run in Jerusalem. It's been really become from a very small, I know, home kind of establishment to quite large and well-respected. Most dignitaries and others who come to the country like to visit, to eat there, because it's something that is very unique in that it connects, as you just described, the Bible, the herbs of the Bible, with the food. Now, you, from what I understand, it started from a name. The name started because of a tree that you used to sit around when you grew up. Can you tell me that story? Is that correct?
Almost.
Okay, so explain, what is the real story?
If you'll watch me on Netflix in these stories of generation, I'm talking about that took me by mistake to the Holocaust a chamber or cave in Har Zion.
Okay.
It was something before Yad Vashem. And when I went out, I think I was so shocked. Most of the things that I've seen there, they're still very deep. That it took me like 40 years to start to say I was there. But the second thing that I did, the next few days after that, I went and I bought a eucalyptus tree. It was almost Tu B'Shvat, and I planted eucalyptus tree. It was like, for me, it was something after being there to plant this. And it was, again, stories, because Iraqi father said, Tu B'Shvat, I want to plant a tree. Sure, I bought some trees, fruit trees. I say, no, Abba, I bought in my money eucalyptus tree. What is eucalyptus tree, my son? It's Australian tree. Okay. What's fruit it's giving? There is no fruit, like edible fruit. I say, but it's written, unter dem kol etz pri ma'achal. It should be a fruit tree. But he knew that I'm stubborn, and he was as well. And say, my son, you may plant it over there, because it's written in the old books that in the future, עתידין עצי סרק של ארץ ישראל, שישאו פירות. In the future, the non-fruit trees of Israel, they will carry fruit.
But this is an Australian tree.
Yeah, but...
It'll be planted in Israel.
But in Israel, those that are without fruit will carry fruit.
Amazing.
When we opened the restaurant surrounding the tree was, Abba was with us making this, what we call focaccia, he will call it pita. And we didn't pay attention when he was there that the eucalyptus restaurant or tree start to give fruit.
Wow, really?
Fruit.
That you
it's
can
not
eat?
only in the Bible, means money.
That's amazing. So beautiful. Now, you've cooked all over the world, but what makes it very special to cook in Jerusalem?
Yes, it's very special because, when we are talking about walking in the path of prophets and kings, and it sounds okay. We are saying it, but food, and you mentioned before the connection, and this is maybe the connection, because when you walk in Jerusalem, Hubeza Melo goes everywhere. You look at the walls of Jerusalem and the Kotel, the Western Wall, there is couples going there.
Really? I think I've noticed
Yeah.
that.
But this is all almost like nothing. The real thing is, when you're going to a winery or a dairy that's making cheese and you test the wine in the winery, you're buying a couple of bottles, going home, it's not the same.
That's true.
Cheese as well. There is something in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
And there is something in Jerusalem that cameramen will say the light of Jerusalem, that making Yerushalayim shel Zahav, the golden.
Right.
And I will say that there is something in Jerusalem when you cook the food of Jerusalem, really believe me that making it better, I can make something that for me it's nothing. And people say, wow, really, it's simple. And say, you are saying it's simple. No, it's really simple. But I think that there is something in the environment, there is something, it's the same thing that's curing me. When I'm cooking, when I'm away from my restaurant for a time, sometimes like this really bad days that I don't want to go to the restaurant when there is only 2 tables at night or something like that, and the restaurant is almost collapsing, I will feel bad. And then my partner or my son will say, go to the restaurant, you know that it will pick you up. Pick you up. There was a conference in Jerusalem. A psychologist, and one of them wrote, a very famous one, I'm sorry that I don't remember the name, he wrote, this restaurant, the Eucalyptus restaurant, will pick you up. I will write it as prescription for dicaon,
For depression.
For depression.
Yeah, wow.
So this is Jerusalem, it's not my food.
Wow, that's so beautiful. I live in Jerusalem, and I think I agree. It's something very special when I travel all around for work all the time, and I'm visiting different places, and there's something very special about going home and even driving in and seeing, the hills of Jerusalem, and yeah, I'm home. It's like very, very refreshing.
Yeah,
I very much
smells, colors, and food.
And
food is smells, colors, something that you touch it, you feel it, and so when people are stepping in the path of prophet and kings, I'm saying here, you feel it also in your belly. It's inside also.
So speaking of foods, I have here, I don't know if I can get it up to the camera here. I don't know if they can see it, but I've got your eucalyptus cookbook that you made, which is an incredible cookbook. I have it at home. And I wanted to talk about it specifically because, again, we're talking about Rosh Hashanah and recipes and the connection between the Bible and the food and the Holy City. And in this cookbook, you've got so many recipes that really articulate that. Now, I'm not going to choose for you. So I want you to choose for me one recipe that really captures the biblical essence of cooking.
Well,
sorry to make it so hard. Biblical Israeli cuisine, because it's biblical and Israeli. Tell me a recipe.
So it's have 3 heads. Rosh Hashanah, almost biblical, and Israeli,
yes,
and the book.
Pulling it all together.
If you allow me, I will take 2.
Of course.
One will be lamb in the oven, and if it's not mentioned, you can add quinces to your lamb.
Okay, sounds delicious.
And the Shir Hashirim apple cake.
What is the Shir Hashirim apple cake?
Because in Shir Hashirim, it's most of these hot, warm spices, warm, not hot, not harif.
Like cinnamon, nutmeg, these kind of things?
Cardamom, allspice.
Oh, yeah.
Delicious. Cinnamon, that mentioned in Shir Hashirim. And apples mentioned in Shir Hashirim, רפדוני בתפוחים, שמחוני בעשישות, or maybe I'm mixing it. And so it's a apple cake with really a lot of spices, like nutmeg that people will use for meat, or allspice, and they don't know that it goes as well for savory and sweets.
I'm going to have to pull that up and make it this year. That sounds really, really good. Now, you've also, speaking of pulling things together, been very involved in this concept called Chefs for Peace, which brings together Jewish, Muslim, and Christian chefs. I'm just curious. In this time, first of all, after October 7th, has that been continuing? Let's start with that. And second of all, do you believe that food maybe could do a better job of creating unity and peace here than all of the politics?
Yes, but everybody will take it for his, women will say, women will make peace, and chefs will make peace, and...
But yet there's no peace, so none of us are doing a good enough job.
So I'll tell you. I'm very, after October 7 until now, the activity of Chef for Peace is like a bunch of old women, Shabbat Shalom, Happy Sunday, Ramadan Kareem, but we are not touching really anything, even saying, we are so sorry that what's happened. I don't want to, maybe one day I will talk about this a bit more. But in general, I will always say that Chef for Peace, we are using sharp, big knives to do wonderful things. And I will take it one step more, that I'm proud that I found this. It's not something that I'm quoting. When you are eating, you open your mouth. You must.
No choice.
If you don't want to
Hopefully
talk...
people do it better and more effectively, so it's nice and,
In Hebrew, the roots of violence is alimut.
Okay.
The root of the word, to each letter, in Hebrew there is 3 letters that are what we call root, is Aleph Lamed Mem, Elem.
Mm-hmm.
The roots of mute is the same, Ilem, Elem.
Oh, wow.
When you have Elem, when you are muted, you'll get alimut, violence. When you open your mouth, and food will bring you to open your mouth and smile, and because you're satisfied also. It will really break walls. That's the way. Unfortunately, we are experiencing very, very hard times. Very hard times. That I was almost saying what I'm doing in Chef for Peace. But after all, the only way for us to live here is in peace. Shalom in Hebrew, in the Bible, means security. It's not shalom, and it's not just peace, it's security. When it's mentioned in the Bible, when we're praying for shalom, it means this secure, to be secure, לחיות בשלום. So, after all, in a way that I'm not a politician, I don't want to be, and it's not easy, especially in these days, to put the finger and to say, oh, this is the right way. But we must have peace here in the area. I think that in some ways we are doing it, in other ways. And so Chef for Peace now, maybe it looks like what's happening all around us. Hopefully, we will pick ourselves up and also what will happen around us. We must have peace. You cannot live anywhere, especially in this area, without peace. But peace should be really something that you can say equal. And I hope and I pray and I believe this is maybe the most important thing. I believe.
Amazing. Well,
like I'm believer. I'm not religious, but I'm great believer. Maybe I can say now that I'm so old that more than most of the religious people, I'm believer. I'm believer much more than them. They can pray 3 times a day or 5 times a day, but not always believing. And I believe in peace.
It's so beautiful. And on that note, I think we should wrap up the show. Moshe Basson, the chef who runs Eucalyptus and has this amazing cookbook. I really appreciate you sharing the stories and the beauty of the cooking and the food as we enter Rosh Hashanah. Shana Tova u'metuka.
And you can do this food also everywhere. And hurry and do it, because the next book will be how to eat according to the Rambam and to live long like Methuselah.
Well, I think I'm going to wait for that one. That sounds great. Thank you so much.
Toda rabba. Thank you so much.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Of course. I want to start out with something unfortunately not so positive. There were these new comments reported by the Wall Street Journal about this tension that is happening between Trump and Netanyahu and increasing frustration. I'm wondering if you have any insight to this. Is this accurate? And do you feel that Trump is getting tired of the military action and looking for something different from the
I think people need to understand that the relationship between the United States and Israel is as strong as it ever has been. And the relationship between the president and the prime minister is as strong as it's ever been. So let's take off the table that there's this rift or there's a division. It doesn't mean that friends don't at times maybe disagree. I've been married 51 years. My wife and I disagree every now and then. That's normal. It's normal. But you don't break up and go get a divorce because you had a disagreement over something. You work through it. I'm not even sure that there's a big disagreement over anything. I'm just telling you that this idea that there's a break is simply untrue. And I'll tell you one of the reasons I can kind of validate that. Prime Minister is supposed to come to New York, speak at the United Nations later this month, and the President has already said, come down to Washington when you're over, let's visit. You don't do that if you're mad at somebody. You don't go on a date if you don't want to see somebody. So President Trump has spent more time with Prime Minister Netanyahu than any world leader by far on the planet. I think that says everything a person needs to know.
So moving on to the UN General Assembly that you just mentioned, obviously on September 22nd, which is just coming up, there's going to be this whole debate and probably recognition by a number of Western countries of Palestinian statehood. What will be the U.S. position that day? Will the U.S. actively lobby against such a move, or will they kind of remain neutral and let it pass?
Oh, we're not neutral, not at all. In fact, we've been very vocal for 2 months saying this is a ridiculous idea, it's hurtful, it's detrimental. I think Secretary Rubio has used about every possible combination of words he can, and he's made many calls to our allies and said to them, what are you doing? We are vehemently opposed to this. It is a violation of Oslo. It is an outrageous action that is empowering Hamas and caused negotiations to cease. It ended any talk between Ramallah and Jerusalem. I was involved in those, trying to get this financial impasse resolved. It put that stone cold. And then it's also giving really a sense of, I think, encouragement to Israel to consider declaring sovereignty over parts of Judea and Samaria, because why not? The whole thing is a stunt. It's not going to happen. You can't just unilaterally declare Palestine to be a state. So what they think they're doing, I have no idea. But I know what they are doing, and it's absolutely repugnant to the U.S.
And do you believe then that the U.S. would support some form of sovereignty over at least areas in Judea and Samaria, given the situation that's going to happen in a few days?
There's not been any discussion that I'm aware of, certainly hadn't been communicated to me, and I take my marching orders from Washington and from the president. But the fact that nobody has said anything, I think the general view of this administration, both in the first term and in this one, is that we have great respect that Israel is a sovereign country, and it is our partner. And we respect that Israel will make decisions that are best for Israel, and we will respect those. And I have no reason to doubt that that's not the case here.
And certainly, as an evangelical Christian, I know that you've come many, many times, 100 times more, to Israel, and certainly visited Judea and Samaria and been very supportive of sovereignty over that area. Is that generally the stance, though, of the administration with such an evangelical backing, that Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people?
I don't think it's an official policy that has been stated, put into writing. I know we have stated, and this has been something that carries over from the first President Trump term, and that is that it is not illegal for Jews to live in Judea and Samaria. That was something that for some people were, oh my gosh, it's illegal. I'm thinking, why would it be illegal? Brits can move into Judea and Samaria. Nobody says anything. French people can move there. Why can't Jews move there and live there? I mean, it really is kind of absurd if you look at it in that way, that anybody can live there except Jews. That makes no sense. So in the first Trump term, and carried over now, is we recognize it is not a violation of international law, which was sort of the maybe the narrative that was put out there.
Yeah. Now, with regards to a two-state solution or even any kind of Palestinian state, while the Trump administration in the U.S. is not going to be supporting the move to unilaterally recognize a Palestinian state, in the first term, Trump did have an idea of having a Palestinian and an Israeli state side by side. Is that still the vision, or has that gone away, especially since October 7th?
Yeah, I haven't heard anything from the president about that, and I think a couple of things are changed since then. October 7th is a big one. And the other one, the president made this proposal in the first term. The Palestinians said, we don't want any part of any discussion, and they walked away. But they walked away from everything. Everybody forgets that, first of all, there was no such thing as a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat in 1964 created an aspiration for a Palestinian state with the PLO. And then there have been many iterations of proposals and ideas. There was, in fact, the creation of a Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. How did that work out? Because in 2005, the Israelis moved all of the Jews, 10,000 of them, out of Gaza forcibly by the IDF. So Israel's own military moved their own people out and said, it's all yours. You got a Palestinian state. 2 years later, they elect Hamas. And then, tragically, October the 7th, the worst nightmare since the Holocaust happened to Jewish people in Israel. And in fact, not all of them were Jewish. There were people from all over the world. They indiscriminately murdered, massacred, and mutilated babies, pregnant women. They raped, they destroyed, they set old people on fire, they beheaded babies and put them in ovens. It's the most unspeakable atrocities that was carried out by Hamas. And for those who try to deny it, they can't, because Hamas videotaped the act of doing these hideous things because they were actually proud of it. And you can't overlook that. You can't stop and say, well, they didn't really mean it. Not only did they mean it, they have continued to say they would do it again and again and again.
And yet most of the world, as we said, is really siding with Hamas. We're seeing all of these massive rallies in the streets and countries getting ready, our allies, to go in to recognize a Palestinian state and give in, as you said, to terrorism. So what makes the U.S. different? Why are the U.S. and Israel such staunch allies even now?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. We understand that. The philosophical underpinning that did October the 7th is what attacked us on 9/11. We're never going to forget that. We're not going to forget that for 46 years, Iran and its proxies, which are Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, has said that Israel is the little Satan. We're going to annihilate them, and then we're coming after the great Satan, which is, in their mind, the U.S. So Israel has always been the appetizer. The U.S. is the entree. And those of us who have lived through these past 46 years understand that when people keep telling you for 46 consecutive years they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously.
Yeah, and we certainly recognize that on October 7th. Now, there was a report that showed a plan that was devised by Tony Blair as a plan for the day after in Gaza, a plan where Hamas would no longer be governing. There would be an international interim transitional government, and ultimately the Palestinian Authority would take over. It was reported that the U.S. has support for such a plan. Can you tell me any more details about that, and do you feel that that's the vision for the PA to take over in Gaza?
I would be surprised if the PA would be picked to take over Gaza, because unless they make some serious changes in the way they're governing now, I'm not sure the U.S. could be supportive of that. I'll give you a couple of examples. If they continue the pay for slay, now they say they've changed it, but the fact is they really haven't. It just is now kind of maybe mechanized through a different system of payments. But even this summer, President Abbas has said if there's only 1 penny left in the treasury, that last penny will go to the martyrs, which means the terrorists, the people who killed Jews and got paid for it. You can't have a responsible government that pays people to murder the innocent lives of Jewish people. I'm sorry, that's unacceptable. And you cannot continue to have textbooks that teach little bitty children, 5, 6, 7 years old, that their greatest aspiration in life is to go and murder Jews and commit acts of terror. Those are things that the United States has repeatedly said to the PA, you got to stop this. It violates our law. We have a law called the Taylor Force Act. Right. We can't even work with or give money if they're going to continue these practices.
So then what is the vision for governing Gaza after? Does the U.S. have an idea of who should take over?
I don't think anything's been put down from 2 tablets of stone marked Mount Sinai quite yet. So it could be any number of things. I have heard one suggested being similar to what you've mentioned, and that is there would be a consortium of states, mostly Arab states. There would be a sort of an interim government and eventually move toward autonomy. But right now, I don't think anyone knows, and it's probably premature to get too into how it's going to look, because until all the hostages come out and Hamas surrenders, there is no day after.
Speaking of the hostages, you know, Dermer left to go meet with Wickoff in London, of course, and to try to move another hostage deal, last-ditch attempt to move that forward.
Yeah.
Why have we not been able to get to a hostage deal thus far? Is there someone who's actually at fault here? And do you have any faith that we could end this war with a deal?
Could have ended October the 8th, 2023. Hamas, if they just decide that they're going to give all the hostages back, they're going to quit torturing them, brutalizing them, murdering them, and they recognize they don't have any future there, it ends. It ends then. It ends today if they were to do that. President Trump has said this repeatedly. Hamas can't stay, they can't govern, and they got to let all the hostages go. It's simple as that.
Do you think it's going to happen?
Not as long as Hamas is as stubborn as they are. It's really unfortunate that a lot of people are thinking that this is going on because Israel wants it to go on. Israel wants it to end. Prime Minister, his government wants it to end. So those who say, oh, he wants this to prolong. When I go into a meeting at the Prime Minister's office and his top team are sitting there, 8 or 10 people, at least half of them have sons or daughters fighting in Gaza right now. Ron Dermer has 2 sons there right now. So to say that the people who are having to make these very difficult decisions want their children to remain in Gaza fighting and putting themselves in harm's way, it's utter nonsense. Nobody would like to see it end more than the people whose children or whose husbands or wives or uncles or aunts are in Gaza fighting.
Can you give me also an update on the humanitarian situation, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? How is it doing at this point, and do you feel that this is the right method still to be able to help the people of Gaza?
I really do. When President Trump gave us the charge of getting food to people that were hungry and doing humanitarian efforts, but doing it in a way where Hamas couldn't steal the food. Hamas is stealing 99% of the World Food Program food. That's their numbers. That's not our numbers. That's what they say. The UN is about 93% of their food is looted or stolen. When you have that level of failure, it's not that food isn't going into Gaza. Lots of food is going into Gaza. There's enough food there to take care of everybody many times over. But Hamas steals it, they warehouse it, then they sell it on the black market to the people who are supposed to be getting it for free. Under GHF, the food is actually going to the people who need it. And they come up and here's what they tell us. Wow, this is the first time I didn't have to pay for the food. That's how it's supposed to work. So it's our hope that this process that GHF has created can be expanded and that we can put more feeding sites. And that's what is happening. It's what's going to happen. This tragedy is, you know who hates GHF? Hamas hates it. Part of what they have demanded in negotiations is you got to get rid of GHF. Well, why would they want that? Because it's hurting their ability to control all this food that they steal. And when they can't steal it, they can't sell it. When they can't sell it, they don't have the money. And last year they made $500 million selling humanitarian food and buying bullets and bombs with it.
And I know we're going to run out of time, so I'm just going to ask you two short ending questions, and then I know that we're going to have to stop. So I do want to flip quickly to Qatar. After Israel's attempted attack in Doha, you know, the presidents came out and met immediately with the emir. Rubio traveled over there trying to allay any tension with the country. We know that Qatar is funding terrorism. We know that Qatar is housing terrorists. Why is the U.S. not taking a stance against Qatar?
I think U.S. puts pressure on Qatar in ways that may not be that public, but we have a huge, our largest military base in the Middle East is there. They've done good things with us. They've been a good partner in some things, and other things we could see some improvement. Sponsoring the Muslim Brotherhood, paying for Al Jazeera, which is a propaganda machine for Hamas and for terrorism, those are not good things. So it's a mixed relationship that we have. One thing I think President Trump is the best at is recognizing you do what you can as well as you can with people who will work with you, and then you work toward a better relationship.
Now, I want to just end with a question about the evangelical Christian community and certainly your longtime support for the State of Israel. The evangelical community in the younger generation, we're starting to see is distancing both from the Bible but also from Israel. What are your concerns there, and is there a way to fix that so that in future generations we'll have more leaders like you?
Well, I don't think it's widespread to the point of panic or alarm, but it is happening, and I'm very concerned about it. Some of it is because billions of dollars of Middle East money has poured into colleges and universities to indoctrinate young Christians that Israel's not special, there's nothing all that unique about it. I blame part of it on that and part of it on weak pastors who from their own pulpits are not explaining the biblical basis of support for the Jewish people. That troubles me greatly, and it's kind of incumbent upon the rest of us to help explain why this relationship is what it is and why it has to remain solid and even grow and get in more depth. But overall, I think there's still a very strong support, not just among the evangelicals, but overall from Americans. And we need to keep it, but we've got to do a better job of explaining why the relationship is important, how America benefits from it, because there are people in America who foolishly believe, well, we're doing all this stuff for Israel, they're doing nothing for us. And that's not true. We're getting as much as we are giving. It is a two-way partnership that America benefits from, not just Israel.
Wonderful. Well, Master Huckabee, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to visit with you.
Thanks.
And moving on, Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says that negotiations with Israel on a security pact are advancing rapidly and may bring results in coming days. Israel wants to ensure that southern Syria cannot be used as a launchpad for Iranian-backed militias or other hostile actors. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza and Syria is General Amir Avivi, founder and CEO of the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Hi, Lidar.
So let's start with Gaza. We are on day 3 of this offensive. Can you maybe walk us through the expected timeline for this operation and what Israel hopes to achieve from it?
So we know that Israel is already controlling 75% of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas remains in 2 main strongholds, in the city of Gaza and in the central camps. The city of Gaza is the main stronghold. The brigade of Hamas in Gaza is the strongest brigade. And obviously, dismantling this brigade, destroying it, it's a huge step towards eradicating Hamas as a governmental and military entity. At the moment, the IDF is moving forward slowly, mainly pushing the Gazan society out of the city of Gaza to the south, to the humanitarian zone. We see many airstrikes. We see explosive APCs that dismantle all the booby traps and improvised explosive devices that Hamas has placed in different houses and junctions inside the city, and also bringing down these buildings where they have snipers and observation posts that try to locate the Israeli forces. So there are many things that are done to really secure our soldiers before they start the massive maneuver into Gaza City. At this stage, the IDF is controlling 40% of the city of Gaza, but there is a lot to do still in order to really dismantle Hamas in Gaza City.
And what do you make of this report of a sort of concrete plan for Gaza the day after the war? Is it feasible handing over control to the Palestinian Authority and others? Because, you know, as of now, they're continuing with, for example, their pay-for-slay policies and are certainly no partner for peace as it stands now.
As far as I know, the government completely opposes the idea of a Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority took Gaza Strip in 1994 from the Stone Age, literally, to shooting rockets on Israel in 2001. And by 2004, 10 years after Oslo, complete loss of control of the Gaza Strip. And all this is under the Palestinian Authority, who is paying billions to terrorists, inciting. They are not an option. What I see done in Gaza is relying on local clans. We see a clan that is managing Rafah. We see another clan that is managing Sajaiya, and also the IDF is trying to work with a clan in Khan Yunis. So this is where this is going, some kind of cantonization based on local governance of clans, not the Palestinian Authority, not the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and certainly not Hamas. They're all not viable options.
And turning to Syria, I want to ask, you know, right now, what's the situation on the border between Israel and Syria, and what are the current threats to Israel?
So Syria is not really a country. You know, we're dealing with a government that controls maybe 30% of Syria. We have a huge area controlled by the Kurds. We have the Druze near our border. We have the Alawis on the western side. So Syria is not really functioning as a state. And even within Ashara's area of control, there are many different forces, some of them really radical, Al-Qaeda, ISIS-oriented. To me, it's not clear how viable is an agreement with them. I think that in the long term, we'll see Syria moving towards a civil war again. But we have to make sure that all the area south of Damascus is completely demilitarized. We have to make sure that the Druze are secure, that there is no militants that move from the north to the area of the Golan Heights. And the question is, in this agreement, how can the IDF impose this? Just as we are doing in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we have a ceasefire, yet we attack almost on an everyday basis when we see Hezbollah trying to build capabilities again in South Lebanon. And we need the same in Syria. We cannot trust Ashara to really demilitarize all these areas. We need to be able to be proactive and make sure that this really happens on the ground.
Absolutely. General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
My pleasure.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Khaled Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza, and here are today's top stories. We start with some breaking news. The IDF has announced that a reserve soldier was seriously injured today as a result of an explosion near an army outpost in southern Syria. We'll have some more details on that later in later broadcasts. Also, following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 20-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Avraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old Palestinian driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Inbar served in the Paratrooper Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing. And President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. Their meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time, that's 6 p.m. here in Israel, followed by a lunch and press conference. Now, Trump is being characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special. First time ever. We will get it done." Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic.
These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this. But our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel.
And Prime Minister Netanyahu did meet yesterday with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. Now, Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said that Israel rejects. This includes an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting today in the White House, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump thanking him for his efforts to end the war and telling him, quote, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, It implores him to, quote, stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal, and says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. And in further security news, the alerts were sounded all over Israel last night as a result of the Houthis launching another missile from Yemen. It was detected, the IDF confirmed that the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on the way to Israel, and there were no reports of injuries or damages caused. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for the attack. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you can continue to follow us or connect with our app. Just scan that QR code on your screen. Stay tuned with I-24 News, and thank you for joining us.
Welcome back to Axis of Truth on JNS. I'm Emily Schrader, and today's episode, we're taking on light topics like the laws of warfare. No, but seriously, we are now in the beginning of a new operation, IDF operation in Gaza City. Israel is facing major diplomatic pressure, including from many of our allies, and we also see astronomical levels of anti-Semitism globally. All this while Hamas continues to hold hostages, the Houthis continue firing missiles at Israel, and the Islamic Republic, of course, doing all it can to save itself and its nuclear ambitions. So why is Israel receiving so much heat? Well, today we'll have a chat with British Major Andrew Fox, who has been on the ground inside Gaza to investigate what's happening from a military perspective, as well as the American efforts to distribute humanitarian aid. So is there genocide? Is there a famine? Are there too many civilian casualties, and what does that even mean in terms of war? All that and more right now on Axis of Truth. Now, it's no surprise that Israel is fighting a PR war. We've even discussed here the outrageously biased headlines, the false claims that are made by Hamas, and the cynical abuse of Palestinians by Hamas to achieve their terrorist objectives. But is Israel really breaking the law? I mean, we hear this a lot. What should Israel be doing when it comes to Gaza right now? I mean, is increasing military pressure right now moral? Is it legal? Is it necessary to change the status quo in hostage negotiations? Well, joining me now to discuss just that is Major Andrew Fox, who is a former British Army officer who served 3 tours in Afghanistan. He's now a research fellow at the Henry Jackson Society, and he's also one of the leading commentators on defense, the Middle East, and disinformation with regular appearances across the international media. Major Andrew Fox, looking at Israel's overall performance in Gaza, Lebanon, Syria, etc., even against the Islamic Republic, how would you evaluate the conduct of the IDF's operations? I mean, has Israel met the standards that are expected of a Western democracy that's fighting on multiple fronts?
Yeah, I mean, this is an unprecedented war that Israel's had to fight. So actually finding an international comparator is quite challenging. The nearest thing I think we've got is the ISIS fight, looking at Mosul. And yeah, Israel's easily met those standards, I think. I mean, in terms of operational design and the way they've put together these operations, having spoken to Yoav Gallant and Bibi back in July last year, you could see from the disagreements that they were having that the actual sequencing of these wars was really tricky. I think we can't look at them in isolation. We can't look at Gaza in isolation or Lebanon in isolation. You have to look at them all holistically, and the sequencing was a real challenge. And, that would have been challenging for any army on earth, never mind one like the Israeli Defense Forces, who aren't really designed for these kinds of protracted wars that they found themselves in. It's a raiding army. It's designed to go in, complete the mission, and then come out again pretty quickly. So, the fact they've been able to transform in contact in the way that they have in order to deal with these multiple threats on different fronts is very impressive, quite frankly.
Now, Andrew, you've written about proportionality, but in practice, I mean, how is it evaluated? Who counts as a combatant, who doesn't, and under what circumstances? And of course, based on those criteria, from your analysis, is Israel applying proportionality correctly in Gaza when it comes to dealing with Hamas's use of hospitals, schools, mosques, etc.?
Well, hospitals gives us a really timely example, I think, given the controversy yesterday from the attack on Nasser Hospital. And let's look at that as an example. I think that's probably a useful way to do it. So first of all, we have to look at what the threat and what the target is. Now, proportionality is only judged on a strike-by-strike basis. So if we look at what happened yesterday, there were 2 rounds fired from one of the Golani Brigade's tanks. The first one, it's suggested, was aimed at a camera that was on the side of the building. Now, some people are saying it's a Reuters live feed, but that doesn't really matter, because if the soldiers on the ground perceive it as a threat, then it becomes a legitimate target, because proportionality is judged by intent, not by what happens after you pull the trigger. So it's what you intended to happen, not what actually happened, is how you define the proportionality. And we can look at the fact they used a tank main armament to take on this target. Now, I think there's questions there. But the question we're asking overarchingly here is, did the military gain that came as a result of that strike, did that justify the subsequent collateral damage? Now, that's a very, very subjective measurement. Some people out there will say, yes, we think it did. Some people out there will say, no, we don't think it did. But the point is, did the soldier on the ground who pulled the trigger in that tank, did he feel that it was a proportional response to the threat that was posed by a camera that was potentially observing troop movements? So that's the really tricky nuance that we're trying to dig through here. Now, what proportionality isn't is a gauge of an overall campaign. You know, so a lot of people like to say, oh, only 1,200 people were killed on 7th of October, therefore 60,000 Palestinian deaths in Gaza is unjustified. That's not proportionality. That's a false reading of the law of armed conflict. So we look at that first tank round, that's for the soldier to justify and to say, I thought using my main tank armament was proportionate for X, Y, Z reasons. He might not have had anything else available. He might have had information that suggested there was an imminent critical threat coming from someone overlooking his tank, and maybe he reacted it accordingly. So we don't know what was happening in that soldier's head. Therefore, it's very impossible. It's utterly impossible to say, what his intent was when he pulled the trigger. But that's what we have to analyze before we can make any adjustment on whether this is proportional or not. Now, I think the second tank round, which came a few minutes afterwards or a few seconds afterwards and hit the first responders, and there's video of that on the internet, from what we can see there, I think there are questions to answer about whether that was a proportionate thing to do. Now, the IDF have said 6 insurgents were killed in that strike. So maybe it turns out that it was proportionate. But actually, if he didn't know they were insurgents and he thought they were first responders, it doesn't matter if they were insurgents or not. It's still a crime. So can you see this is very nuanced and tricky and difficult? And these are the kind of thought processes that have to go into this. And it's no way near as simple as the world media makes out when it comes to proportionality.
Well, realistically, couldn't that, in theory, be abused? I mean, how would we hold those accountable who abuse that?
Yeah, it can. In Afghanistan, I'm fairly certain I saw it abused. I know of a soldier, it wasn't one of mine, but it was from the same kind of battalion, who shot dead a farmer in a field who was carrying a rake because he said he thought it was carrying a long-barreled weapon. He shot him dead. And then claimed that he genuinely thought it was a rifle. And that was judged legal and that there were no charges to answer. Do I believe that soldier? No, I don't. I think it was a war crime in my personal opinion, but I can't prove it. And that's the thing here. It's a legal process. It has the same burden of proof as if you stole from a shop or committed fraud or whatever it might be. It's beyond reasonable doubt. And so it's incredibly difficult to prove what someone was thinking at the time they pulled the trigger. And yeah, it's very broad. There is an enormous amount of violence, death and destruction that the law of armed conflict allows you to inflict on your enemy entirely legally. War is brutal and bloody and awful, and that's why it's better not to start them, quite frankly.
Now let's talk about the civilian displacement. Millions of Gazans have been moved around repeatedly, yet nobody seems willing to help get them out of harm's way. In fact, Hamas is actually doing the opposite. You've been in Gaza now several times. You were with DHF. I know you went with the army as well. Who do you think is to blame for this situation, and who really has the ability to remedy some of this problem if anyone does?
Look, how many war zones on the planet are there where people physically cannot flee the combat areas? And, you know, it doesn't matter if you shift someone from Gaza City down to Rafah, it's still within the combat area. Although if we do look at Al-Mawasi, the humanitarian area, it's often miscalled a safe zone. It's not a safe zone because those have to be, under international law, agreed by both sides. And Hamas never agreed that it would be a safe zone, and they've repeatedly used it during the war. But if you look at even BBC Verify's figures in an article that was actually quite anti-Israel, only about 2% of strikes in the whole war happened in Al-Mawasi. So Israel's done a pretty legit job of broadly protecting that area as best they can, notwithstanding the need to hit people like Mohammed Deif, who of course was hiding in Al-Mawasi when he was struck and killed. But yeah, there aren't many war zones in the world where civilians physically cannot flee and they're penned into the war zone. Now, first of all, Hamas has a human shield strategy. Even now, we're seeing messaging from Hamas telling civilians not to flee Gaza City in advance of the IDF assault. We saw that at the start of the war as well. We even saw Hamas shooting people who were trying to flee because they want civilians in the war zone. They want as many civilian casualties as possible. And that's not a controversial statement. That's Hamas's own words that I'm paraphrasing back to you. There's record of them saying that. And that's very, very widely ignored in the international media. The next thing we have to look at is where could they go if they were allowed to flee? Now, I think if you look at a safe zone in Israel, maybe in the Negev, that's been discussed. But I think in the aftermath of 7th of October, that would never have been acceptable to Israel's population to have, up to 2 million of the people that's just gone on a massacre rampage in the south of Israel, moving into the south of Israel for their own protection. So I think we can dismiss that as a risible suggestion. And that leaves one other option, and that's Egypt. And rather than open the borders and allow Gazan civilians to flee, Egypt reinforced the border, built up the wall even more than it already was, and then joined the genocide case against Israel in the International Court of Justice. So there's a number of actors here who are very much to blame for the fact that Gaza's civilians are still in harm's way. The first one is Hamas, and the second one is Egypt. Because the only third option here for Israel, who's the other actor, is not to fight the war at all. And clearly that wasn't an option that was open on the table either. So very, very tricky situation. Lots of civilians in harm's way by design from where I'm sat.
Now, on the question of blockades, under what circumstances would blockades be lawful in international warfare? And of course, how does Israel's conduct compare to historical norms? I mean, is Israel legally permitted to restrict aid flow into Gaza as part of military operations, something that's been so controversial during this war?
So siege is a perfectly legitimate military tactic. You know, the British rules on war that we get issued as soldiers, they encompass siege warfare, and this isn't something Israel's just invented. It's a very it's a tactic of record, and I don't know the intricacies of the details of the law of siege. I could look it up, but I don't have it on the top of my head. But what I do know is that Israel is under no obligation to provide food where it might be hijacked by Hamas and used to sustain them in the fight. So what we're really dealing with here is the difference, I think, between legal and moral. Because whilst there's no legal obligation on Israel to feed Hamas, the intermixing of civilian and combatant, as we've spoken about, the fact that the civilian population can't flee, and the challenges that we've seen of distributing food in a war zone. And on that note, I think the UN and various NGOs have some very, very serious questions to answer about why people are going hungry in Gaza when we know there is enough food in the Gaza Strip. Before the war, there's a very often misquoted 500 trucks a day of food going in. That's a nonsense. That was Guterres basically pulled that out of thin air. If you look at the number of food trucks that went into Gaza pre-war, it was about between 70 and 80 a day of food. We're looking at upwards of 300 trucks of food a day going into Gaza at the moment. There is enough food there to feed everyone, but it's not reaching some people who do need it. I've been to the Humanitarian Foundation sites in the south, and people were hungry, and I think it would be churlish and immature to deny that people there is a lack of food. I don't think there's a famine. I think the IPC have fudged the figures on that, and they've produced a very disingenuous report after loading the panel up with anti-Israel activists. So, that doesn't stand scrutiny, but there is hunger. But the big question here is, should Israel provide aid? It's not must they. It's not, are they legally obliged to? It's should they? And I don't think anyone in Israel wants, deaths from starvation on their hands, even if it is Hamas's failure by seizing the aid, or even if it is the UN's failure by failing to distribute food properly and protect their aid convoys. Actually, if you want to be a moral country, you don't stand by and watch people starve to death because those people have not been allowed by Egypt to flee the war zone. So I think in many ways, Israel's gone above and beyond their legal duties. And yet it's done them no good at all, and they're still accused of intentionally starving Gazan civilians. So as so often with this war, the truth is far more nuanced than the headlines, and Israel can't do right in the world's eyes, and that just is the way it is, unfortunately.
Now, when it comes to the civilian casualty numbers, Hamas, of course, provides inflated figures. Israel disputes them. NGOs repeat them, including the United Nations. From your perspective as a military analyst, how should the international community evaluate these claims from Hamas? And how should they decide what's credible and what's not when it comes to civilian casualties?
Well, as you say, we're now in a place where the NGO complex and the UN are just repeating Hamas's figures verbatim with no scrutiny. And they've been doing that since the start of the war. I find it frustrating right back from October 2023 because, look, I've called for airstrikes. I've seen what they do to buildings. And I can tell you that you cannot get a confirmed casualty or death count within seconds of the airstrike landing. It's just not how it works. So the idea that they can give a running total of deaths up to the minute is just a nonsense. And actually, if we look at the times they've been caught out, the Al-Ahli hospital bombing is the big one, where they claimed 500 dead after a hospital strike within minutes of it happening. And then we look at the intelligence estimates, and they claimed between 50 and 100 is the more likely total. And it wasn't even Israel that fired the rocket that killed them. And yet that dominant narrative is that Israel bombed a hospital. So, the world's media has been heavily complicit with Hamas here. I think there is, nature abhors a vacuum, and the only number filling the vacuum is Hamas's numbers. But that puts Israel in a catch-22 because either they try and do estimates themselves, which are almost certainly going to be inaccurate and wrong because it's impossible to estimate, and then Israel will get hammered for putting out false information, or Israel says nothing, in which case Hamas is the only voice that anyone can hear on this topic. In terms of allowing journalists in, we know from the 2014 war that there were complaints about the pressure put by Hamas on journalists, the intimidation. That's a matter of record in previous conflicts in Gaza. So I can completely understand Israel's decision not to let journalists run freely around the Strip. I think perhaps Israel could have done more with embeds. With taking journalists with IDF troops forward. I mean, that's common. That we did that in Afghanistan. It's not an unusual thing to do. I did it in Ukraine last week with the Ukrainian army. That they escorted me around the front lines. So this is, a tactic that I think Israel's probably missed a trick on, quite frankly, because the lack of any journalism in Gaza means that the only people that are getting listened to is the Ministry of Health or Hamas-affiliated journalists, who are the only ones that are allowed to broadcast and give info to AP or Al Jazeera or whoever it may be. So it's an incredibly tricky information environment. But when it comes to the casualty statistics, it's very obvious that Hamas have told a lot of lies. And it's very obvious that the world's media is just repeating them verbatim without any journalistic scrutiny at all. And my paper from last December, we never claimed to have a definitive figure. We never claimed to find every error. But we found what we could with open source. And why haven't the world's journalists done that basic due diligence before reporting? I'm not a journalist, but I would like to assume that some part of journalist training involves checking your facts. And they haven't done that. They've just repeated Hamas verbatim, and it's created an incredibly poisonous international narrative around Israel that's deeply unfair in many ways.
Well, as a journalist, I couldn't agree more, really, on both fronts. Of course, the comments about how the IDF embeds, and also those about the profound media failures that we've seen and how they've covered this war. But, right now there's a lot of accusations against Israel. What is Israel's actual military end goal that you see? And do you think that it's justified? Is there another way? Could there be another way to achieve it that would be less deadly while still neutralizing Hamas and even deterring these proxies of the Islamic Republic?
There's a few kind of factors that play into this. And I think, first of all, we have to single out a couple of Israeli politicians who are really unhelpfully muddying the waters here. You know, the Ben Gvirs and Smotriches of this government are saying quite reprehensibly terrible things about what they want to do to Gazans, and that is giving absolute petrol on the bonfire to Israel's critics. It's deeply unhelpful and completely reprehensible, some of the stuff they say. So that's the first factor. The second factor is there's an inherent contradiction in Israel's war goals in Gaza. The first one has always been destroy Hamas. The second one has been recover the hostages. And how do you achieve both of those? They've always struck me as inherently contradictory, because Hamas has no incentive to release all of the hostages. Because if they do that, that's their last card that stops Israel rolling over every single position. And actually, that's my main concern about this current offensive in Gaza City is what about the hostages? And I know that's been echoed by people like Gadi Eisenkot and Chief of Staff Zamir. They've shared my concerns, I think, or maybe I share theirs to get the pecking order right. So it's really tricky. What I hope Israel's trying to do is put so much pressure on Hamas that they have to negotiate to release the hostages. That would be my aspiration, because I know the IDF is tired, they're exhausted. I speak to friends of mine who are reservists. I've built up a pretty good contact network within the IDF, and none of them really want to go back, if I'm brutally honest. There's a pretty strong feeling that, there's not much more militarily to achieve in Gaza. For all the tactical gains of just killing goons and low-level commanders and digging up tunnels, it's doing huge strategic damage to Israel on the international stage. And we've seen the absolute storm of information warfare going on around this at the moment, including these famine allegations and war crimes allegations. So there's a lot of strategic damage being done to Israel that does concern me. And I think that is almost a bigger security threat to Israel now than Hamas are, quite frankly. So in terms of what could be done differently, there are options here. Israel could just hold the line, keep the aid going in, let the rubble remain, no reconstruction until the hostages come home. Perhaps try and get Gazans themselves to overthrow Hamas by empowering those various clans and rival groups who are already falling out with Hamas. See if you can empower them to be the ones who take over from Hamas. It doesn't guarantee anything, but if you want to remove Hamas, that probably is the better way to do it than trying to kill every last one of them. But there's no easy solutions here, and it's very easy for me to sit on my chair here and give strong recommendations to Israel. There's a very, very capable general staff sat in the Kyria who have, frankly, overperformed operationally during this war. I think they've come up with some truly outstanding military planning when it comes to how they've sequenced the operations in Gaza and how they've minimized the requirement to hold ground and place IDF troops in danger in the way that we were in Basra or Helmand, where we're sitting ducks for insurgents to lay IEDs all over the place. So there's some really quality thinkers at the top of the IDF, and I don't know their plan, but it's almost certain to be a good one because they've all been pretty good so far, quite frankly.
Now, finally, Andrew, you've warned about Western double standards when the U.S. and its allies caused massive civilian casualties in Mosul or Raqqa fighting ISIS. It was described as tragic but inevitable. Unfortunately, we see a lot of what's happening now is very politically motivated. Why is Israel held to a different standard? And what are the consequences if democracies aren't able to defend themselves by the same rules? I mean, now we see the ICJ, the ICC, all kinds of lawfare in addition to the PR campaign against Israel.
Well, this is an argument that goes back to 1948, and if not slightly before then. Israel's always been, its existence has always been controversial. Right from the war against the Arabs in 1947-48. There has been a very concerted campaign, though, since 1964 and Yasser Arafat to delegitimize Israel on the world stage. It's been a very effective framing, particularly riding a zeitgeist in the West of anti-colonialism. They've managed to present Israel as a colonial entity who somehow colonized 3,000-year-old homeland. I mean, make that make sense. But the narrative, unfortunately, is dominant. And It's and it reflects that kind of desire to, to free Palestine from the river to the sea. These are people who actively want to get rid of the state of Israel. Now, you and I both know it's a fantasy. Tel Aviv is not going anywhere. The IDF have F-35s, F-16s, and if anything, the last 2 years have shown us the extent to which Israel is willing to defend itself. So, there's an unrealistic goal on one side. There's Israel on the other side. And the kind of middle ground in which those two positions can meet is almost non-existent. There's almost no compromise there. And we've seen compromises offered. How many land deals have the Palestinians turned down? I think it's 6 off the top of my head. It might be more. But the key point here is that how do you resolve this conflict if one side has a completely unachievable and unattainable goal, but also, unfortunately, has an incredibly strong international sort of backing from countries like Iran, from countries like Qatar, from countries like Russia, Pakistan, of course, have got a huge dog in the fight here as well. The Muslim complex against Israel is huge. And if you just do the basic numbers on how many Muslims there are versus how many people there are in Israel or how many Jews there are worldwide, it's very obvious to see how it's easy to get the kind of majority on side from an anti-Israel perspective. So, Israel hasn't crumbled since 1948. It hasn't crumbled in the face of the worst slaughter of Jews since the Holocaust, and it hasn't crumbled in the face of the international pressure we've seen over the last 2 years. But it still remains important, I think, that Israel does make sure its allies do stay firm. A lot of its allies are facing internal pressures, of course, from their own domestic populations. France is 10% Muslim. The UK is 6 to 7% Muslim, and they are unfortunately now having an impact at the ballot box, which is having an impact on policy. So it's a really difficult landmine-filled kind of path that Israel has to walk here, and it's an incredibly tricky one. And there's no, as I said before, there's never any easy answers in the Middle East. And if you think you found one, then you're almost certainly wrong.
All right, I want to thank you, Major Andrew Fox. You've certainly given us a lot to think about when it comes to evaluating the war in Gaza and really all urban warfare that goes on today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, now on to our headlines of the week from the Middle East. First up, let's talk Lebanon, Israel's northern neighbor. So first things first, we see that following decades of chaos and a resounding defeat of Hezbollah by the IDF, the Lebanese cabinet announced this week that it had approved a plan to disarm Hezbollah and place its weapons under the control of the Lebanese army. This is a move that, if implemented, would be the first real challenge to the Islamic Republic-backed terror group in decades. Now, this decision comes after years of economic collapse, political paralysis, and security crises, plural, driven at least in part, a large part, I would say, by Hezbollah's dominance over Lebanon. And don't forget that the international community has demanded the disarming of Hezbollah under UN Resolution 1551 and 1701 long before the most recent war, and yet no one has done it. Will they now? Well, let's be real for a second. Hezbollah isn't some neighborhood party with a militia. It's Tehran's heavily armed proxy. It's a state within a state, and the Lebanese political class has really had to tolerate it for years. They've been either too weak, too corrupt, or too afraid to actually confront this problem of Hezbollah in Lebanon. And just look at the damage that Hezbollah has done to Lebanon. Its corruption and sanctions evasion are what drove away foreign investment. They're what triggered the 2019 financial collapse that erased people's life savings overnight. Its political stranglehold also paralyzed the government for months on end, blocking reforms, leaving citizens basically drowning in chaos. And security? Hezbollah started the 2006 war with Israel without government consent, a war that left over 1,000 Lebanese dead and caused billions in damage to the state. And then since then, they've stockpiled over 100,000 rockets inside civilian neighborhoods, turning entire communities into human shields. And let's not forget all of the mishandling of explosive materials related to the Beirut blast. Now, Hezbollah isn't just a terror organization working at the behest of the Ayatollahs. It's a cancer that has bankrupted an entire country, driven its youth to flee, and erased any future for the next generation in Lebanon. So yes, credit to the Lebanese government for finally saying out loud that Hezbollah needs to be disarmed. But again, words are cheap. There really is no alternative. Hezbollah must be disarmed, or unfortunately, unfortunately for them, it will be disarmed by force, as we saw the IDF begin to do. Well, next up, we fly over to the UK for the latest horror story that is the current Labour government. Prime Minister Keir Starmer has now appointed Shabana Mahmood as the Home Secretary, a role that oversees policing immigration, counterterrorism, borders, and yes, domestic security, MI5. She also now sits at the center of the UK's intelligence sharing network with close allies, including Israel and the United States, something that's raising serious alarm bells. But Shabana's record really isn't ambiguous. I mean, she led the 2014 BDS bullying demonstration that literally forced a supermarket to shut its doors for selling Israeli goods. And then more recently, she refused to ban Palestine Action, a radical UK group that has vandalized Jewish community sites, blocked roads, and even damaged British Air Force aircraft at a military base. While she's been consistently critical of Israel, she's been really silent on Hamas and the Islamic Republic of Iran. And she's also explicitly stated that every decision she makes is driven by Islam. Take a look.
Like a lot of practicing Muslims, my faith is the most important thing in my life. It is the absolute driver of everything that I do. I feel a very strong calling of my own conscience, and my conscience calls me to God.
Now, this is a pattern, and it's all coming at a time when a new study shows that 21% of Britons now endorse multiple anti-Semitic statements, double the rate from just 4 years ago. Hate crimes against Jews are already at record levels in the UK. Now, into that climate, Keir Starmer put a figure with a history of anti-Israel activism in charge of the very department tasked with combating extremism and protecting vulnerable communities. Are you serious? But truthfully, the reason I'm talking about this is that the danger goes far beyond Britain. The Home Secretary has access to high-level intelligence shared by the UK's closest allies. If people with this kind of record and bias are entrusted with sensitive intelligence, it's not only a threat to Britain, it's a threat to Israel, to the United States, and to any nation relying on the UK as a reliable partner. If this is where British politics is heading, are we approaching the day when Israel will be forced to cut off intelligence sharing with London? That question may have sounded crazy even a few months ago, and suddenly no longer under Shabana sounds that far-fletched. Now, the next story I have for you, you may have heard about by now, but it's too good not to talk about on this show. This month, the International Association of Genocide Scholars, IAGS, passed a resolution accusing Israel of genocide. Now, the resolution was passed with a 86% of the vote, and the media, of course, went wild. BBC reporting that the world's leading experts say Israel is committing genocide. Now, this sounds super serious, of course, but when myself and several other activists did a little digging, we discovered that first, only 28% of the members of IAGS even voted in this resolution at all, no matter what they voted. And second, anyone, literally anyone, can sign up to be a voting genocide scholar in IAGS by simply paying $30 and making up credentials. None of these members are vetted or verified, and a huge number of them seem to be completely made up. So in order to test out our discovery, we all signed up. And sure enough, I am now an official genocide scholar. Even when the scholars are blatantly fake accounts, they were still approved and added to the listserv to eventually vote on similar resolutions. Now, what kind of credibility does an organization like this have? I swear, it's like people are inventing impressive-sounding organizations for the sole purpose of smearing Israel. Honestly, it's bizarre, it's creepy, and it's obsessive. Anyway, after that news broke that the IAGS was a complete scam, their social media suddenly disappeared, and the organization shut down their website's ability to register as a member. So you watching this might not be able to register as a genocide scholar anymore, but we'll see when they put that back up. They also hid their entire list of members. Not sure why, though. I mean, surely Adolf Hitler also would have voted for the resolution accusing Israel of genocide, no? Well, last but not least, of course, we have our good, bad, and ugly stories of the week. Here's the roundup. First, we have the good story of the week. Not long ago, Iranian football fans went viral for their chant, "Shove the Palestinian flag up your..." In response to the Islamic Republic imposing the Palestinian flag and all things Palestinian everywhere all the time. Now it's gone global. Last week, Irish football fans were filmed chanting, "Stick your Palestine up your arse," in response to anti-Israel protesters who thought football games are the right time to make grandiose political statements. This is the video.
Stick your Palestine! Stick your Palestine up your hole! Stick your Palestine up your hole! You can stick your Palestine up your hole! You can stick your Palestine! Stick your Palestine! Stick your Palestine up your hole!
But lest you thought that this was all, the Australians too joined in last week in response to anti-Israel protesters inserting themselves into every and any situation. Take a look.
You can stick your Palestine up your hole! You can stick your Palestine up your hole! You can stick your Palestine! You can stick your Palestine! Yeah! Stick your Palestine up your hole!
Looks like the whole world is getting fed up with the theatrics and virtue signaling. But onto our bad story of the week. This video went viral from the flotilla that's attempting to break the blockade of Gaza. Apparently, nobody informed this woman where she was actually going. I would love to see her act this way in Gaza and just see what happens. Meanwhile, she's having a party and thinks that Gaza is a music festival. Who's going to tell her that this is what Hamas does at music festivals? The tone-deaf activism of these moral narcissists is a psychological phenomenon that will surely be studied as a psychological illness in the future. But before we wrap up, I do have one more epic story for you today, our ugly story, Mehdi's meltdown. This recent clip from Piers Morgan Uncensored featured a debate between Jonathan Conricus and Mehdi Hassan, one of the most notorious anti-Israel voices. Now, Mehdi prides himself on debates. He even wrote a book called How to Win Every Argument. The irony is, though, he can't actually debate and then throws tantrums when he gets schooled in the digital form. He blocks everyone, including me. But back to the debate, watch what happens when Jonathan Conricus calls him out.
Listen, Mehdi, there's been a job opening. Israel finally got rid of Abu Ubaidah, a very prolific and well-to-do Hamas
You've really got to get better with your Hamas propaganda. You're a racist,
language, small man.
genocidal,
mind your language,
war criminal.
Small man.
You support
mind
war
your
criminals.
Language, little
well, you're
Mehdi.
trying to put a target on me?
Mehdi,
Are you and Elon Levy trying to put a target on me? Are you trying to put a target on me? You keep saying I'm Hamas, and you support killing Hamas.
You've done it
so
with
Elon,
Elon, and it won't
me?
work with me,
little
Mehdi. Little Mehdi,
if your
you've done
argument
that
is
shtick
that
with
any brown
Elon,
Muslim
it doesn't impress
is Hamas,
me. But I'm telling you,
trying
is
to put a
that if
target
you
on me?
improve your Arabic just a bit,
you keep saying I'm Hamas based on nothing.
If you improve your Arabic just a bit, I think you are well
criminal,
on track to become a very prolific spokesperson for Hamas.
Your troops engaged in sexual violence against Palestinians.
As you can see, Mehdi wasn't very happy about the job offer. So ungrateful. I guess that's what happens when you have no actual argument in response. Seriously, though, I couldn't love Jonathan Conricus more in this clip. For years, Mehdi has been shilling for Hamas. Maybe it's time that they really do offer him the job of chief propagandist. I mean, he's certainly got enough experience. Well, that's a wrap for this week on Axis of Truth. Of course, we'll be back with more exclusive interviews and more stories from the Middle East and beyond. I'm Emily Schrader. Be sure to follow me on social media, Emily K. Schrader or Emily in Tel Aviv. Thank you for watching Axis of Truth, and see you next week only on JNS. The JNF USA initiative to rebuild Israel's south following the devastation of October 7th is ongoing. But there are a group of JNF USA volunteers who are able to give their support, but also gain something in return. The JNF USA Adam Va'adama School is offering students a chance to build connections, gain leadership skills, and connect with Zionism. ILTV's Devo Klein has more.
In Israel's southern Gaza envelope, where families and farmers are still rebuilding from October 7th, A new school year brings a new generation of resilience and hope. The students at the Shomer HaChadash Adam ve'Adama school are back in the fields doing hands-on work combined with real classroom learning.
Adam ve'Adama embodies Jewish National Fund's Circle of Impact by having each child and each student create its own ripple effect. By becoming a leader, by helping the farmers, by reaching out to their families, and by reaching out to the communities which we operate. Adam ve'Adama works all around Israel and affects communities and regions that have been hit post-October 7th, and also regions that need that development boost.
These students are the next generation of leaders, gaining all the tools they need to combine education, community, and the land of Israel through the special programs of Adam ve'Adama. Here, the school day begins as early as the sun is rising. At 5 a.m., while most teenagers are asleep, these students are already out in the fields, helping farmers with planting, harvesting, caring for crops, and connecting with the land of Israel.
Wake up every day around 5, and they make their own sandwiches, and then we go out. We're working with the guides, with the principals, with the educators, and everyone, the whole staff. We're working till 11:30 in the noon. In the middle, we have a break, a small break for breakfast, and even then, we study short text about Judaism or Zionism, or maybe read a poem or something like that.
The students can even feel the impact of the work they do.
I live here in Sde Nitzan in the school. I've been here in the 7th October, and I know how hard it was for the farmer, and it is until now for the farmers. And I know every student is a big help for them.
By 11 a.m., the students return to campus full of energy for their studies to be had in classrooms. There, they learn all the traditional subjects a student could possibly need: math, science, literature, history, and more. Supporting JNF USA means supporting Israel's future, as programs like Adam ve'Adama School are actively gearing the next generation of resilient Zionists ready to protect their homeland and give back to their community.
Today, you could walk around here and you see people smiling, people saying hello to each other, you see children laughter, you see everything in the world. It moves on, and even though they live with the pain and they don't forget, they still continue and they cherish life, and they are with their family and with their friends. And really, people here are just smiling and helping and just very friendly, and you see the life here. It's coming back.
Whether through agricultural work or education, the Adam ve'Adama School offers a unique gift to all of its students: education with purpose. The Hashomer HaChadash Adam ve'Adama School is planting more than just crops. It's planting the seeds of leadership, resilience, and Zionist pride. And with the support of Jewish National Fund USA, programs like this ensure that Israel's tomorrow will be built on strong minds, strong communities, and strong roots in the land.
It's our home. It's not anything special or different. We really like being here, and it gives us a lot of hope. We feel like we can never, no one can break us, ever.
And moving on, Israel is proving once again that its innovation doesn't stop at the edge of the atmosphere as it launched its newest satellite into orbit. ILTV's Mayan Hoffman has the story.
The Defense Ministry confirmed that Israel's newest satellite, Ofek 19, is officially in orbit and already sending back data. The successful launch took place late last night from Palmachim Air Base in coordination with the IDF and the Israel Aerospace Industries. Among those on hand, President Isaac Herzog, Defense Minister Israel Katz, Defense Ministry Director General Amir Bar-Am, Defense R&D Chief Danny Gold, and Israel Aerospace Industries CEO Boaz Levy. Huckabee. OFIC 19 is no ordinary spacecraft. It's a state-of-the-art radar observation satellite, capable of producing high-resolution images day or night, rain or shine. Engineers say it will serve as a force multiplier for Israel's defense establishment, providing critical intelligence for both ground and air operations. The satellite is still undergoing pre-planned checks, but once cleared, it will be handed over to Unit 9900, the IDF's Visual Intelligence Unit. President Herzog hailed the launch as proof that Israel is not just a startup nation, but a space nation, one uniquely positioned to innovate and defend. Defense Minister Israel Katz called the event a moment of immense national pride, underscoring how the system strengthens Israel against long-range threats. From satellites to security, Israel is making sure its edge extends far beyond the battlefield, and now deep into orbit.
Just ahead of the Rosh Hashanah holiday, ILTV's executive editor Rawan Osman sat down with U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee in his Tel Aviv office. In a wide-ranging interview, Huckabee spoke about annexation, Palestinian leadership, and Israel's future. Let's take a look.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Of course, I want to start out with something unfortunately not so positive. There were these new comments reported by the Wall Street Journal about this tension that is happening between Trump and Netanyahu and increasing frustration. I'm wondering if you have any insight to this. Is this accurate?
I think people need to understand that the relationship between the United States and Israel is as strong as it ever has been. And the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister is as strong as it's ever been. So let's take off the table that there's this rift or there's a division. It doesn't mean that friends don't at times maybe disagree. I've been married 51 years. My wife and I disagree every now and then. That's normal. It's normal. But you don't break up and go get a divorce because you had a disagreement over something. You work through it. President Trump has spent more time with Prime Minister Netanyahu than any world leader by far on the planet. I think that says everything a person needs to know.
On September 22nd, which is just coming up, there's going to be this whole debate and probably recognition by a number of Western countries of Palestinian statehood. What will be the U.S. position that day? Will the U.S. actually lobby against?
This is a ridiculous idea. It's hurtful. It's detrimental. I think Secretary Rubio has used about every possible combination of words he can, and he's made many calls to our allies and said to them, what are you doing? We are vehemently opposed to this. It is a violation of Oslo. It is an outrageous action that is empowering Hamas and caused negotiations to cease. It ended any talk between Ramallah and Jerusalem. I was involved in those, trying to get this financial impasse resolved. It put that stone cold. And then it's also giving really a sense of, I think, encouragement to Israel to consider declaring sovereignty over parts of Judea and Samaria, because why not? The whole thing is a stunt. It's not going to happen. You can't just unilaterally declare Palestine to be a state. So what they think they're doing, I have no idea, but I know what they are doing, and it's absolutely repugnant to the U.S.
Is that generally the stance, though, of the administration with such an evangelical backing that Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people?
I don't think it's an official policy that has been stated, put into writing. I know we have stated, and this has been something that carries over from the first President Trump term, and that is that it is not illegal for Jews to live in Judea and Samaria. That was something that for some people were, oh my gosh, it's illegal. I'm thinking, why would it be illegal? Brits can move into Judea and Samaria. Nobody says anything. French people can move there. Why can't Jews move there and live there? You know, everybody forgets that, first of all, there was no such thing as a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat in 1964 created an aspiration for a Palestinian state with the PLO. And then there have been many iterations of proposals and ideas. There was, in fact, the creation of a Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. How did that work out?
And yet most of the world, as we said, is really siding with Hamas. We're seeing all of these massive rallies in the streets and countries getting ready, our allies, to go and to recognize a Palestinian state and give in, as you said, to terrorism. So what makes the U.S. different? Why are the U.S. and Israel such staunch allies even now?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. We understand that. The philosophical underpinning that did October the 7th is what attacked us on 9/11. We're never going to forget that. We're not going to forget that for 46 years, Iran and its proxies, which are Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, has said that Israel is the little Satan. We're going to annihilate them, and then we're coming after the great Satan, which is, in their mind, the U.S. So Israel has always been the appetizer. The U.S. is the entree. And those of us who have lived through these past 46 years understand that when people keep telling you for 46 consecutive years they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously. I would be surprised if the PA would be picked to take over Gaza, because unless they make some serious changes in the way they're governing now, I'm not sure the U.S. could be supportive of that. I'll give you a couple of examples. If they continue the pay for slay, now they say they've changed it, but the fact is they really haven't. It just is now kind of maybe mechanized through a different system of payments. But even this summer, President Abbas has said if there's only one penny left in the treasury, that last penny will go to the martyrs, which means the terrorists, the people who killed Jews and got paid for it. You can't have a responsible government that pays people to murder.
So then what is the vision for governing Gaza after? Does the U.S. have an idea of who should take over?
There would be a consortium of states, mostly Arab states. There would be a sort of an interim government and eventually move toward autonomy. But right now, I don't think anyone knows, and it's probably premature to get too into how it's going to look, because until all the hostages come out and Hamas surrenders, there is no day after. It's really unfortunate that a lot of people are thinking that this is going on because Israel wants it to go on. Israel wants it to end.
After Israel's attempted attack in Doha, the presidents came out and met immediately with the emir. Rubio traveled over there trying to allay any tension with the country. We know that Qatar is funding terrorism. We know that Qatar is housing terrorists. Why is the U.S. not taking a stance against Qatar?
I think U.S. puts pressure on Qatar in ways that may not be that public, but we have a huge, our largest military base in the Middle East is there. They've done good things with us. They've been a good partner in some things, and other things we could see some improvement. One thing I think President Trump is the best at is recognizing you do what you can as well as you can with people who will work with you, and then you work toward a better relationship.
Now, I want to just end with a question about the evangelical Christian community and certainly your longtime support for the State of Israel. The evangelical community in the younger generation we're starting to see is distancing both from the Bible but also from Israel. What are your concerns there, and is there a way to fix that so that in future generations we'll have more leaders like you?
Well, I don't think it's widespread to the point of panic or alarm, but it is happening. And I'm very concerned about it. Some of it is because billions of dollars of Middle East money has poured into colleges and universities to indoctrinate young Christians that Israel's not special, there's nothing all that unique about it. I blame part of it on that and part of it on weak pastors who from their own pulpits are not explaining the biblical basis of support for the Jewish people. But we've got to do a better job of explaining why the relationship is important, how America benefits from it, because there are people in America who foolishly believe, well, we're doing all this stuff for Israel, they're doing nothing for us. And that's not true. We're getting as much as we are giving. It is a two-way partnership that America benefits from, not just Israel.
Wonderful. Well, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to visit with you.
You can watch the complete interview tonight on ILTV's YouTube and Screen IL channels. Be sure to check it out.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת לחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל. Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. but the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'Adore Fador, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Caleb Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza, and here are today's top stories. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. The meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time, that's 6 p.m. here in Israel, followed by a lunch and a press conference. Now, Trump is characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special, first time ever. We will get it done." And here's what the White House spokesperson Carolyn Levitt had to say today, speaking to Fox News.
Nobody knows better than President Trump to reach a good deal, a reasonable deal for both sides. Both sides have to give up a little bit and might leave the table a little bit unhappy, but that's ultimately how we are going to end this conflict. It must end at the negotiating table. The president has made it very clear he wants to see the killing end. He wants all of the hostages released, and that's why Special Envoy Witkoff drafted up this very detailed and comprehensive 21-point plan and has proposed it to both sides. So we hope that both sides agree. That's the president's expectation. That is his hope, and he'd love to see this conflict finally come to an end and to ensure a lasting peace in the Middle East, just like he did in his first term.
Netanyahu met yesterday with the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. And Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump, thanking him for his efforts to end the war and telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Now, although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores him to, quote, stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal, and it says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. And in security news, the IDF has announced that a reserve soldier was seriously injured today as a result of an explosion near an army outpost in southern Syria. There are no more details available at this time. And following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 21-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Abraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Cobb was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Now, Inbar served in the Paratroopers Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing. Finally, late-night sirens were sounded across central Israel last night after the IDF detected a launch from the Houthis in Yemen. The IDF confirmed the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on its way to Israel. There were no reports of injuries or damages caused. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you could follow our app. Just scan that QR code on the screen. I'm Khaled Ben David. Thanks for joining us.
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. Welcome to One-on-One. I'm Lidar Greve-Lazi, and I'll be your host for this new series where we sit down with passionate voices shaping the conversation around identity, courage, and the future of Israel. These are stories that will inspire you, challenge assumptions, and spark new perspectives. For our very first episode, we're honored to introduce a woman whose journey defies expectations and whose voice refuses to be silenced. Raised in Syria and Lebanon, Rawan Osman grew up believing the worst about Israel, but her path led her to France, to freedom of thought, and ultimately to a new identity. Today, she's a proud Zionist and a bold voice against extremism and complacency. Rawan's story isn't just personal, it's a challenge to everything we think we know. Welcome to One-on-One with Rawan Osman. Rawan, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me.
So I want to start to hear a little bit about your personal story. You grew up in Syria, you grew up in Lebanon. What was the turning point for you? The moment where you realized or first began to question the narrative that you'd been taught your whole life?
So to be clear, I grew up in Lebanon. The first 18 years of my life, I was raised in the Bekaa Valley, and I attended a French Catholic school, although my father is Sunni from Damascus and my mom is Shiite from the Bekaa Valley. And it's important to mention that my mother is the daughter of the Lebanese Civil War. This is why religion was irrelevant in my upbringing. After the atrocities the Lebanese committed against one another, there is a generation that wanted to distance itself from sectarianism, from the differences imposed by religiosity, etc. I grew up visiting Damascus several times per year. And although my upbringing was among tolerant, liberal, democratic people, the only thing everybody hated is Israel and the Jews and the Zionists. And I always explain when I go for public speaking around the world, but also in Israel, that it was really easy to hate the Israelis and the Jews. Because during my upbringing, during my childhood, Israel occupied South Lebanon. Nobody told us that Israel occupied South Lebanon because they needed a buffer zone after Arafat and his gang and their supporters from the left side of the political spectrum from around the globe abused the Lebanese territory to send terrorists to attack Israeli civilians. After more than 10 years of restraint, eventually Israel opted for a military action to occupy the south, by which they created a buffer zone. And also, we did not interact with Jews. The world seems to forget, especially in the West, that more than 800,000 Jews were uprooted from the Arab world. So they weren't present around us to challenge whatever the state wanted us to believe. And back in my days, we had 3 TV channels. So it doesn't matter on which side of the political spectrum you came, everybody, what do I mean by everybody? Your parents and your family members, the famous people you see on TV, the intelligent ones who write in the newspaper, they all told a consistent story about the Zionist entity, the neighbors in the south, the assailants, etc. So growing up that way, unfortunately, I was, during my teenage, one of Hezbollah's biggest fans, until I woke up. So you ask about the turning point, and I told this story hundreds of times already. It was a coincidence. When I wanted to study in Europe, the natural destination was France, because I spoke French coming from Lebanon. And I landed in Strasbourg in the Jewish quarter, near one of the biggest synagogues in Europe. And I did not think that the Jewish quarter had any Jews, because the Jewish quarter where I worked in my early 20s in Damascus had no Jews. The Jewish quarter in Beirut had no Jews. So I was surprised that this neighborhood in Strasbourg was filled with Jews. And upon the first encounter, I had a panic attack. But that incident shook me to my core and led me to ask for the first time, why? Because I was sharing the same space in a grocery store with a Jew, the enemy. Why was the Jew the enemy? And that started my journey in discovering how intensively brainwashed and lied to we were.
An incredible story of, I guess, just chance, as you put it. And you know, you mentioned that all of your surroundings, your family, everyone around you in Lebanon and Syria had the same view. So how did your family, how did your parents take it when you came home one day and said, you know, I've changed and I have a new worldview now?
It did not happen overnight. After spending a year in France, where I had access to uncensored information, unlike the case of many Lebanese and Syrians, that was before the days of social media. Having access to information, I could read the history of our region. And it was a long process for me to understand, hold on a second, what do you mean we like Hezbollah when the former Secretary General, who did not die of old age, Hassan Nasrallah, said upon the foundation of Hezbollah that they do not acknowledge political borders, that their goal is to make Lebanon an extension of the Islamic Republic in Iran. It was really easy to realize, obviously, I do not subscribe to this agenda. So when I returned, infuriated, outraged to the Middle East, I tried to share naturally with my family members, my close friends, to tell them, look, I made a discovery. Of course, it was not a discovery. Hezbollah published their manifesto in the newspaper. People knew, but they were doped or bored or they chose to submit, to comply, and slowly Hezbollah grew to the point where in the past few years we saw that they are more powerful than the state in Lebanon. But people were not interested. It's a lot of work. The history of our region is very, very complex. So where do you start? With which story? With the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, that the concept of the nation state is a modern one, that Lebanon is not much older than Israel, that Jordan is a very interesting part that was carved of the British Mandate of Palestine. There's a lot to unpack, that the Jews did not come from Eastern Europe, as we learned in history class back when I was 12 in Lebanon. People were not interested. It is much easier to comply, to accept that hundreds of millions believe that Israel is an occupying aggressor state. Leave it at that. And standing with the Palestinian makes you look good, because if the Palestinian is the underdog, then as a moral person, you have to stand against them. Plus, the law in many Arab countries forbid people-to-people contact between their countries, for example, in Lebanon or Kuwait or Algeria or Iraq. They forbid the contact between their citizens and Israelis, even if you met Israelis abroad, even if you were on a holiday in India, in Australia, in Canada, you're not allowed to speak to them, because it's very important to dehumanize the Jew/Zionist/Israeli. So people were not interested. And it took a very long time for me to publicly speak and declare that I stand with Israel.
And you know, there are misconceptions not just in the Arab world about Israel, but also in the West about, let's call it, radical Islamist ideology. I mean, you've been very vocal about Islamist extremism and its impact in not just in the Middle East, but also in Europe, in France, and throughout the world. What are the most sort of dangerous misconceptions you think the West holds about this radical ideology?
That it's benign. They underestimate the danger. They think that it is condescending to say that we don't want you to transform our culture. Why not? If they come to Denmark or to Germany or anywhere in the UK or in France and they say, I know that I have to send my children to this public school because of my residency or because of where I live, but I won't until you remove pork from the menu. Or I know that I'm a citizen who obtained the German citizenship or British, whatever, but I will not send my 7-year-old to the swimming class. The West is too tolerant. And this sounds like a silly statement. I've watched Europe transform in the past 15 years. I've lived in France, I lived in Cyprus, and I lived in Germany. And the more or the higher the expectation of Islamists is, the lower the expectation or the lower the standards of the EU are getting. And this is dangerous because it's reshaping the culture. You see it when you listen to the rap songs. You see it when you see how the European teenagers themselves behave, even if they're not a generation of those who emigrated, immigrants or refugees, even if they're not at all connected with immigrants or refugees, the culture is changing, the attitude is changing, the expectation, the relationship with the state is changing. Islamists are exploiting the weaknesses of Western democracies. And this we have seen mostly during this encampment movement. We have seen that they demand representation because they say we are equal human beings. I would like, or in my culture, it's acceptable to demand of your wife and daughters, for example, to wear the veil, and in some cases also the niqab. It's acceptable in my culture. And as we are equal human beings, then I have the same rights you do, then I call the shots in my home. And what I'm proposing to many Europeans is the following. Human beings are indeed equal. We have equal rights, but we also have equal responsibilities. Human beings are equal, but cultures are not. If cultures were equal, why do hundreds of millions aspire to relocate to the West? They very much loathe and seek to destroy. We hear public statements aiming to bring the system down from within. And watching this, I can only say to the Westerners, you undermine, you underestimate how efficient Islamists can be in bringing the system down from within. When you grant them citizenship, you offer them political power. So, for example, after October 7th, my country, Germany, was very supportive of Israel. They understood why Israel had to wage a war against Hamas. But after a year or so, when it was the time for elections, politicians mellowed down, changed their attitude because they realized that on the streets there is a movement that is vocal, angry, and supportive of Hamas, or at least conflating Hamas with the civilians in Gaza. Many of them caved. This is what I mean by you grant them political power, and by that you give them access to reshaping your culture, and in some cases, to bring the system down from within. You have a fifth column that exploits welfare, that works against you, that loathes your values, and that operates in a parallel manner. So I read the other day how many courts in England operate or adopt Sharia law, and that is tolerated, permitted, or neglected. And that is dangerous. I do not understand who thought that it's a good idea to ignore it, to keep shoving the problem under the carpet. It's going to explode in everybody's face.
And some people say that it's too late, that Europe is essentially doomed. I mean, what do you think about that?
I believe people say that, especially if they live in Europe, because of the statistics. If in Denmark, for example, the average birth rate per family, per couple is 1.5, compared to 6 or 5.5 in other parts of Europe. If you see the growth in Muslim communities compared to the growth in European societies, especially in Western Europe, this can come across as alarming, especially when you see demonstrations, protests calling for an Islamic caliphate. So in Amsterdam or in Hamburg in northern Germany, when they shout out loud without being intimidated by the presence of police, that they want to bring a caliphate in those countries, that maybe scares a European, as you can imagine, especially if they do not really understand the Islamic culture.
So you speak out publicly on all of these issues. Do you feel safe speaking out, especially given the sentiment that we're seeing now on the streets of Europe, the United States, and around the world? And also, you know, what type of reactions have you been getting, and are there any that sort of stuck with you?
Look, I have never been vocal or as vocal before October 7th. After October 7th, have you heard this term, accidental activist? I'm one of them. I became a public figure without planning on doing so, out of outrage, out of shame and anger, I volunteered to translate the videos which were filmed and shared by Hamas. And as a mother and a woman, I did not care, or I did not have a plan. I just spoke out, sometimes at the beginning without a light, without a mic, without training, without any understanding of how to use social media. But I knew that social media is very powerful, effective. It is my own platform for free. I don't need anybody's permission. I'm gonna speak my mind and say no. Until here, Siyamnu, this is the red line. And as you mentioned, I have never imagined how rampant anti-Semitism all over the world was. I thought it's the case in the Arab world. And that was shocking. I can't say that I'm scared. At the beginning, I was receiving a lot of death threats. But again, those who want to kill you will not notify you ahead of time. It was meant to intimidate me, and I'm not the only one who receives death threats. They gave up, again, because if they want to kill you, they're not going to tell you. So I did have to implement measures for my personal safety. But I spend a lot of time in Israel, and here I feel very safe. If I'm doing public speaking, especially on hostile territory, on some universities in the US and Canada and some European campuses, then I have security and I have bodyguards. But this doesn't make me hesitate. We need to speak up, and we need to inspire the younger generations to speak up against jihadism, terrorism, call it whatever you like. In Europe, they've paid a high price. In America, they all remember 9/11. Nobody has a solution or a strategy on how to contain or eradicate this problem. And Israel was hit on October 7th, and many who saw the magnitude of that event, whether they're Jews or not, decided to speak up, even in the Arab world, although they're not numerous because it is a dangerous position to adopt in public. But people are speaking up because, and this was my thought on October 7th, if they dared, if Hamas, but in my mind, if jihadists dared do this to Israelis, knowing that the USA has Israel's back, what can they do to their enemies in Lebanon or in Syria or in Iraq? This should be alarming to the entire world. And yet, in an interesting plot twist, we've witnessed a very, very short sympathy expressed towards the Israelis. And even before Israel reacted, the world turned around and they started denying actions Hamas bragged about. They started justifying what Hamas themselves could not justify. That is just to help us see the amount of hatred, anti-Semitism, Jew hatred, and ignorance. And we are witnessing, or we witnessed the birth of a freak, the child of the strange marriage between the far left and Islamism.
You know, you have become a very prominent, as you mentioned, accidental activist speaking out against extremism, but also you've become a very strong and loud supporter of Israel. So I want to ask, what does Israel mean to you personally?
Since October 7th, I visited 11 times. I knew that my heart is in this country. I have a strange connection even before I came, because I was exposed to the culture through the friends and the colleagues I had in the past years. But it's nothing compares to actually coming here and to watching how people interact with one another, knowing that the country is bleeding, that the healing process will not start until the hostages are back, all of them. Every time I come, my bond with Israel becomes stronger. And that is not to say that I'm blind to the problems in Israel. There's a lot of room for improvement, but I see a lot of potential, tremendous potential in the people and in the country. To me, Israel is a miracle. And I always give this example to teenagers who are skeptical, who roll their eyes. And I ask them if they tried to start a book club, any tiny project. Now think that the Jewish state became a country in spite of the Holocaust. Imagine you were a Jew in 1945, sitting in a concentration or death camp. If I told you you're going to survive and you're going to live to see the birth of a Jewish state, you'd think I'm hallucinating. Yet the Jews pulled it through, knowing how badly the Jews can argue. They pulled it through. It is amazing. And it's a beacon of light in our region. It's a pioneering, innovative country in spite of the non-stop stress, the non-stop suspense. To put it mildly, it's an understatement. No other country could have survived all this. And not only they survived, they thrived. And until today, although many Israelis disagree, and I watch this rift growing in Israeli society with a lot of sadness and a lot of fear, because I watch the news in the Arab world, and I tell my Israeli friends, you have no idea. You're scrutinized, you're under the microscope, and every bad statement against any Israeli is celebrated. Still, I think that Israel will prevail, B'ezrat Hashem, because I see the potential and the culture, and that the most annoying Israelis, no matter how badly they criticize you, they will take a bullet for you.
And so I have to ask, are you optimistic about the future not only of Israel, but of the region, of perhaps an expansion of the Abraham Accords with Lebanon, with Syria? I mean, what is your view of the future?
I'm very optimistic, but I'm also realistic. I do public speaking in Israel, and I made sure to tell the Israelis since October 7th, listen to me. This is not going to be a short war. This is meant to be the final war. Hamas truly thought they kick-started a process that will lead to the demise of Israel. But they miscalculated because they do not know how resilient the Israelis are. This will not end soon, and it will get worse, much worse, until it gets better once and for all. If you don't want to send your children and grandchildren to fight as you are now, you have to be patient and ensure Hamas, not physically, but that this ideology is obliterated. And we are seeing it expand in the region, and I also told them that. You cannot get rid of Hamas only. Hezbollah is a perfect example of a problem the world, the region, even Israel, shoved under the carpet for so long until it became so massive, it can no longer be ignored, and it exploded in our faces. But Israel dealt with it. Now we have this interesting turn of events in Syria, and I still think that Lebanon and Syria will join the Abraham Accords. Now, we have many hiccups on the way, but it was necessary. Nothing else was going to remove Assad. Nothing else would have disrupted or cut off the supply chain between Iran and Hezbollah. You needed to reshuffle the cards in Syria. The situation is very critical, volatile, and a lot of people are suffering. So the price is very high, but I truly believe there are enough partners on the ground, even underground, who will help us pull this through and transform the region, even if that requires redrawing the map of the Middle East.
Rawan, thank you so much for joining us today. You know, your story reminds us that courage and curiosity can break through the deepest of indoctrinations, and that Israel's future is about people, values, and a willingness to take a stand, even when it's inconvenient, when it's dangerous, and that the future still remains bright. Rawan Osman, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And at OneonOne, we believe that when something matters, you invest in it. That idea of investing in identity, purpose, and possibility is what drives this series. Some of our guests are rooted in Israel, others are inspired by it, but all of them remind us when you invest in what matters most, you shape the world around you. That's why we're proud that this series is sponsored by Israel Bonds Development Corporation for Israel. And to continue the conversation, I'm honored to introduce Laura Stein, a member of the Israel Bonds Board and National Campaign Advisory Committee, whose commitment to Israel takes a very different form, but is grounded in the same belief that investing in Israel isn't just financial, it's personal. Laura, thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Lidar. Thank you for allowing me to join you today. And thank you for sharing Rawan's inspiring message.
Laura, we just heard Rawan speak so powerfully about investing in Israel through her advocacy. And I'd love to hear from you what first inspired you to invest in Israel with Israel Bonds, and what does that personal investment mean to you?
My first interaction with Israel Bonds was at my bat mitzvah on Masada in Israel, where my mother handed me a certificate, which was an Israel bond. And at the time, I didn't know what it was, but she was always stressing how important the connection between our people and Israel is, our ancestral homeland. And she, my mother of blessed memory, instilled in us a strong passion to support the nation of Israel. So Israel Bonds is, in fact, the most effective way to do that. We've raised globally since October 7th an unprecedented amount of over $5 billion. And I am proud to be a part of that. I am proud to share that message with my community through my local advocacy and nationally to help people better understand that this is, in fact, the most effective way to not only help Israel survive, but thrive, to ensure its future and the future of our people.
And when people think about investing, they often think about numbers, they think about markets, but with Israel Bonds, there's a bigger picture. You know, how do you see investing in Israel as a way of supporting its future, not just financially, but more of as a statement of values?
Lidar, that's exactly what it is, a statement of values, a statement in my investment in the future of the nation of Israel. When I go to Israel, when I visit, I feel like I am part of it. I feel like I've invested in the streets and the lights and the buildings. I feel that I am part of Israel because of my investment in Israel Bonds. So not only is it, yes, a financial investment, but it is truly a connection with Israel that I feel is incredibly impactful, it is incredibly effective, and it is incredibly emotional. It is part of my advocacy as a Zionist to invest in the nation of Israel to make sure that it is thriving for the future generations.
Thank you, Laura, and thank you all for joining us. Today's conversation reminds us that growth takes courage, and that investing in something bigger than yourself, whether it's identity, purpose, or possibility, creates impact that lasts. When it comes to Israel, that kind of investment can be deeply personal and deeply practical. At its core, it's about believing in a future grounded in resilience, innovation, and shared values. This is OneonOne. I'm Lidar Lazi. See you next time.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. an authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel, reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect, thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
And now we take you back to our Hebrew word of the week. Along with eTeacher, we'll learn a new Hebrew word each week and relate it to the Bible, current affairs, and our everyday lives. For more info on the Rosen School of Hebrew, please scan the QR code on your screen. But in the meantime, let's hear this week's word of the week.
Welcome to Hebrew Word of the Week. I'm Ariella, and in this segment, together with eTeacher, we explore the beauty and depth of the Hebrew language. We'll learn a new Hebrew word or phrase and see how it's used in the Bible, current events, and everyday life. Today's Hebrew word is Geulah, which means redemption. In Hebrew, redemption is the process of being saved or delivered from sin, suffering, or captivity. Geulah is a word that carries deep spiritual meaning in Hebrew. It represents the idea of being freed from hardship and restored to a state of peace and wholeness. In Hebrew culture, Geulah is a central theme in religious texts and prayers. It reflects the hope for divine intervention and the ultimate restoration of humanity. Here are some examples of how the word Geulah is used in a sentence. HaGeulah tavo bazman hanachon. Redemption will come at the right time. HaGeulah hi chelek me'ha'emunah shelanu. Redemption is part of our faith. So if you're interested in learning more about the Hebrew language, check out eTeacher. This online and live course is the most established Hebrew language instruction institution. You can learn with a time-proven method for every level or start from scratch. eTeacher offers dynamic online courses with live video lessons, weekly webinars, and ample support, allowing you to connect to a lively global community for an enriched learning experience. Scan the QR code or click the link below and visit the eTeacher website today to learn more. I hope you enjoyed learning about the Hebrew word Geulah. Please join us next week for another episode of Hebrew Word of the Week. In the meantime, I encourage you to explore the concept of Geulah in Hebrew culture and reflect on its significance in your own life. Feel free to share your thoughts and experiences with us in the comments below.
This in the wake of a new wave of unilateral recognitions of a Palestinian state that have swept through Europe over the holiday, sparking sharp pushback from Israel and its allies. Critics warn these moves reward terrorism rather than advance peace. More on this from ILTV's Mayan Hoffman.
Between Sunday and today, at least 9 Western states have formally recognized a Palestinian state at or ahead of the UN General Assembly. Britain, Canada, Australia, and Portugal acted Sunday. France, Belgium, Luxembourg, Malta, and Monaco followed on Monday, with Andorra pledging conditional recognition. Leaders insist they are trying to preserve hopes for a two-state solution.
Je déclare que la France reconnaît aujourd'hui l'État de Palestine.
President Emmanuel Macron defended the move as necessary to preserve the possibility of peace, while stressing it does not condone terrorism. Belgium's Prime Minister Bart De Wever called recognition a strong political and diplomatic signal, but said diplomatic ties would only follow once Hamas is removed from power and hostages are freed. Israel's response was immediate. Officials say the recognitions grant legitimacy to terrorism and undermine any genuine peace process.
This is a theater. Both the U.S. and Israel will not participate in this charade.
The United States echoed those warnings. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said unilateral recognition could embolden Hamas, and President Donald Trump told the General Assembly.
Instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now.
Supporters argue recognition is largely symbolic, since full UN membership requires Security Council approval, where the U.S. holds a veto. But opponents say the symbolism is dangerous, signaling that terrorism, murder, and kidnapping can deliver political wins.
And on October 16th, ILTV News and the Jewish Agency for Israel will mark 2 years since the October 7th massacre with a powerful 90-minute broadcast. This special event will share survivor testimonies, stories of resilience, and the unity of Jewish communities worldwide. Join us as we honor the victims, support the families, and stand together for Israel's future. Scan the QR code now to sign up and be part of this meaningful program.
It's finally happening. The silent majority in the West is waking up. For months, we've watched elites and professors and politicians twist themselves into knots excusing Hamas, Tucker Carlson, whilst ordinary people are just saying it but under their breath. And now, finally, it's beginning to end. This week, a clip went viral in which ordinary Westerners, not Israelis, are shouting down pro-Palestinian protesters. People are waking up. Today, we're breaking down why Palestine was never the cause, but just the symptom, and how Hamas is running a century-old playbook against the West. This is the fight of our generation, and we are going to expose it. This is the Meira K Show on JNS TV. Let's begin.
Take your Palestine off your own. Take your Palestine off your own. You can take your Palestine off your own. You can take your Palestine. Take your Palestine.
I know it's a little inappropriate and not very polite, and it's not exactly the style we usually take here, but that line actually really matters. It wasn't in Tel Aviv, which is the big deal. It wasn't in Jerusalem. These aren't Israelis shouting back. These are ordinary Westerners, regular people who have had enough, finally saying it. Stick it up your you-know-what. And one moment actually says much more than 100 op-eds, because it shows that people are realizing what we've been saying from day one. This was never about Palestine. Palestine is just a symptom. Honestly, I think it's the first time I've seen a protest, counter-protest in the West that wasn't just a bunch of people holding signs. No kumbaya circle, no cardboard slogans, no drum circles, none of this kind of boring protesting. It was actually just raw honesty. A bunch of guys drinking, saying, screw you. You know what? I'll take that raw honesty over every other type of letter that has been sent in the last month. Raw honesty. People actually recognizing what is going on. So what do I mean when I say that Palestine is just a symptom? Think about everything happening right now. And I'm not talking just about Israel stuff. Things that feel disconnected, but potentially all add up to the same story. Transgender ideology being pushed onto little kids, pro-Palestinian marches taking over Western capitals, hostages completely ignored by the so-called human rights crowd, people saying things like rape is resistance, Sharia law in Afghanistan, some big-name Western commentators like Tucker Carlson defending Hamas like it's some kind of win for the people to call Hamas a political group and not a terrorist group. On their own, each one of these things could potentially look random, but together they're forming a very clear pattern if you're looking correctly, because they're not isolated events. They're all connected with one source. And what is that source? It's a playbook, a literal step-by-step guide that you can find online on how societies get broken apart and taken over. Palestine, it's just one page in this book. Here's the thing. We're taught that conquest happened over the years with tanks and rockets and militaries, guns, etc. But that's not actually how it starts. You see, before Hitler had any power, Goebbels had propaganda. He spent years conditioning Germans to believe Jews were the enemy. It was only after Germans had woken up for months and years listening to their media telling them that the narrative is really that everything going on with the Germans is actually the Jews' fault. That when Hitler came into power and did a military takeover, all of that became possible because they were already brought in. Propaganda is the first weapon in destroying societies, not military takeovers. Today, TikTok has more potential to be powerful than any army. It's in everybody's pockets. Let's be honest. You could eliminate an entire Hamas battalion and win a war. But people aren't reading it, if people aren't seeing it online, and if they're watching a child crying in a filter somewhere in Gaza, Guess what the majority of the people believe? They believe that child being killed or being starved over the realities of what actually is going on with Hamas. That's the brain war that we are losing every single day. But we've been losing it way before October 7th. That was the entire thing that was going on in the West. Here's a really important thing to think about. What's the most basic truth that every single child knows? That every human being knows when they're born? That there are boys and there are girls. That men and women exist and they're different. If you can get people to doubt even that, the most basic human instinct and biology, then you can get them to doubt anything. That's why the gender movement has exploded so much at the exact same time as radical Islam's global push, because they come hand in hand. Because once you confuse people at the deepest levels to make them not know what really is true, you can manipulate them into chanting for the people who would literally kill them, i.e., gays for Palestine. You don't need to be a genius to understand that gays for Palestine doesn't make sense. But if everybody's doubting the most basic things they know to be true, then you can convince them into believing any sort of absurd lie. It's all strategic, and it is right out of the playbook. So how does the playbook work? Every revolution, every takeover runs on the same formula. And there's a great show on Netflix that I highly recommend called How to Become a Tyrant or something like that. Watch it because it will change your mind and understanding of how societies are taken over. But let's start with the 5 steps. Number 1, exploit grievances. You want to find the country's pain points and blow them up. Number 2, mobilize support. Get people in the streets. Make it visible. Get your group to support you. Number 3, undermine authority. Convince the people that the government's illegitimate, that the people in control are the real problem. Number 4, capture control. Take over institutions, schools, councils, media from the bottom up. Because once they don't trust the top and the bottom up is starting to gain power, you can do something. You can come in, remove the power, and solidify your own power. Number 5, you lock it in so it can't be undone. That's it. It's 5 steps to break any sort of society. Lenin used it, Castro used it, Khomeini used it. It's been used everywhere. And now Hamas are using it with TikTok. It's nuts. Lenin had the famine that he was able to get people to freak out about and then come over and make it even worse. Hamas has casualty numbers. They, the people behind the murders, are able to convince the world of something that seems to make no sense. So first, let's break it down. An example of what it was used like in Russia. Okay? We start off with exploiting grievances. Lenin came in and promoted the ideas that there's war, deaths, famine, poverty, and it's all because of the leadership. They mobilized the workers, Soviets. They mobilized the people to try and fight back against the authority, which is step number 3. They made it out to seem that the Tsar is corrupt, illegitimate, and whilst there was truth, they got the people furious about it. And they managed to capture the unions and the media and the party structures. And then finally, they managed to get into power and solidify, rewrite the laws, and make the dictatorship permanent. It's a classic. And this is how Hamas is doing it at the moment, as is radical Islam. Number 1, exploit grievances. What is the Western society's thing that they cannot hate seeing more than anything? It's children being killed. Gaza, casualty numbers, pumped non-stop, stripped out of context, showcasing to the world, look what's happening in Gaza, the thing that you hate more than anything. Mobilize, get the people out there. 12,000 protests in America since October 7th, millions in the streets of Europe. Get the people riled up. Against who? The authority. Israel's apartheid. America's funding the genocide. The government, they are the real reason you are living under a tyranny. Number 4, capture. Get into the universities, the churches, the city councils, the media. Normalize this language of hating upon the enemy. Then you solidify. You become the mayor of New York. You bring in mayors to take over Europe. You get words like genocide brought into legislation. You take over the UN and the media and leadership. You buy the people out. But suddenly, Hamas is normalized. It is the same script. It's just a different group. And this ties right back to the hostage videos Hamas dropped right before Shabbat. 2 hostages, absolutely heartbreaking. But the videos, when they come out, it is never, ever, ever random. And I dare you, when a hostage video comes out, track the things that have led up to this, because there's always a reason. When they put a video out, it means, number one, that they are anxious. And why are they anxious? Because Gaza City is collapsing. They're stronghold. You've seen the footage, right, of the buildings being exploded. They are terrified. They know that's it. We've reached the end. Israel is coming for them. What else is going on? Trump. The tweets. All hostages must return home, not just some. The Western pressure on Hamas is growing. It's moral clarity, and it's creeping back into the conversation. And Hamas doesn't like it. So they need to create the urgency of people freaking out by seeing the hostages, hoping that people will lose all rationale to fight for the thing that they believe is the most important that needs to happen today. And the last thing, the hostage videos dominate the Western media cycle. Albeit, you're correct, not all of the Western media, but Hamas, they dominate the language, the conversation, everything that we are talking about. Radical Islam has become the normal conversation around every table in Europe, in America, even if we don't realize it. Hamas has become talked about almost like it's an episode of Friends or your latest TV show, except for the fact that this is psychological torture. They're controlling us, and they know exactly how to control the news cycle. And that begins with triggering information. Look, every society right now is at a different stage of this playbook. Israel is more at the beginning. They're trying to get us to hate our government, to hate each other, to undermine the authority. But they're also using raw terror against us. But in Europe, they're much later down the book. They're in the real late stages. 30 mayors in England aligned with Islamists, councils raising Palestinian flags, whole neighborhoods literally looking like Sharia zones. The need for people in England to fight back with everything that's going on right now with their flag protests, and that being demonized, people being arrested for tweets against Islam, it's insanity. In America, it's caught somewhat in the middle. Some campuses are captured, some politics are paralyzed, but there is still a lot of reason. People are still able to see somewhat clearly. And Elon Musk, interestingly, has turned out to be one of the champions on this topic. No, not the topic of Hamas and hostages, but he has turned into basically a one-man blog on what's going on in Europe. He is constantly tweeting about the Sharia law stuff going on in England, about the crazy rapes, the immigrant issues. He is pointing out every single day what is happening in Europe, and it's time that everybody starts paying attention. Because again, remember, it's a different society, but it is the same playbook. And Lenin took power, as did Khomeini. And I'll tell you this, you don't want Sharia law taking over America. And it starts with people like Mamdani. So what do we do about this playbook? Well, first, Israel must remain militarily strong, because if the West collapses, Jews and every person in Western society is going to need a home that can defend itself. And so us being able to hold our own physically is going to be the most important thing. Which is why we cannot cave to demands of stopping the war, of pulling back. All of that is irrelevant. We have to tackle the real terror directly, physically, and show our strength. Second, we have to remember to not confuse the online world with reality. Protest chants shouldn't be able to stop the IDF. And everything that we need to build, the legislation to fight back against the ramifications of online narrative, need to be built out. Legal action, societal action, cultural action. We have to figure out how we push back against the narrative. And how do we do that? Well, first of all, we need our own playbook. They've been building out this strategy for 30, 50, 100 years. It's time we start building out that strategy. Stop letting them set the frame. Palestine is not our brand. It's theirs. And we don't have to fall into the rhetoric of Israel versus Palestine. It has never been about the small conflict between Israel and Palestine. It's about something much, much bigger, and we're on the forefront of it. We have to mock, humiliate, and expose radical Islam. Stop being afraid of words like Islamophobia. Do you know what Islamophobia means? It means an irrational fear of Islam. Islamophobia should not be the norm. I am not Islamophobic. I don't have an irrational fear of Islam. I have a very rational understanding that we need to be anti-Islam. Do you see, by the way, the genius in the marketing? Islamophobia versus anti-Semitism. Islamophobia, an irrational fear of ideas. Anti-Semitism, being against a type of person. They've managed to infiltrate their branding everywhere. It is not radical to say what everyone knows is true, and we have to normalize that. Normalize common sense. We double down on moral clarity, and this is the most important thing. You see, a society that knows what's right and wrong can't be manipulated. You cannot convince me that I am a man, and you will never succeed in doing that. But the second you manage to lose your own values, to not be certain on where you stand, they can infiltrate. We build ourselves strong mentally with values that are clear. We connect to our religion, to our society, to our nationalism, to our families. They will not be able to beat us. That's how we win. Strong defense, bold speech, and unapologetic values. So let's circle back. That one crude clip, stick the pro-Palestinians up your hole. It's crude, yes, and it's not polite. But sometimes the truth isn't polite. This was never about Palestine. Palestine is the symptom. The disease is radical Islam, allied with woke confusion. And the cure is unapologetic clarity. In Israel and in the West. Sometimes one crude line cuts sharper than an entire UN resolution. Honestly, I'd take one guy yelling, "Stick it up your hole," over the whole Security Council any day. At least one of them is telling the truth. We either fight this war of ideas now, or we watch our societies collapse one by one. Israel is holding the line. The question is, will the West wake up in time? I'm Ira Kay, and I will see you next time.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Caleb Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza, and here are today's top stories. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. The meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time, that's 6 p.m. here in Israel, followed by a lunch and a press conference. Now, Trump is characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special, first time ever. We will get it done." And here's what the White House spokesperson Carolyn Levitt had to say today, speaking to Fox News.
Nobody knows better than President Trump to reach a good deal, a reasonable deal for both sides. Both sides have to give up a little bit and might leave the table a little bit unhappy, but that's ultimately how we are going to end this conflict. It must end at the negotiating table. The president has made it very clear. He wants to see the killing end. He wants all of the hostages released, and that's why Special Envoy Witkoff drafted up this very detailed and comprehensive 21-point plan and has proposed it to both sides. So we hope that both sides agree. That's the president's expectation. That is his hope, and he'd love to see this conflict finally come to an end and to ensure a lasting peace in the Middle East, just like he did in his first term.
Netanyahu met yesterday with the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. And Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump, thanking him for his efforts to end the war and telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Now, although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores him to, quote, stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal, and it says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. And in security news, the IDF has announced that a reserve soldier was seriously injured today as a result of an explosion near an army outpost in southern Syria. There are no more details available at this time. And following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF has published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 21-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Abraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva. Now, Inbar served in the Paratroopers Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing. Finally, late-night sirens were sounded across central Israel last night after the IDF detected a launch from the Houthis in Yemen. The IDF confirmed the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on its way to Israel. There were no reports of injuries or damages caused. And that ends this update on ILTV. Of course, you could follow our app. Just scan that QR code on the screen. I'm Caleb Ben David. Thanks for joining us.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב! ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב משם.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל. Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Just ahead of the Rosh Hashanah holiday, ILTV's executive editor, Rawan Osman, sat down with U.S. Ambassador to Israel, Mike Huckabee, in his Tel Aviv office. In a wide-ranging interview, Huckabee spoke about annexation, Palestinian leadership, and Israel's future. Let's take a look.
Ambassador Mike Huckabee, thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us today.
Thank you. My pleasure.
Of course. Now, I want to start out with something unfortunately not so positive. There were these new comments reported by the Wall Street Journal about this tension that is happening between Trump and Netanyahu and increasing frustration. I'm wondering if you have any insight to this. Is this accurate?
I think people need to understand that the relationship between the United States and Israel is as strong as it ever has been. And the relationship between the President and the Prime Minister is as strong as it's ever been. So let's take off the table that there's this rift or there's a division. It doesn't mean that friends don't at times maybe disagree. I've been married 51 years. My wife and I disagree every now and then. That's normal. It's normal. But you don't break up and go get a divorce because you had a disagreement over something. You work through it. President Trump has spent more time with Prime Minister Netanyahu than any world leader by far on the planet. I think that says everything a person needs to know.
On September 22nd, which is just coming up, there's going to be this whole debate and probably recognition by a number of Western countries of Palestinian statehood. What will be the U.S. position that day? Will the U.S. actively lobby against?
This is a ridiculous idea. It's hurtful. It's detrimental. I think Secretary Rubio has used about every possible combination of words he can, and he's made many calls to our allies and said to them, what are you doing? We are vehemently opposed to this. It is a violation of Oslo. It is an outrageous action that is empowering Hamas and caused negotiations to cease. It ended any talk between Ramallah and Jerusalem. I was involved in those, trying to get this financial impasse resolved. It put that stone cold. And then it's also giving really a sense of, I think, encouragement to Israel to consider declaring sovereignty over parts of Judea and Samaria, because why not? The whole thing is a stunt. It's not going to happen. You can't just unilaterally declare Palestine to be a state. So what they think they're doing, I have no idea. But I know what they are doing, and it's absolutely repugnant to the U.S.
Is that generally the stance, though, of the administration with such an evangelical backing that Judea and Samaria belongs to the Jewish people?
I don't think it's an official policy that has been stated, put into writing. I know we have stated, and this has been something that carries over from the first President Trump term, and that is that it is not illegal for Jews to live in Judea and Samaria. That was something that for some people were, oh my gosh, it's illegal. I'm thinking, why would it be illegal? Brits can move into Judea and Samaria. Nobody says anything. French people can move there. Why can't Jews move there and live there? You know, everybody forgets that, first of all, there was no such thing as a Palestinian state. Yasser Arafat in 1964 created an aspiration for a Palestinian state with the PLO. And then there have been many iterations of proposals and ideas. There was, in fact, the creation of a Palestinian state. It's called Gaza. How did that work out?
And yet most of the world, as we said, is really siding with Hamas. We're seeing all of these massive rallies in the streets and countries getting ready, our allies, to go and to recognize a Palestinian state and give in, as you said, to terrorism. So what makes the U.S. different? Why are the U.S. and Israel such staunch allies even now?
Israel's enemies are our enemies. We understand that. The philosophical underpinning that did October the 7th is what attacked us on 9/11. We're never going to forget that. We're not going to forget that for 46 years, Iran and its proxies, which are Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah, has said that Israel is the little Satan. We're going to annihilate them, and then we're coming after the great Satan, which is, in their mind, the U.S. So Israel has always been the appetizer. The U.S. is the entree. And those of us who have lived through these past 46 years understand that when people keep telling you for 46 consecutive years they're going to kill you, you might want to take them seriously. I would be surprised if the PA would be picked to take over Gaza, because unless they make some serious changes in the way they're governing now, I'm not sure the U.S. could be supportive of that. I'll give you a couple of examples. If they continue the pay for slay, now they say they've changed it, but the fact is they really haven't. It just is now kind of maybe mechanized through a different system of payments. But even this summer, President Abbas has said if there's only 1 penny left in the treasury, that last penny will go to the martyrs, which means the terrorists, the people who killed Jews and got paid for it. You can't have a responsible government that pays people to murder.
So then what is the vision for governing Gaza after? Does the U.S. have an idea of who should take over?
There would be a consortium of states, mostly Arab states. There would be a sort of an interim government and eventually move toward autonomy. But right now, I don't think anyone knows, and it's probably premature to get too into how it's going to look, because until all the hostages come out and Hamas surrenders, There is no day after. It's really unfortunate that a lot of people are thinking that this is going on because Israel wants it to go on. Israel wants it to end.
After Israel's attempted attack in Doha, the presidents came out and met immediately with the emir. Rubio traveled over there trying to allay any tension with the country. We know that Qatar is funding terrorism. We know that Qatar is housing terrorists. Why is the U.S. not taking a stance against Qatar?
I think U.S. puts pressure on Qatar in ways that may not be that public, but we have a huge, our largest military base in the Middle East is there. They've done good things with us. They've been a good partner in some things, and other things we could see some improvement. One thing I think President Trump is the best at is recognizing you do what you can as well as you can with people who will work with you, and then you work toward a better relationship.
Now, I want to just end with a question about the evangelical Christian community and certainly your longtime support for the State of Israel. The evangelical community in the younger generation we're starting to see is distancing both from the Bible but also from Israel. What are your concerns there, and is there a way to fix that so that in future generations we'll have more leaders like you?
Well, I don't think it's widespread to the point of panic or alarm, but it is happening. And I'm very concerned about it. Some of it is because billions of dollars of Middle East money has poured into colleges and universities to indoctrinate young Christians that Israel's not special, there's nothing all that unique about it. I blame part of it on that and part of it on weak pastors who from their own pulpits are not explaining the biblical basis of support for the Jewish people. But we've got to do a better job of explaining why the relationship is important, how America benefits from it, because there are people in America who foolishly believe, well, we're doing all this stuff for Israel, they're doing nothing for us. And that's not true. We're getting as much as we are giving. It is a two-way partnership that America benefits from, not just Israel.
Wonderful. Well, Ambassador Huckabee, thank you so much for speaking to us today.
Thank you. Pleasure to visit with you.
Thanks.
You can watch the complete interview tonight on ILTV's YouTube and Screen IL channels. Be sure to check it out.
And moving on, Syria's President Ahmed al-Shara says that negotiations with Israel on a security pact are advancing rapidly and may bring results in coming days. Israel wants to ensure that southern Syria cannot be used as a launchpad for Iranian-backed militias or other hostile actors. And joining us now with more on the latest developments in Gaza and Syria is General Amir Avivi, founder and CEO of the Israel Defense and Securities Forum. Thank you so much for joining us. Always a pleasure to have you on.
Hi, Lidar.
So let's start with Gaza. We are on day 3 of this offensive. Can you maybe walk us through the expected timeline for this operation and what Israel hopes to achieve from it?
So we know that Israel is already controlling 75% of the Gaza Strip, and Hamas remains in 2 main strongholds, in the city of Gaza and in the central camps. The city of Gaza is the main stronghold. The brigade of Hamas in Gaza is the strongest brigade. And obviously, dismantling this brigade, destroying it, it's a huge step towards eradicating Hamas as a governmental and military entity. At the moment, the IDF is moving forward slowly, mainly pushing the Gazan society out of the city of Gaza to the south, to the humanitarian zone. We see many airstrikes. We see explosive APCs that dismantle all the booby traps and improvised explosive devices that Hamas has placed in different houses and junctions inside the city, and also bringing down these buildings where they have snipers and observation posts that try to locate the Israeli forces. So there are many things that are done to really secure our soldiers before they start the massive maneuver into Gaza City. At this stage, the IDF is controlling 40% of the city of Gaza, but there is a lot to do still in order to really dismantle Hamas in Gaza City.
Mm-hmm. And what do you make of this report of a sort of concrete plan for Gaza the day after the war? Is it feasible handing over control to the Palestinian Authority and others? Because, you know, as of now, they're continuing with, for example, their pay-for-slay policies and are certainly no partner for peace as it stands now.
As far as I know, the government completely opposes the idea of a Palestinian Authority. The Palestinian Authority took Gaza Strip in 1994 from the Stone Age, literally, to shooting rockets on Israel in 2001. And by 2004, 10 years after Oslo, complete loss of control of the Gaza Strip. And all this is under the Palestinian Authority, who is paying billions to terrorists, inciting. They are not an option. What I see done in Gaza is relying on local clans. We see a clan that is managing Rafah. We see another clan that is managing Sajaiya, and also the IDF is trying to work with a clan in Khan Yunis. So this is where this is going, some kind of cantonization based on local governance of clans, not the Palestinian Authority, not the Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and certainly not Hamas. They're all not viable options.
And turning to Syria, I want to ask, right now, what's the situation on the border between Israel and Syria, and what are the current threats to Israel?
So Syria is not really a country. We're dealing with a government that controls maybe 30% of Syria. We have a huge area controlled by the Kurds. We have the Druze near our border. We have the Alawis on the western side. So Syria is not really functioning as a state. And even within Ashara's area of control, there are many different forces, some of them really radical, Al-Qaeda, ISIS-oriented. To me, it's not clear how viable is an agreement with them. I think that in the long term, we'll see Syria moving towards a civil war again. But we have to make sure that all the area south of Damascus is completely demilitarized. We have to make sure that the Druze are secure, that there is no militants that move from the north to the area of the Golan Heights. And the question is, in this agreement, how can the IDF impose this? Just as we are doing in Lebanon. In Lebanon, we have a ceasefire, yet we attack almost on an everyday basis when we see Hezbollah trying to build capabilities again in South Lebanon. And we need the same in Syria. We cannot trust Ashara to really demilitarize all these areas. We need to be able to be proactive and make sure that this really happens on the ground.
Absolutely. General Amir Avivi, thank you so much for joining us today and for your insights.
My pleasure.
And joining us now to discuss the developments of the war in Gaza is Colonel retired Miri Eisen, a senior fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. Thanks so much for being with us, as always.
Always a pleasure.
Miri, I first want to start by asking you about the amount of terrorists you think that could still be operating in Gaza City. We know the population is roughly about 1 million people, but officials here are indicating there could be thousands of terrorists that fight back the IDF once they arrive. What's your take?
So we've already been fighting in the Gaza Strip for 23 months. We've already taken out, I even want to say, tens of thousands of terrorists. But the population of the Gaza Strip is made up out of over 2 million people, half of them under the age of 18. And there's no question that that younger generation, and I say it very sadly, the 16, the 17, the 18-year-olds are also going to be trained, newly trained. So I think that we're still looking at thousands. That's always going to be a challenge. The question is what weapons they have, how much they manage to continue to do what they've always done, to booby-trap the different areas, to turn the whole urban facade into different positions, in the living room and in the children's room and in the mosque and in the school. So we're looking at thousands of terrorists and endless different possibilities to attack the IDF troops.
Well, with that being said, Miri, I want to ask you about how long this operation could go on in Gaza City, because remember, troops right now in places like Rafah, where there might not be this combat fighting, that's where these explosions are taking place from these explosives that are being planted in these bombed out locations already. But how much longer could this Gaza City offensive actually go on for?
So I want to say sadly, because it doesn't make me happy or you happy, but it can go on for quite a while. What the IDF is doing now is working slowly and systematically. I say that because doing it slowly and systematically saves lives. It doesn't make the war any easier. War is a terrible place. But when you work slowly, systematically, and you do so, it's not about saving the soldiers' lives. It's about protecting, in that sense, in their own defense. It's about saving the civilians. It's about making sure that telling people move to other places where you don't have this high intensity warfare, because all of the Gaza Strip is in a war zone. That makes the whole difference. So I do think, Shosh, that we need to be aware this can take a month or 2 or 3. It's not going to be over tomorrow morning.
And we're hearing that President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu have threatened and warned Hamas not to harm the hostages and use them as human shields. What does that actually mean? We know the IDF spokesperson said that Gaza City is one of the largest human shields in history at this point in time. But literally speaking, can you just give us examples and can you break down for us how they could use the hostages as human shields?
So there are 2 different aspects. As you said, the human shields is that all of this urban people who are there, there's 1 million people who are inside them, and all of them are used as human shields. They're being told by Hamas not to leave. We're talking now about the hostages, about the people that were taken so brutally on October 7th and have been held, as you said, for over 700 days inside the Gaza Strip. It means that they would take them out of the tunnels where most of the time they're holding them. They hold them there because for them, they are a strategic asset, and they'll bring them out on purpose to do 2 things. One, I don't know how to put this in non-military terms, but I'm going to say to freak out the troops. Can you imagine what it's like if you would see an Israeli hostage being held outside? But they can do it in a much more traumatic, devious way. They can use footage. They can use the voice. They can suddenly have, a loud speaker blaring with the voice of a hostage. So it's not just about bringing out a human being, putting him out there and doing so on purpose so that that person would be killed by Israeli fire, but also doing it by using the voices, by using footage, by showing it in such a way. All of this done to make sure that the IDF does not act against the Hamas. The IDF is very aware of this. It is not something that they're not aware of. I think the reality is harsher when you actually meet it.
Yeah, thanks for just giving detail on that, because I think people know these generic blanket statements of using hostages as human shields, but not necessarily knowing what it specifically means. I want to ask you, with these thousands of fighters of Hamas that could be in Gaza City, are they panicking in a time like this, knowing the IDF is coming in with significant force?
I think that they're most definitely on what I'm going to call the defense, and that's exactly where we want them to be. They should not be the ones defining the rules of the game. They should not be the ones who are on the initiative against Israeli troops. We're inside urban area. They have an advantage as the defensive force in an urban area. That's why we work slowly, because they have the tunnels and the shafts where they can come out, shoot, and go back into the tunnel. Because they've turned this entire urban area into one big IED, explosive booby trap arena. So you have to take it slowly. I don't think that they're fleeing. I do think that there are going to be those, remember that even though you're showing photographs of them now with uniforms on, they're not in uniform, Shosh. This is also important to tell everybody. They'll flee together with the civilians, wearing civilian clothes, and hide, again, using those civilians as their own human shields.
Miri Eisen, thanks so much for being with us, as always. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
From the IDF's major advancements on the ground in Gaza City to the summit Arab and Muslim leaders held on how they will respond to Israel's strike on Hamas's terror leadership living and existing in Doha, Qatar. Let's discuss all of it. Joining us now to help us make sense of it is Brigadier General Reserve Danny Van Buren, former Chief Reserve Officer of the IDF and founder and chairman of Nikraim Ledegel. Thanks so much for being with us today. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Overnight, massive explosions were heard in Gaza City, with confirmation 3 different divisions of tens of thousands of soldiers will actually be operating in the area of Gaza City within the next few days. How significant is the timing of these major moves by the military?
Yeah, I think we've come to the point that we realize that the attempt to combine both military means and diplomatic measures, and in terms of negotiations to try to find a way to finish this war are not meeting our goals. And the only alternative which is left to Israel is, to do the final move in terms of eliminating the rest of Hamas infrastructures and leaders in order to create a new situation on the grounds where Israel will be able to live peacefully without being threatened by Hamas. And I think this is the main logic of this operation, both to finalize the war and take Hamas out of power and to release the hostages. And in these two means, to create a new narrative that, terror doesn't pay off in terms of what Hamas committed on October 7th.
And going back to the pressure that Israel is currently putting on Hamas, what other options does Israel even have on the table at this point in time to pressure the terror group into a deal? Because it seems as if, Hamas terrorists are staying in Gaza City, but what other options come after this if this doesn't work?
I think this should work because we did try to find a way to as I mentioned before, to combine the diplomatic means. I think what the major we should realize that the major goal of any terror organization is to create chaos and fear within the society that it is fighting against. In regarding Israel, we see that the inner conflict in Israel is working on the benefit of Hamas, and we should all remember this in order to not to let Hamas gain his achievements that he wishes to do so. And we should admit that the current pressure being put on Israel by the international community, mainly using the bias campaign of starvation in Gaza and so on, is also a burden on Israel. So the best way for us currently is to finish the war in order, to create the situation on the grounds when Hamas is defeated, and this will enable all of us to work on a new international infrastructure of Gaza and being able to create new order in this area.
Sure. So as the IDF approaches, Gaza City, it's pretty much brand new territory. It's brand new urban territory for them. What's usually the first steps or the initial steps they take when they enter brand new location like this?
I'm not sure it's a brand new. There are some neighborhoods which the IDF so far was not present in, mainly because we were suspected their hostages are being held in these locations. But as we all see during the last 2 or 3 weeks, the IDF puts a lot of pressure by using Air Force in order to take down towers and buildings that can be a threat to the ground operation in terms of being able to observe the IDF movements and even eliminate or hurt the Israeli soldiers. So these means were all committed within the last 2 weeks, and the second attempt used by Israel and the IDF is to try to separate the local population from Hamas. And part of the reason that we saw last night at the beginning of the actual work on the ground and the tanks movement and so on was to show the local population that we mean business and it's not just a drill. So the best option for them would be to evacuate to the humanitarian zones, and so they won't be hurt. This will enable the IDF to fight in an area which is not populated and really put an end to the Hamas activities, both against Israel and against its own population.
Thank you so much for your perspective on all of this. Of course, we're continuing to follow all the developments in real time as all of this is consistently moving from day to day. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And joining me now to discuss the headlines is Dr. Kobi Balda, expert in American history and geostrategy at HIT Cholon. Thank you, Kobi, for joining.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Kobi, Netanyahu met with U.S. Secretary Rubio earlier. What would you say were the main takeaways from this meeting? What stuck with you?
So at the beginning, it was meant to be just visiting the holy site where pilgrims went, and he wanted to open that officially by a group called El-Ad. So they're the one who invited him to come and actually to launch the operation or the opening of that tunnel. Obviously, last week, after the bombing on the headquarters of Hamas in Doha, it is spin into talking about that. That's at least what the Secretary of State did state before he went on the plane yesterday. So I would assume that the conversation was about what Israel is intending to format within the Gaza Strip and what are their thoughts about the next stages. We do have to realize that the Trump administration does not feel comfortable with the fact that we bombed a close ally of Qatar. And even though the rhetoric wasn't too hard on Israel, you could read between the lines that the administration wasn't so satisfied with the bombing in the heart of Doha.
Now, Netanyahu said in the joint press conference that the Doha strike didn't fail and warned Israel will attack again if necessary. What does he mean by didn't fail? And how does this restore or damage Israel's deterrence?
Well, try to get into his shoes. I would assume that what he's trying to say is that we determined, the Israelis, that we can go anywhere in the world and try to revenge the leaders of Hamas who were part of the October 7th massacre. But I would argue that now that we know that most of the management or the senior officials of Hamas was not at the location and probably did not die during that bombing, then no one can really call that as a great success. That being said, we do need to remember that President Trump pledged to Assani that Israel will not bomb again in Qatar. So I do not see how Netanyahu can order another strike on Qatar after Trump pledged that something of that nature will not happen. So I don't see the great victory here. I see somebody who's trying to take a bold move, trying maybe to shake the dead end of the negotiation of the hostage. But unfortunately, it appears that it did not work. And unfortunately, due to the promise of President Trump, I do not see how he will be able to do that again on his term in the next 3 years, trying to eliminate Hamas on Qatar soil.
Now, with both Netanyahu and Rubio speaking about hostages as central to moving forward, what can be expected from this meeting in terms of new offers or guarantees?
Well, for now, as we know, that road is jammed, at least the one that we know that is official. Maybe there's something that we do not know behind scene. The bombing on the headquarters of Qatar took place exactly when the management of Hamas was to sit down and try to discuss the offer of President Trump, saying that all the 20 will be released in day one. That is being said is an offer that President Trump put on the table, because we all need to remember that by the end of September, the Nobel Prize Committee, the most precious and dear thing to the heart of Donald Trump, that he, I would say, rightly believed that he needs to get that, is on the table. And since he couldn't been able to break through on the front of Ukraine, he did hope that he would be able to do in the second most bloodiest conflict in the world right now, which means the Gaza Strip. Right. So that's why he put all of his weight into that offer. That offer now is off the table, unless there's something that we do not know. And I don't know to tell you exactly what are they talking about? What are the options that left all the way to the end of September?
Well, Kobi Balda, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Marco Rubio came, prayed at the Western Wall, stood beside Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in a joint press conference, inaugurated a controversial road in the city of David, and then flew on to Qatar. But the real question is, what did he achieve? Did he, behind the scenes, deliver a warning to Israel to rein in his campaign? Or did he give Netanyahu a green light to push forward, however Israel sees best? With a failed strike in Doha, hostages still in Hamas's captivity, and Israel facing mounting isolation. The stakes are high for the Jewish state. Tonight we're asking, is Israel strengthening its hands or playing a dangerous game with its international credit? In-house for what should be a lively debate are Malka Fleischer, co-founder of the Jewish Women's Security Group in Judea, B'Yadayim Shelanu, and veteran journalist Dan Perry. Let's get started. All right, well, this is definitely a conversation that we need to have today. Marco Rubio flew out to Qatar this morning and left us, in Israel with a lot to think about, I think, in terms of what are our next steps. Tell me something. Hostages, the Iran pressure, relations with Qatar. In any of these topics, Dan, why don't you start? Do you think that he actually pushed the envelope?
I got to be honest and admit that we don't really know. Most politicians, most diplomats, perhaps even a definition of diplomacy, is such that you can't really necessarily go by what they say in public. And this particular U.S. administration is quite disciplined in not revealing too much of its cards, and when they're going to lie in public, they also lie in private to journalists. So what we end up having is a very massive smokescreen where we can only try to connect the dots. For example, clearly Rubio didn't lay down a law with Netanyahu that he can't go into Gaza, because the day after Israel announces
or maybe he told him to go.
Into Gaza.
Isn't it possible?
It's conceivable. It looks like the U.S. administration is pretty close to the last significant force on earth that is willing to roll with what the Netanyahu government decides to do. Now, is that a line of credit without limit? I do not know. Is the U.S. position what I would have expected it to be, which is that Trump doesn't care about humanitarian issues and is highly utilitarian and even has fantastical notions about the U.S. owning Gaza, but he doesn't want a forever war, so it's got to be fast? I can't even guarantee that, because the current Israeli strategy is headed towards something that is the opposite of fast. Netanyahu's apparent strategy is to occupy Gaza, establish a military administration, and basically deal with an insurgency for maybe years going forward.
So I want to have you respond to this, Malka, because that makes sense that we don't really know. And on the other hand, it seems like there was some language that was dropped by the White House, whether it was, enough is enough or finish the job. This idea of not forever war. So how would you interpret the next steps that Israel should take, and the steps that we took today, going further into Gaza, in light of the visit by Rubio?
I think that the Rubio visit is really interesting, and I think that the policy that the Netanyahu administration is doing, like on the actual days that Rubio is here, are very interesting. First, Rubio came to inaugurate the Pilgrims Road in the city of David, Ir David, which is a part of eastern Jerusalem, which is extremely historic, which has a lot of also value to the faith community. And Rubio, in his speech when he inaugurated this road, he talked all about that. And he talked about how America was based on values that were essentially given to the Jewish people by God. This is the kind of person that Rubio is. As he's here in our country, Israel is blowing the smithereens out of Gaza City. Now, if you look backwards, if this had been a Biden administration official or an Obama administration official, you would not see anything like that. You would have seen total quiet on all the military fronts. It would have been, how do we hold it together so that the administration is happy? The opposite happened here. Israel almost made a display of force for Rubio, for the administration, as he's literally sitting here. And it's true that the Trump administration also is very tied into Qatar, which is complicated for us, right? It is definitely an issue.
And I want to talk about that, this Doha strike. Okay, now we don't really know who we killed, who we didn't kill, who we injured, who we didn't injure. It's not quite clear, but it does look like maybe we didn't have the success that we hoped for in assassinating all of the major leaders in Doha. Now, Netanyahu, of course, course, said that it was very successful. In fact, he stood on the stage with Rubio and he said, what do you mean? It was an excellent success because we delivered some kind of message to the world, except that it was then contradicted by Trump, who said, don't ever do it again. So then you have to ask the question, well, if we can't ever do it again and we didn't kill the leaders, how is it successsul? How do you view this attempt at that we took against the leaders in Doha, number one? And number two, where do you think this impacts the hostages?
So, first of all, I think there's success and then there's success. I do think it was a success. Was it a success in, like, annihilating those leaders, like old school Nasrallah style? Did we, like, totally cream them? We did not totally cream them. But we made a huge statement that no one can deny, which is two things. One, we see you, Qatar. Like, with all due respect to how you're trying to normalize yourself by being, like, suddenly a mediator after literally years upon years upon years of terror funding, and trying to play like this diplomat now after you have literally been paying money to the people who took our hostages, offered them diplomatic protection in your country, put up a screen for them so that no one could touch them. So we outed Qatar, basically, and we said, listen, like, maybe you're sitting at the table with us, but we all know who you really are. That's thing number one. Thing number two is we made a statement. Again, I would have loved if we would have annihilated those Hamas leaders. Maybe we didn't. Not every military mission is a 100% success. But we basically said to them exactly what Netanyahu said in his press statement with Rubio, which is, you can run, you can hide, but we will get you.
Well, Dan, I need you to respond because I'm not so sure.
I'm itching to respond.
Yeah, please.
Malka, no one outed anyone. The Hamas leaders were brazenly public about their presence in Qatar, and Qatar was completely open about hosting them. And there was an understanding that Israel had given that they were immune while they were in Qatar because Qatar was leading a mediation. Moreover, with the terror funding, believe me, I'm not naive about the double game being played by Qatar. But come on. Qatar gave money to the administration in Gaza, which was Hamas, for the last many years at the request of Netanyahu. Netanyahu wanted this to happen for not unreasonable, for two reasons. One reasonable, one completely ridiculous. The reasonable one was we don't want them to starve in Gaza because then that's bad, and it'll be also bad for security of Israel, one. Two, it's actually good that we have Hamas in Gaza. This was Netanyahu's idiotic position because that will somehow split the Palestinians. You have Hamas in Gaza, you have the PA in the West Bank, and this is good for business because with the Palestinians split, then we don't have to worry about negotiating with anyone because they appear to be weak. That backfired spectacularly. To now come say that Qatar was funding terror.
You know what? I want to tell you that I actually appreciate what you're saying, and I agree with what you're saying, but I want to therefore tweak what I said, which is you're absolutely right, and I said it wrong. Qatar has always been openly what it is.
Yeah.
We are now showing Qatar we have changed. Okay. We are no longer the kind of state that's going to let you play us on both ends.
So let's discuss for a second what is the result of this message that Israel sent. We're showing Qatar that we're no longer going to.
But we are getting internationally condemned.
Because here's what happened. In fact, we're getting completely condemned. I think Israel might get away with it because the interest for continuing the process that will end the war is so huge, and Qatar's role in that is actually, ironically, so potentially significant that everyone has an interest in somehow looking the other way and maybe giving Qatar a little prize, and the prize already is happening today when Rubio is announcing an enhanced defense association between the U.S. and Qatar. So is that good for Israel? Not so sure. That's one result. The other result is that Trump said twice in recent days to Qatar publicly, Israel will never strike in Qatar again. So basically it was one and done. And do I wish that they had killed all the Hamasniks in Gaza as a consequence of that one possible chance? Maybe I do. Maybe if that were happening, I'd be less critical of what appears to have been a reckless gamble. But what is pretty obvious is that rather than eliminating the idea of immunity, Israel's reinforced it. Because now the entire world community has put it on notice, including the Trump administration that will tolerate almost any Israeli skullduggery, has specifically said you'll never attack Qatar again. And I strongly doubt that Israel's going to attack in Turkey or in Egypt or anywhere else, because even though sometimes you get the feeling that there is no limit to the Netanyahu administration's cynicism and recklessness, I actually think there is a limit.
I think it's like really interesting that you talk about recklessness when it's really the lack of action that has led us to the point that we are today. The fact that Netanyahu is finally taking action, like shocking action, like unprecedented action, is very refreshing for the Israeli people, and I think it's really sending a message. And I would like to say, like, regarding condemnation, you know, it's people from your camp who've been talking about condemnation for like the last 40 years that have squeezed us into this corner in which we feel we can't respond to terror threats. Now we're finally responding to terror threats, and yeah, it's very messy. We made ourselves a horrible bed, and now we have to clean it up, and I'm glad that we're finally doing it. You know, if we were sitting here worrying about condemnation, we would never get anything done. We would never have responded to Hamas. We would never have responded to Lebanon. We would never have responded to Syria, and we certainly wouldn't have responded to Iran. I do not think that this is these are bad moves on the part of.
I want to actually.
That requires a response.
Okay, go for it.
Israel's been fighting terror for the past 50, 60, 70, 100 years, basically.
Israel has been staving off terror. It has not been fighting terror.
They call it mowing the lawn.
Alongside terror its whole entire life, and the people of Israel are tired of it. And they want, you know, we're probably going to talk about what's going to be the end, where's the end game of the war, and it cannot be that we perpetually do the same things over and over again.
Black and white.
That has been empirically proven to be a horrible failure.
May I?
You may.
This black and white idea that they've only been doing little and now they're doing much, it isn't quite that binary. Israel's been doing a lot, a hell of a lot, for many, many years. Israel now may be going further in some cases, and some of it is wise. The world is complex. The Hezbollah operation I would have wanted to see many years ago. The Iran operation I would have wanted to see many years ago. Many things I would do more radically than the government. The war in Gaza specifically is a strategic cul-de-sac and a shocking case of idiocy.
And it seems that even Rubio, when he was here, said that he does not believe, though, that Hamas is going to disarm and that it's going to surrender. So then, in this case, Dan, if the war is you know, something that we can't win militarily, or we should stop fighting militarily,
I think we've already won.
If we I will say, I think that in some ways you're right, because tactically we've definitely annihilated enough of Hamas that they no longer have the power to put our security at risk.
Or to do an
For sure. Right, October 7th put our security at risk, 100%. On the other hand, and Hamas is an ideology, so you're never going to wipe out an ideology. We're not going to wake up the day after the war anyway and believe. I agree. No, I'm agreeing with you. The day after the war, no one's going to wake up and say, oh, nobody wants to kill us anymore. That's not going to be the case. Hamas ideology will exist. So in that sense, you're right. We have won. And we still have 48 hostages there. Hamas is not going to give them back. They're not going to surrender. They're not going to give them back at the negotiating table. You think they will?
I know they will. Hamas generally, unlike democratic governments, sometimes speaks the truth in public. And it was clear from the beginning that Hamas's position from the beginting of the war was we'll return all the hostages in exchange for an end to the war.
Then explain how when the last agreement came out, where they said that 48 hostages come back on day one and we'd have a ceasefire and be done. Hamas said we can't find all the hostages.
Hamas is on record saying to the extent that they can find all the hostages, and yes, there is some question about a few that might be held by Islamic Jihad or by gangs, but
or buried under the rubble,
sure. But to the extent that they can, Hamas's position is they will return the hostages in exchange for credible guarantees that the war ends and it will not attack the day after. Now, for a considerable part of this war, even people like me would not have given them that guarantee, because that gives them a victory narrative, and they're going to claim victory because, look, we're still standing. We're standing on top of smoldering ruins, but we're still standing, and that's a victory. And idiots all around the region would buy it, and it would strengthen jihadism, and I don't want that. But there comes a point where it flips. And you say, okay, enough is enough. At this point, there's diminishing returns. We have devastated Hamas's actual army, and what Israel's looking at now is an insurgency in an area that it occupies full of hostile civilians that is likely to last for many, many years. Rubio says he gets that. I'm not surprised. The U.S. tried for a decade.
Dan, they just
claimed. For a decade, the U.S. failed to suppress the Iraqi insurgency that exists to this day in the form of the Shiite militias in Iraq. And the U.S. completely failed to suppress the insurgency in Afghanistan for 20 years. Israel doesn't want to enter that paradigm. There are other ways to get Hamas to step aside, given the degree to which it has been diminished, given the pressure that will be coming at them internally once reconstruction of Gaza is conditioned on them taking the next step and not only handing the keys to the PA, which they've agreed to do, but also handing their weapons. It's going to be tough. There's going to be tremendous pressure that needs to be applied. But at this point, the military pressure has, as I said, diminishing returns. The result is going to be, the army has said, at least 100 and possibly hundreds of soldiers dead, the sacrificing of the remaining 20 or so living hostages, and an expensive and messy, years-long occupation of a hostile population that will see Israel increasingly isolated in the world. I know many viewers want to support the government no matter what. It makes you feel patriotic. This particular case is idiocy, and that's why, and this is my last point, Malka, the people of Israel aren't impressed and happy. About 75% want to end the war now. And that includes the security establishment in Israel. That includes the
nobody wants to end a war, Dan. Everybody wants to end a war, but that's not how war is.
They would end the war now.
You can't look at a war and go, I'm tired. We got to end this war.
They would do that.
Just a few days ago, Jews were murdered in Jerusalem, and you're talking to me about believing Hamas, believing the words that they say, and like, oh, they'll give us the hostages if we just give them the pragmatic solution forward. It's like, you've held the country hostage for 50 years with these ideas, and the Jewish people are ready to fight now for a different Israel and a different Middle East. We are not going back to a Gaza that looks like it did 2 years ago.
I have to be able to respond.
We can't do that. You've been talking for 5 minutes without stopping. So now I'm going to say something, which is that these are old, tired, sooty, square things that you're talking about. The way that you talk about Hamas, like they're people to believe. Oh, Hamas, they said if they would get guarantees to end the war, well, they'll do it. And
I did not say that.
Them.
I'm not saying they're people
of
people to
Israel
believe.
Are tired of the way that this situation is being looked at, and we are refreshed.
So are you
by
prepared
a
for a 5-year occupation of Gaza, an insurgency in which thousands died?
I am prepared for Israel to take its rightful place in this region as a protector, as a responsible party. I'm not going to kid ourselves and think to ourselves, these are not words.
A multi-year occupation of Gaza.
This war has cost us 300 billion shekels.
Yeah.
If we didn't have to fight a war like this and we used that money instead to take control over our lands, whether it be Gaza, whether it be Judea and Samaria, we would be saving a lot of money and we'd be saving a lot of lives. Jews are still being killed in this land for being Jews. And you have offered no solutions to that.
Have you noticed that Israel controls Jerusalem?
They said
no, I didn't say believe Hamas.
But they said.
Okay, Malka, I want to
have you noticed the terror attack was in Jerusalem?
Please.
It was in Jerusalem. Israel controls Jerusalem. Right? Do you think Israel's stupid actions in Gaza that are bringing international isolation to a country that needs the world because it's export-oriented?
Before this, we were big.
Part of the strategic stupidity of the current situation is this arrogant indifference to the entirety of world opinion. Okay? Israel needs the European Union. Israel's economy depends on exports, which account for a third of its economy. Its economy is the reason why Israel has a qualitative edge over the Arabs that have enabled it to survive and, yes, to stave off aggression against it. You're going to throw all this away by supporting any military action, however boneheaded it is and however costly it's going to be. And now you bring the attack in Jerusalem last week, which Israel fully controls, as a reason why Israel should occupy Gaza and saddle itself with a military administration, over 2 million people, which will bring never-ending cost in treasure and lives. A little bit of strategy. The people of Israel don't want this. They're not happy with this. The overwhelming majority of Israel opposes this. The quarter that actually still supports Bibi includes most of those are Haredim who refuse to serve in the army. This is an abomination.
You live in a bubble. You don't understand what people are feeling. The people of Israel are ready to fight until success. Does it happen to be that our policy in Gaza is unclear to the people? And does it happen to be that I myself and you yourself do not know what the end goals are of this administration?
Well, I think Netanyahu gave us a 5-point plan.
Okay, we don't understand yet where this is really headed. But it happens to be that we have not taken full control over this.
May I make a prediction?
And the terror organizations understand that there's division in the country, and every time that happens, they exploit it. The fact that you talk about Haredim, the people of Israel have showed up overwhelmingly for Miluim and have showed up for army service, and the fact that you would bring that in is so ridiculous.
Really?
What does that have to do with anything? You think that the Haredim are the only people who support this war?
The tiny minority that continues to support the war refuse to fight in the war. May I make a prediction?
You may each make one prediction. We have 2 minutes left, so with 30 seconds down, and also you with 30
The next election is held October 2026. Netanyahu knows he can't go to elections continuing the war. Therefore, at some optimal point, just before those elections, he will declare what I'm declaring now. Israel has done all that it can do. It has done enough, and it has to do a deal to get back the hostages. But between now and that point, which will be more politically opportune for Netanyahu to make that declaration, many people will die, including Israelis, and if anyone cares, maybe tens more thousands of Palestinians. It is a moral abomination.
Malka responds. Final comments.
The vast majority of people who hold Dan's opinions in Israel today are his age and older. The people of Israel, the younger generation, is more and more right-wing, more and more army-serving, more and more ready to take control over Judea and Samaria, more and more ready to stand strong in the Middle East as a strong regional force. And my prediction is that we will continue along a bumpy ride, because that's how it is for the Jewish people. We continue on a bumpy ride, but that we will continue to head in the right direction as Israel continues to make the realizations that it cannot be the old country that's victimized all the time, but instead it has to be a leader in this region and in the world.
Every single poll says otherwise, without exception. And I'm talking about 75% of the people that agree with me on the issue of the continuation of the war.
Everyone wants an end to war. Nobody likes war, but we want victory before the end of the war.
No, not generally want the end of war. Specifically, they don't want this current intensification of the war in Gaza. They want to bring this war, which is now 2 years old. And I remind you that Netanyahu said in early 2024 that we are a step away from victory, but it wasn't opportune for him politically to actually end the war then, because his coalition would have fallen apart.
That's very I'm not going to be able to allow you to respond. Unfortunately,
I'm not cynic, Netanyahu is.
Unfortunately, we are at the end of the time that we have today. This just went by so fast, and there is so much more that we need to debate. But I really want to thank you, Dan Perry and Malka Fleischer, for being here tonight. For more analysis from Israel and the Middle East, tune into our 24/7 streaming channel and download the ILTV app. You can also catch more deep interviews with leading voices twice weekly on the ILTV podcast, available on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Rawan Osman. Thanks for watching, and have a pleasant evening.
ILTV News, your source for Israel in English. Reporting from the ground where it happens, as it happens. An authentic, trusted voice in daily Israel news. Airing on 11 international TV channels, and now launching a 24/7 Israeli news channel. Reaching millions every month across all social platforms. Independent, real, powered by truth. We don't just report, we connect. Thanks to a worldwide community that stands for truth. This is ILTV, your source for Israel in English.
Welcome to ILTV's Israel Daily. I'm Caleb Ben David, and coming up in today's newscast. On day 724 of the Gaza war, Trump and Netanyahu discussed the U.S. plan to end the conflict. The families of the 48 hostages make their case to accept the deal before it's too late. Staff Sergeant Abraham Inborkov is killed in a roadside terror attack. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. Now, Trump is characteristically optimistic about its chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Netanyahu, after meeting with U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, is taking a more cautious approach towards the deal. Some of its 21 points are potentially problematic for Israel and unacceptable to Hamas as well. More in this report.
Heading into today's meeting at the White House with Prime Minister Netanyahu, President Trump was upbeat about his peace plan for Gaza being accepted by Israel and Hamas, writing on his Truth Social platform, quote, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special, first time ever. We will get it done." Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic, saying, quote, "These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this, but our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel." But Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that sees Palestinian statehood as a final goal. And while Hamas says it is yet to see the plan, its leaders have already rejected its call for the terror group to give up its weapons. Still, the U.S. plan is the most detailed proposal yet to end the fighting and free the remaining 48 hostages. Whether it succeeds depends in large part on how much President Trump is willing to invest in getting all the parties, Israel, Hamas, and the Arab states that will help rule Gaza and fund its reconstruction, to accept Trump's vision for Gaza and the region.
The stakes are high going into today's White House meeting. No more so than for the 48 hostages still remaining in Gaza. Over the past few days, their families and supporters have stepped up their public campaign to get the hostages back home safe and sound. More on that in this report. As President Trump prepared to meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu today at the White House, he was sent a letter by the families of the remaining 48 hostages. In it, they thanked Trump for his efforts to end the war, telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores Trump to stand firm against any attempt to sabotage the deal, and says his dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. The letter is part of a stepped-up campaign by the hostage families and their supporters to pressure all parties involved to end the Gaza fighting and bring their loved ones home. This includes mass rallies in Tel Aviv and across Israel.
Families of the hostages are begging for a deal, and also the whole world is tired of the war. Also, Israelis are tired of the war. So people want to see this end, and I think the only way to end it is a deal that will guarantee security, that will guarantee a better future for everyone, and that especially will bring our hostages home.
There is growing concern among the families over the health of the hostages and whether the current IDF offensive could endanger them. This, as Hamas claims it has lost contact with the terrorists holding 2 of the hostages captive inside Gaza City. For the families, the Trump plan may be the last best hope to get them to safety. Well, joining us for more on these issues is Reserves Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, now a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense of Democracy, and Ambassador Michael Oren, the former Israeli ambassador to the U.S. Gentlemen, thank you for joining. Michael, I'm going to start with you. This meeting, of course, today between President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu, many are looking at it as a potential turning point in the war or towards its finish. Before we break down some of the specific points, just your general impression about what are the chances that this really will be, an opportunity to bring the war to its conclusion and free the hostages.
Good to be with you, Kalev. I can't assign an actual percentage of a chance. I've read this proposal in detail to what has been published so far, and I've written about it. And on paper, it seems to be a cogent, compelling argument. Hamas has to accept the fact that it has lost this war. Hamas has to say that it has lost, that it is willing to lay down its arms. Those Hamas members who want to stay in Gaza have to actually swear, they have to take an oath that they will forswear terrorism, that they'll accept basically the peace process, accept Israel's right to exist. Those Hamas officials who do not want to take that pledge will be put on a boat and shipped elsewhere overseas. And on the other side, the Israeli government is not going to have to agree to discuss what the Saudis have called a pathway to Palestinian statehood, which is a very high hurdle for the present government of Israel in the coalition. So to tell you whether there is going to be a tremendous chance that Hamas is going to surrender or that Mr. Smotrich and Ben Gvir are going to discuss Palestinian statehood and end the war, I can say there's not a very high chance. Having said all that, though, President Trump wants this war ended. He wants it ended either by military means or by diplomatic means, by negotiations, and it wants it over quickly. He wants it over quickly. He wants to proceed on Saudi-Israeli peace. He wants that Nobel Peace Prize, which I think he deserves richly. And so Prime Minister Netanyahu is heavily dependent on Mr. Trump right now. He's what's standing between us and international sanctions. And Prime Minister Netanyahu will do everything possible to accept this peace deal. And Hamas may play it as Hamas has always played it, which is to say, we accept the deal, but with all sorts of reservations, and let's talk about it.
Right. And Jonathan, how are you feeling about this deal? And maybe the question of does it answers Israel's security concerns? Because there's a lot of novel features in this deal, including, for example, a multinational Arab Muslim force in or around Gaza, something Israel has never really had to deal with.
Yeah. So I agree with what Ambassador Owen said, always words of wisdom from him, but I'll say this. The first Trump plan to end the war was probably undercooked. It's a good idea to get Gazans out, rebuild the place, get Gazans back in, and to completely change the trajectory of the Gaza Strip. That wasn't made diplomatically well enough, and President Trump didn't have the Turks or the Egyptians or the Europeans or the other Arabs on board, so that plan didn't happen. This plan seems better cooked. There's more buy-in by regional and local players, but I would still say that the scale of naivete, there's a lot of the 21 points are pretty high on the scale of naivete, because to ask Hamas to renounce terrorism and to disarm, lay down their weapons is, I think, 100% contrary to their very core beliefs and their real ethos as mukawama, as resistance, as they see themselves. And I think that the likelihood of that happening is very low. I also think that as long as that doesn't happen, and I don't think it will, then I struggle to see any foreign Arab international peace force that will actually come in and face reality on the ground, which will be low intensity or mid intensity fighting, guerrilla and terrorism. So whereby I totally agree with what Ambassador Oren said, there's a lot of pressure on Israel and on Hamas's backers, on Turkey and on Egypt and Qatar to make this deal now and get it done. At the end of the day, Hamas, I think, will probably refuse, and they will try to use Israeli refusal in order to pin the blame on Israel.
Right. And as you both pointed out, there's elements here that Hamas has already said they'll reject disarmament, but there are also a couple of problematic points for Israel or this current Israeli government. The introduction of the Palestinian Authority or a reformed PA at some point in the governance of Gaza. The other renewal of peace talks with the aspirations of Palestinian statehood as an ultimate goal. Both things Prime Minister Netanyahu has rejected as recently as the UN, speaking to the UN General Assembly last week. Michael, how much wiggle room does the Prime Minister have here to say yes, but?
Not much, as I said earlier. We are facing international isolation. The Prime Minister has said as much. Remember the Sparta remark. And what is standing between us in that isolation is one person. It's Donald Trump. If President Biden used to say don't. You remember that, Caleb? Said don't, and everybody did, including the Palestinians, the Iranians, and Israel. We did. When Donald Trump says don't, this Prime Minister is going to have to think many, many times before he goes ahead and goes against the will of this president. And that extends not just to discussing this pathway to a Palestinian state or PA involvement in those negotiations or in that final arrangement, but also the question of annexation, which the Prime Minister is under mounting pressure within his coalition to agree to a partial or complete annexation of Judea and Samaria. And Donald Trump has expressed himself unequivocally against this. It's not the first time. He did it even his first term in office as well. So Netanyahu has to tread very, very carefully to avoid a head-on collision with this president. And we saw at the UN last week, Kalev, on the question of Ukraine, how this president can change positions very, very quickly. Right. We cannot afford that.
Right. And Jonathan, as again, you both mentioned Hamas likely to refuse some of them, but there is one point in this plan that specifically says that if one of the parties don't agree, meaning Hamas, some of the changes can be implemented in areas that are already secure, meaning are under IDF control. How likely is that happen while the IDF is still operating, that is going to be able to meet some of these conditions, introduce some kind of, like, for example, new civilian administration in Gaza?
Yeah, I think the game changer here could be Egypt. And if President Trump will inform the Egyptians that he's had enough of them blocking Gazans from getting out, and that he wants a temporary solution for Gazans out of Gaza into Sinai, that could be the virtual rug being pulled beneath the feet of Hamas, and that could really be the game changer that shuffles the cards and really rebalances the situation in Israel's favor, actually in Palestinians' favor, but to the disfavor of Hamas. I think we're getting more and more indications that there's less patience with the Egyptians in DC, and that more and more people are understanding that their obstructionism and frankly their cruelty towards Gazans is what has been one of the reasons why Hamas has been able to hold on for so long. In addition to the hostages that they took, are 48 hostages that are still there and need to be brought back. But the fact that they have been keeping the gates closed is something that has allowed Hamas this wiggle room and diplomatic oxygen. If that changes, if Hamas refuses Trump's proposal, and then pressure is applied on Egypt, that could be the game changer that Hamas really doesn't want, but that could be really good for Israel.
Right. And speaking of good for Israel, Michael, one of the potential benefits here, obviously the release of the hostages first and foremost, the end of fighting in Gaza, but perhaps expanding the Abraham Accords, bringing some more Arab and Muslim states. But the plan doesn't specifically cite any commitment by those states to do so. So what are the chances that this will bring more states, and should that be something that should be more forthcoming in the process?
Well, let's be honest with ourselves here. Hamas is not going to release all the hostages. Hamas is evil, but it's not stupid. And Hamas knows that the day it releases the last hostage is the day that the IDF goes in there and destroys Hamas. And not surprisingly, in the last few days, Hamas has said, well, we don't know where they all are. There are several who are missing, accounted for. And that was entirely expected. One would have expected in a negotiation under normal circumstances that the United States would offer a sweetener to the Israelis. Say, okay, make a concession on this pathway. Make a concession about a possible involvement of a reformed Palestinian Authority in the future. God knows what reform means and whether the Palestinian Authority is capable of reforming itself. Make those gestures, and we will, the United States, will compensate you. With a peace agreement, for example, with Saudi Arabia, or we'll bring Indonesia into the Abraham Accords, or Azerbaijan, which is kind of low-hanging fruit. Who knows, maybe in Pakistan, into the Abraham Accords. And that will enable Netanyahu to go back to his coalition, go back to his contingency in the Likud and say, hey, look, we're making a sacrifice, but look what we're getting. We're getting peace with the Sunni world and the possible bonanza worth hundreds of billions of dollars in trade. He could do that. But the question is whether now, in our weakened position, vis-a-vis the world in this war, Israel has that type of leverage. It had that type of leverage back in 2020, where in exchange for not annexing Area C of Judea and Samaria, Israel was able to get the UAE to join the Abraham Accords. I don't know if we have that same leverage today, but that certainly would be a sweetener, Kalev, for Netanyahu to go back to the Israeli public and say, look what I'm getting for making what is essentially a symbolic gesture to the Palestinians and the Arab world.
And Jonathan, as you both have said, there's a good chance this deal may not succeed, or if it does, it's still going to be a while towards implementation. In the meantime, IDF forces are on the ground in Gaza, operating in Gaza City. How do you see that operation, if that is the case and the war must go on, how do you see it progressing now in the next weeks or even months?
Yeah, I just came from the Gaza border, actually, so I heard a lot of the noise and I spoke with a lot of the people on the ground. I would say that it's basically talks and tanks. My friend at FDD, Mark Dubovitz, he just coined that, and I'll credit him. It's talking and tanks on the ground. That's what's happening. And Israel is still using the military on the ground in order to apply pressure on Hamas and to show Hamas that this can get much worse if you continue to hold on to the hostages and to refuse to surrender. And things are happening in DC, which is part of that pincer movement. On the ground, there still, unfortunately, is a lot of Hamas infrastructure. There are a lot of Hamas fighters that are still capable of fighting, that if Israel wants to actually win the war, they need to either be killed or to surrender, or for a political agreement to be achieved. I am very concerned about the hostages. The situation isn't positive, and I think that that is the ultimate ace up Hamas's sleeve when it comes to applying pressure. So Israel is applying pressure on the ground and politically. Hamas still has those hostages, and I agree with the assessment of Ambassador Owen. Hamas are extremely evil, but not stupid.
All right, talks and tanks. I think Winston Churchill said, better jaw than war.
Right.
But it looks like we're going to have plenty of both, at least in the coming days. Jonathan Conricus, thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And Ambassador Michael Oren, thank you for being with us today.
Thank you to you both, and Gemar Chatima Tova. Thank you.
Now, as we approach Yom Kippur, a time of reflection and giving, many families in Israel are struggling to put food on the table. One organization that's been making a real difference is Yad Ezra V'Shulamit, dedicated to feeding children and families in need. Well, joining us now is celebrity chef Jamie Geller to talk more about their work. Jamie, thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Now, Jamie, tell us, how should we be preparing for Yom Kippur?
Look, Yom Kippur is such a powerful day. My advice is to give, and give again. Tzedakah is one of the keys to getting sealed for a good year. When you think about it, when you give charity, God gives as well. When you have compassion on others, God has compassion on you.
Right. Now, Jamie, we live in a country, a world with so many great causes to support.
Yeah.
So where are you giving your charity before Yom Kippur?
You're right. There are so many incredible causes, but there are different levels of charity. And here's something that you should know. Giving food to hungry people in Israel is the highest level you can possibly give. Yad Ezra V'Shulamit is feeding the poor all across the country, and that is where I'm giving this Yom Kippur. So I'm asking every viewer before Yom Kippur, do one more good deed. Hear the cry of the hungry, the widows, the orphans, those who have lost everything because of the war. Give from your heart, and in that merit, may you be sealed for a year of life, health, and abundance.
And Jamie, maybe tell us a little about what it means for these families to get this kind of need, especially as you mentioned, it's just overall such a challenging time for Israelis.
It's absolutely heartbreaking. There's a whole new sector of society called the new poor. Before the war, they were not poor. They were on the giving end, and now they're on the receiving end. So you can imagine the humiliation associated with that. Yet Ezra V'Shulamit does everything they can to give in the most respectful manner. And when we give to support with food baskets and donations, basically we are making the difference between having food on holiday tables or no food at all.
All right, certainly something that can make a difference. Thank you, Jamie, and Gemar Chatima Tova for the Yom Kippur holiday, of course.
Gemar Chatima Tova. Thank you.
And for our ILTV viewers, you can take part right now. Just scan the QR code on your screen and help Yad Ezra V'Shulamit feed people in need all across Israel in the coming year. Remember, your support can change a life. It can even save a life. Moving on, last night, Israelis living in central Israel near Tel Aviv were forced to shelter upon hearing the air raid sirens, warning of an incoming Houthi attack. More on this from ILTV's Devo Klein.
Late-night sirens were sounded across central Israel after the IDF detected a launch from the Iranian-backed Houthis in Yemen. The IDF confirmed that the projectile was intercepted by Israeli fighter jets on its way to Israel, and there were no reports of injuries or damages caused. The Houthis have claimed responsibility for the attack, claiming that, quote, military targets were targeted in Jaffa and Eilat. The Houthis have long been attacking Israel since the start of Israel's war with Hamas. Most recently, a Houthi drone that exploded in Eilat injured 20 people. 2 are still in critical condition. Israel struck the Houthis hard after the incident in Eilat. For now, it remains to be seen whether Israel will act in response to the latest Houthi attack from last night.
Following up on yesterday's car-ramming terror attack near Kedumim in Judea and Samaria, the IDF have published the name of the soldier who was killed in the attack. 20-year-old Staff Sergeant Inbar Avraham Kav from Lotem was killed during operational activity at the Jeet Junction. A preliminary investigation into the event shows that Inbar and another soldier were driving a military jeep in the area when they spotted a suspicious Palestinian truck driver driving erratically behind them. When the two pulled over, 24-year-old driver Mahmoud Aked from Nablus accelerated his truck towards the soldiers, attempting to run them over. The terrorist was quickly neutralized by IDF forces at the scene, but Staff Sergeant Kav was critically injured in the attack and later succumbed to his wounds at Beilinson Hospital in Petah Tikva, the IDF announcing that last night. Inbar served in the Paratroops Brigade's 890th Battalion. May his memory be a blessing.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
אולי תהיה יותר טוב, משה.
גבירותיי ורבותיי, נחתנו זה עתה בזמן התעופה בן גוריון. ברוכים הבאים לישראל. Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
Now let's take a look at the weather forecast. Clear skies are expected around most of the country tonight, with temperatures reaching lows of 22 degrees Celsius or 72 degrees Fahrenheit. Then tomorrow we'll see clear skies alongside steady temperatures, seeing highs of 30 degrees Celsius or 87 degrees Fahrenheit. Well, that's a wrap for today's news. For the latest updates from Israel on all your devices, be sure to follow our ILTV channels and our new live channel. And you can also catch us on Screen IL with 24/7 live coverage. Stay informed with the latest news straight from the heart of Israel. I'm Kalev Ben David. A Gemar Chatima Tova and Sumkal Easy Fast for the Yom Kippur holiday will be off air over Yom Kippur. Thank you so much for watching.
עוד יותר, כן, עוד יותר, עוד יותר, כן. מזל טוב.
אתה הכי טוב. עוד יותר טוב.
אלבר, רק את הטוב. ועוד הנפקה מוצלחת בחברת ההייטק הישראלית.
באמת יהיה יותר טוב, משה.
Israel is strong and growing. Now, more than ever, is the time to make Aliyah.
On Rosh Hashanah, every bite of apple and honey holds a quiet prayer. May this year be better. May it be sweeter. But the blessing of sweetness stands on the edge of disappearing. Bee populations are collapsing from habitat loss and disease, taking with them something more than honey, a promise to future generations. Technion researchers are harnessing the power of science, racing to save our world's tiniest heroes before it's too late. They're creating AI-powered hives that protect and heal, and robotic bees that lend a helping wing. L'dor v'dor, from generation to generation, means caring for every link in the chain, keeping the sweetness of this holiday alive. Because tradition isn't just about the past, it's about the future we have the courage to create.
Every day, Efrat gives women facing unplanned pregnancies the courage and support to choose life. From cribs and strollers to food, diapers, and daycare, Efrat ensures babies are not only born, but thrive in loving homes. For more than 40 years, nearly 90,000 women have chosen motherhood with Efrat by their side. Your gift today means one more woman has a real choice. One more baby has a future. Donate now.
Some family secrets aren't locked in safes. They're locked in language. Your heritage is waiting in Hebrew. The conversations at dinner tables, the inscriptions on heirlooms, the letters that shaped your history. When you study with Rosen Hebrew School, you can discover your family's past. In months, not years, you'll connect with long-lost ancestors through language. Stop being a spectator in your own family story. We don't just teach Hebrew, we unlock the stories that made you, you. Which family mystery will you solve?
Israel's only English news channel, bringing you the headlines that matter every hour, straight from the center of where it's all unfolding. And moving on, Italy and Spain have sent naval ships to escort the Sumud flotilla after organizers claim several of the boats had been targeted by numerous drones. The governments of the two European countries stated that they were sending ships to stand ready and perform rescue operations if necessary. The flotilla, whose leaders reportedly have ties to the Muslim Brotherhood and Hamas, is currently making its way towards Gaza in an attempt to break the Israeli maritime blockade. According to the Israeli Foreign Ministry, Israel offered the flotilla the opportunity to dock and unload its cargo at the Ashkelon Marina for the peaceful transfer of aid to the Gaza Strip, but the flotilla organizers declined, opting instead to illegally sail into a combat zone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Good Week Israel, the show where we recap for you some positive highlights coming out of Israel this week. I'm your host, Ladar Greve-Lazi, and coming up on today's show. Watch thousands gather at the Western Wall for the Jewish high holiday prayers. JNF USA commemorate the 9/11 attacks in a heartwarming ceremony. And have a look at the efforts by Leket for the Jewish holiday seasons. The official Jerusalem Embassy of Fiji has been inaugurated. The South Pacific island nation is now the 7th country to have their embassy in Jerusalem, with the ceremony being attended by Prime Minister Netanyahu and Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar. Take a look.
Fiji, the South Pacific island nation of fewer than 1 million people, inaugurated its embassy in Israel's capital on Wednesday, becoming just the 7th country to do so. The new mission, located in Har Chotzvim in the same building as Paraguay's embassy, joins those of the United States, Guatemala, Honduras, Kosovo, Papua New Guinea, and Paraguay. The opening ceremony was attended by Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar, and Fijian Prime Minister and Foreign Minister Siteve Rabuka. Before the event, Netanyahu hosted Rabuka for a private meeting, thanking him for his support of Israel and inviting further cooperation. Rabuka, in turn, extended an invitation for Netanyahu and his wife to visit Fiji. At the ceremony, Netanyahu hailed Fiji's move as a recognition of the truth that Jerusalem has been Israel's capital since the days of King David, more than 3,000 years ago.
So this is more than a political moment. It's a sharing of great values and great purposes. Welcome to our house.
Thank you.
Mr. Prime Minister, which is your house and the house of the people of Fiji. Welcome.
Thank you.
Foreign Minister Gideon Sa'ar described Fiji's decision as a bold, moral, and historic decision, stressing the deep political connection between the Jewish people and Jerusalem, and calling it an inspiration for others to follow. For Fiji, Jerusalem becomes its 14th diplomatic mission worldwide.
And in some cool, innovative news, Israel's Ministry of Defense has confirmed that the Ophic-19 satellite, which launched recently, has transmitted its first image back to Earth. Let's take a look at the report.
Just under 2 weeks after its launch into orbit on September 2nd, the Ministry of Defense confirmed that Ophic-19 has successfully transmitted its first image back to Earth. The achievement came after a carefully planned series of system checks carried out by the Defense Ministry's Space Directorate, the Israel Aerospace Industries, and IDF Unit 9900. In recent days, the satellite's radar system was activated for the first time, and engineers were able to download its initial pictures to IAI's control station in Yehud. Since liftoff, teams have been gradually powering up and testing each of the satellite's subsystems. The successful activation of the radar marks a critical milestone in the satellite's journey toward full operational status. Ophic-19 is equipped with advanced radar technology, enabling it to capture high-resolution images day or night and in all weather conditions. This makes it a vital addition to Israel's growing intelligence capabilities. In the coming weeks, engineers will continue rigorous in-orbit testing to validate the satellite's performance. Once that phase is complete, responsibility for Ophic-19 will be transferred to the IDF's Elite Unit 9900, which oversees Israel's constellation of surveillance satellites and provides vital intelligence to the military and defense establishment.
And we continue with Israeli defense, but let's hop over to Israel's weapons industry in southern Israel, where they are developing a new anti-drone system to protect Israeli citizens. Take a look.
Welcome to Israel Weapons Industries, one of the world's most sophisticated weapons companies in the world, sitting here in the southern part of Israel. Today we're going to learn about the Arbel anti-drone system, a system to shoot down drones more effectively, but most importantly, faster. Let's take a look. Israel Weapon Industries, or IWI, has long been the home of legendary firearms, such as the Uzi, the Galil, and the Negev. But today, the spotlight is on something entirely new, the Arbel anti-drone system. The system is deceptively simple. Built directly into the AR-15 platform, it allows soldiers to use their existing rifles, optics, and ammunition without any need for special gear.
As you can see, I can operate the system and the gun at the same time.
What Arbel does is revolutionary. An electronic trigger and internal computer take over after the first shot, firing only when the shooter is stable on target.
I'm going to show you first the Arbel mode. Now keep in mind, I press down the trigger and I keep holding it. My follow shot will be only when I'm actually again in the target.
That stabilization transforms a nearly impossible task, hitting a moving drone at 250 meters into something achievable for any trained shooter. Tests show hit probability jumping from around 5% to over 70%.
The drone threat is something growing very fast, very rapidly through the last few years. Small tactical drones are very simple, very cheap solution from the enemy side.
These drones drop grenades, spy on troop movements, and sow fear for armies across Europe, from Ukraine to Poland, and for countries facing terror groups on multiple fronts. The Arbel provides a critical, low-cost answer.
These forces need something easy, some simple solution to eliminate these threats, and this is exactly what our anti-drone systems offer.
And that's why, despite whispers of silent boycotts, ILTV was told that demand is booming. The Arbel is proving itself not just as a weapon, but as a future commodity of modern war.
They don't need to change their optics, they don't need to change the way they use the rifle. All they need to do is to aim at the target, pull the trigger, keep it pulled, and now concentrate only on correctly aiming.
Israel has built its defense industry on necessity. At IWI, that necessity is turning into innovation the world cannot ignore.
And in the midst of the Jewish high holiday season, let's take a look at this year's enormous attendance for the traditional prayers Shlichot at the Western Wall.
There is a great sense of awe in the air as the walk down to the Kotel begins. Thousands of people are beginning to fill the holiest square in the world in Jerusalem, in front of the most important site in Judaism, where the Second Temple once stood. Together, they will uplift their voices for the special time period before the High Holy Days, called Slichot.
Expecting to kind of feel kind of an otherworldly feeling, I guess, if you will. You know, something I've never experienced before, maybe seen over my phone on the other side of the world, but to be here in person for it is going to be pretty spectacular. I'm looking forward to it.
Like in a year like this, it's time to just come and feel like clean yourself, like have a moment of peace. I feel like it's your moment to like go in yourself and ask sorry, clean yourself, just feel clean and everything.
Organized and prepared by the Western Wall Heritage Foundation, thousands of people will be able to watch the powerful prayers that focus on repentance, forgiveness, and spiritual reflection through their phone screens, or feel the life-changing experience in person.
All the people that you see are heroes. That's why it's special. Look how the Jewish nation say to God, we're sorry. We want to be good and better and better. It's unbelievable.
The foundation is working overtime to give visitors of the Kotel a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity on the ground and underneath them, as they're working to excavate the past Jewish history that lies beneath the surface in Jerusalem. Uncovering unearthed tokens from the history of Jews, the Western Wall Heritage Foundation is helping the past come back to life. Even with these centuries-old prayer poems that reverberates throughout Jerusalem.
It's part of our tradition, it's part of our country.
The energy, look, unbelievable.
And once again, we have the pleasure of hearing from Yael Eckstein of the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. She's breaking down the recent fellowship news that you need to know.
Shalom, my friends from here in Israel. I'm Yael Eckstein, and here are 2 fellowship projects that you should know about this week. Number 1, Tomer and Dolev are new parents, and their baby came in a very unexpected way. They live in a small apartment right outside of Jerusalem, and at 25 weeks, suddenly she felt extreme pain in her stomach. She was rushed to the hospital, and immediately they realized that she needed life-saving medical intervention. The fellowship was there for them when the baby was in NICU to provide physical, emotional, and financial support, and we continue to be there for them today. Number 2, the fellowship recently opened a resilience center in Sdot Negev. This is the area right on the border with the Gaza Strip. All of the Israeli residents there are experiencing still the trauma of the October 7th attacks and war for 2 years already. The fellowship is there to give them the tools that they need to continue to live life in joy, in faith, and with resilience. This is one of dozens of resilience centers that the fellowship has helped build, because we believe the people of Israel need to be strong to continue living out this destiny that God has promised. Well, there you have it, friends. There are 2 fellowship projects that you now know about. Join me here next week, same place, same time, for more updates directly from the Holy Land. Shalom.
And deep in the Emek HaArazim forest, in the only global 9/11 memorial with the names of every single victim, JNF USA held a momentous event to commemorate the victims and heroes of the 9/11 attacks. ILTV was at the event.
Nestled in Jerusalem's Arazim Valley, the 9/11 Living Memorial stands as a striking symbol of unity between the United States and Israel.
Jewish National Fund helped build this memorial in Jerusalem, the only memorial outside of the United States that lists every victim from that horrible day, September 11th, 24 years ago. And this memorial and our partnership and our involvement with this memorial is important because it really exemplifies the partnership between the United States and Israel and the work that Jewish National Fund does every day in Israel.
The ceremony kicked off with the honoring of the American flag and singing of the American national anthem. A chilling moment given to honor not just the victims of 9/11, but the victims of terror around the world. In a terror-stricken country like Israel, the silence in honor of the victims was deafening. One of the honored guests was Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee, who shared an anecdote and words of strength.
I'd grown up as the child of a fireman, and most people didn't think that being a firefighter was all that important. But on 9/11, when the whole world watched as New York firefighters went into the buildings that everyone else was getting out of, people understood what heroic calling it is to do that job.
As Huckabee stated, the memorial honors not just the lives lost on 9/11, but also commemorates the bravery and resilience of those brave heroes that gave their lives to save others. A reality that Israelis know all too well.
I come here tonight also with great gratitude for the people of Israel, because on one of the most horrendous days in which Americans were distraught with a combination of grief and roiling anger as to what had happened, our friends in Israel stood with us. And on October the 7th, I think you saw that the people of America stood with you and still do.
For Jewish National Fund USA, this memorial is more than stone and steel. It's a promise to never forget, to stand united against terror, and to keep alive the values of freedom, democracy, and resilience that 9/11 sought to destroy. United as one, the Israeli-U.S. alliance stands as a beacon of hope.
And ILTV was recently at the Leket Israel Logistics Center to see just how Leket Israel is ensuring that Israel's most vulnerable communities do not go hungry during Israel's high holiday season, especially. Let's take a closer look.
At Leket Israel's Logistics Center, volunteers are working around the clock, preparing holiday boxes filled with fresh produce and symbolic foods for the new year.
Well, basically what we can see is all these volunteers that are especially packing up the symbols of Rosh Hashanah, the Chag that's going to be next week, to 65,000 families.
Yedidia Rosenberg, the head of agency relations at Leket Israel, explains the nonprofit specializes in food rescue, salvaging surplus fruits and vegetables directly from Israeli farmers and fields.
To start here with the dates, are one of the fruit and vegetables that we bless on in the new year. As we can see the dates here, we are checking to see if there's some that are a bit less good like these, and we're taking them out, and we're going to give, of course, best quality to every family that we can.
Instead of being discarded, this fresh produce is collected, sorted, and delivered to more than 300 nonprofit partners nationwide.
So basically, we supply all the different parts of the population, but of course there's a big portion of elderly people, single-parent families,
Each item heading into the boxes this year offers special meaning for the new year ahead.
So the squash, okay, which is also something that we bless on, that all the bad things in the year should finish, and we should only have good things at the beginning of the new year.
And for the thousands of volunteers who show up, the experience is just as meaningful.
Amazing, fun environment to work in, collaborative effort, everybody with the same goal, wanting to help, wanting to contribute to Israel. The quality of the stuff we're packing is absolutely amazing. It's not substandard produce. This is A-grade, top of the range, beautiful, beautiful produce.
I think it's important because everybody should be able to sit down to a table and have a sumptuous meal and to be able to prepare good food. And, you know, there are people who struggle, who can't afford to go to the, struggle to go to the supermarket, will buy the bare essentials. This way they get basics, but they get a really nice, good box.
This is where we're making individual packages for every person. We're putting all the things in, the potatoes, squash, pomegranates. And then of course it's a blessing for the new year. We have all the special blessings that everybody can bless on all the different fruit and vegetables that we have in the box.
With Israel's cost of living rising and food waste adding an extra 10,200 shekels to the average household annually, Leket's mission takes on a new urgency.
We know that fruit and vegetables are very expensive, and a lot of people decide to give up and not buy fruit and vegetables as one of the first things when they start to reduce the food that they're buying. If Leket wasn't supplying these fruit and vegetables, they wouldn't be able to celebrate with these fruit and vegetables. And I know they're going to enjoy it a lot and have a lot of happiness from it.
This Rosh Hashanah, Leket Israel, is not just reducing waste, it's ensuring that tens of thousands of families across the country can celebrate the holiday with dignity, tradition, and abundance. From the fields to the family table, Leket Israel is using the foundation of who the people of Israel are to help each other in a time of need.
And that's not all. ILTV also spoke with the founder of Leket Israel, Joseph Gittler, to hear more about what goes on behind the scenes and why Leket Israel is committed to this task today.
As Israelis prepare for Rosh Hashanah, the Jewish New Year, millions of shekels worth of food will go to waste, while thousands of families struggle to put holiday meals on the table. Leket Israel, the country's largest food rescue organization, is changing that, delivering fresh holiday boxes filled with fruit and vegetables to those in need. Today, we're joined by Joseph Gittler, the founder of Leket Israel, to learn more about their mission and how viewers can help. Joseph, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for the opportunity, and Happy New Year to all.
Joseph, why did you start Leket Israel, and what is food rescue? What about it can you tell us? Can you explain a little bit?
So I started Leket Israel because Israel today is a Western country, and we waste with the best of them. But unfortunately, those who've been left behind in Startup Nation have only found it harder over the years to make ends meet. So what food rescue does, it says we have all this wonderful, healthy, nutritious, safe food going to waste. That's really just an abomination. Let's make sure it gets in the hands of those who need it. So sometimes it's not so clear how exactly this food is rescued. So what we're talking about is cooked meals that never made it out of the kitchen. There's a fear of not having enough food, whether it be in the army or at a wedding or at a corporate cafeteria. And so there's always excess made. That's where Leket comes into the story. The same goes for produce. As a society, things happen, so farmers need to produce more than perhaps society needs. And then you have instances of low market price or ugly fruits and vegetables or order cancellations, which unfortunately are happening a lot today. Israeli farmers are struggling to send their excess crops overseas. And that's when Leket steps in with our tens of thousands of volunteers working in the fields, working in our distribution center, and those are all opportunities and ways to give us a hand.
Now, can you tell us about the team behind Leket and the effort that goes into collecting and distributing the food?
So we have a big logistics team. When you think of Leket, think of a not-for-profit logistics company. We have a team of over 150 employees in Israel, working with over 75,000 volunteers every year in concert to make sure that all this food that's available from hotels and corporate cafeterias and from farmers and kibbutzim, which simply would go to waste in the past, makes its way to those in need.
And what does it mean for families to receive these Rosh Hashanah boxes, specifically during this turbulent year?
Yes, so it's interesting. We always talk about the fact that Leket helps people all year round. If you're hungry in February, it's no different than before the holidays. But it's true and not true because there's a pressure and a sense of honor that people want to be able to enjoy their holidays like all others. And once again, in a country like Israel, where so many people can live in dignity, if you're not living in dignity, it makes it that much harder. So we make extra efforts around the holidays to make sure that we have not just our normal produce and not just our normal cooked meals, but we go out of our way to make this year 65,000 additional boxes that we're distributing through our network of partner agencies. And we're also helping communities we don't normally help. So for example, we've been getting a lot of calls from reservists and social workers who work with reservist families, mostly those who have small businesses or are self-employed and are really struggling to make ends meet.
Now, how can viewers help Leket make sure that no family goes without food on this holiday?
So I'd say two great ways to help Leket. First, if you're in Israel or coming to Israel, get in touch with us at leket, Leket.org. Sign up to volunteer. We need as much help as we can get. And of course, we always need financial help to expand our activities. Just one example, we're distributing for the holidays 2.3 million pounds of mangoes. It's more mangoes than we've ever seen in the history of Leket. And it takes a lot of logistics to make that happen. And so we would love your help. All the opportunities for donating are on our website as well.
Absolutely. Joseph Gittler, thank you so much for taking the time to speak with us.
Thank you again. Shana Tova to all.
And that's all for today's Good Week Israel. I hope we've helped deliver some positive news for you to take with you into this week. I'm Madar Gravelazi. Take care, and thank you so much for watching.
Well, 8 months ago, after the deadly rocket attack in the Druze community of Majd al-Shams, the families of 12 children killed are working to find purpose through spiritual and religious beliefs. Most media outlets will reshare their stories on the anniversary of the attack, but ILTV is dedicated to keeping their memories alive, no matter the time of year. ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian reports from the border of Israel and Lebanon and speaks with the families.
The crisp air in Majd al-Shams is masked through the joy of children playing on the soccer field. It's a place that is filled with life and hope in this small Druze community that sits on the border of Lebanon.
When I was younger, I used to always dream of traveling and like living outside of Israel altogether. But now, I can't imagine leaving this town.
20-year-old Mila Sha'ar has lived here her whole life, and this field has always been a central fixture in it.
The thing he loved the most in the world was soccer. If you see how many footballs he have at home, you'd go oh my God, he has so many.
Her youngest brother Milar was always decked out in soccer jerseys, wanting to become a professional player one day. That's why on July 27th, it was no surprise the 10-year-old wanted to spend the evening doing what he loved the most.
Since my grandma died, every Saturday we went somewhere, the whole family, my uncles, cousins, everybody. We were all there, we were having so much fun. And since morning, my brother was like, my friends are calling me, they're at the field, I want to go there. And I had work at 6 p.m. So when it came time that I want to leave, I told him, okay, I'll take you with me.
Sha'ar was the last one in her family to see Milar alive that day.
Hi everyone, my name is Milar.
As the funny, kind, and bright boy would soon be the youngest victim of a Hezbollah rocket attack. Just 18 minutes later, sirens sounded, and with no time to spare, the rocket directly hit the field while children played on it.
To be honest, when I want to go to sleep, as soon as I close my eyes, I started seeing that day. It all start coming back to me.
Sha'ar said she couldn't reach her brother and found out he was rushed to the hospital.
When I made it there, I went to the room that he was in, and I saw where his knee, he had a big chunk, of meat gone. A few minutes later, when we went in there, he was unconscious. We couldn't talk to him. He was all bloody. And yes, just like a half an hour later, maybe, they told us that he passed away.
A light dimmed for 12 Druze families that day as the lives of their innocent children aged 10 years old to 16 were brutally cut short. A turning point in a deadly war that now thrusted the tight-knit ethnic Druze community into the center of it. With nowhere else to turn, the families began to rely on each other and created this shared space to grieve.
זה הבן שלי וזה אחיין. גדלו ביחד, כל הזמן היו ביחד.
Laith Abu Saleh lost his 16-year-old son Fajr and nephew Hazem in the attack.
מרגישים אותו דבר, אנחנו מאז ה-27 לשבעי. אני גאה בהם, אנחנו מאמינים בגלגול נשמות, אז אני מאחל להם שיהיו במקומות יותר טובים מכאן וחיים יותר שמחים. שיהיו במקום שיש בו יותר שלום מבו מהאזור שלנו.
The remnants of July 27th linger in Majd al-Shams. A mangled fence and the chaos from that day can still be seen and felt 8 months later.
What is it like for you to come back to the location where this happened?
At first it was pretty hard, you know, to see, like, when I see like what the missile did to the metal, and you know, like you can see the building there, like what it did to the building. Like I can't imagine what it did to their little bodies, you know?
The community has leaned on their spiritual and religious beliefs to make sense of the horrific tragedy from that day.
You found purpose in your brother's death through your religion.
Yes,
talk to me about it.
Religious people from our town, they started telling us that God picked them one by one, 12 stars. He picked them for a reason, you know? As Druze, we say Alhamdulillah for everything. It means like thank God for everything, you know. So even when my brother died, I kept saying Alhamdulillah, thank God for everything. It's like everything happens for a reason. Everything has purpose in life.
How would Milad feel knowing that there's children still playing on this field today?
I think he is pretty happy. The life in this field hasn't died that day with the kids, you know. It's still going. They're still coming here. They're not afraid. It makes me feel so much better.
This story is part of a series we're putting together on the Majd al-Shams community. Tune in the rest of the week to watch the other stories.
This in the wake of a new wave of unilateral recognitions of a Palestinian state that have swept through Europe over the holiday, sparking sharp pushback from Israel and its allies. Critics warn these moves reward terrorism rather than advance peace. More on this from ILTV's Mayan Hoffman.
Between Sunday and today, at least 9 Western states have formally recognized a Palestinian state at or ahead of the UN General Assembly. Britain, Canada, Australia, and Portugal acted Sunday. France, Belgium, Luxembourg, Malta, and Monaco followed on Monday, with Andorra pledging conditional recognition. Leaders insist they are trying to preserve hopes for a two-state solution.
Je déclare que la France reconnaît aujourd'hui l'État de Palestine.
President Emmanuel Macron defended the move as necessary to preserve the possibility of peace, while stressing it does not condone terrorism. Belgium's Prime Minister Bart De Wever called recognition a strong political and diplomatic signal, but said diplomatic ties would only follow once Hamas is removed from power and hostages are freed. Israel's response was immediate. Officials say the recognitions grant legitimacy to terrorism and undermine any genuine peace process.
This is a theater. Both the U.S. and the Israel will not participate in this charade.
The United States echoed those warnings. Secretary of State Marco Rubio said unilateral recognition could embolden Hamas. And President Donald Trump told the General Assembly.
Instead of giving in to Hamas's ransom demands, those who want peace should be united with one message: release the hostages now.
Supporters argue recognition is largely symbolic, since full UN membership requires Security Council approval, where the U.S. holds a veto. But opponents say the symbolism is dangerous, signaling that terrorism, murder, and kidnapping can deliver political wins.
Welcome back to ILTV on the Hour. We're live in Israel, bringing you the biggest headlines from the region. I'm Caleb Ben David, and today is day 724 of the war in Gaza. And here are today's top stories. President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu are meeting today at the White House to discuss the U.S. proposal to end the Gaza war. Their meeting will begin at 11 a.m. Washington time. That's 6 p.m. here in Israel. That's followed by a lunch and a press conference. Now, Trump is characteristically optimistic about the plan's chances to stop the fighting and free the hostages. Writing on his Truth Social platform, "We have a real chance for greatness in the Middle East. All are on board for something special, first time ever. We will get it done." Vice President J.D. Vance, speaking to Fox News, was more cautiously optimistic.
These things can get derailed at the very last minute. So while I remain very hopeful, I am cautiously hopeful. I'm going to let the diplomats continue to work on this. But our principle here is very simple. We want all the hostages to come home. We want Hamas to no longer be a terror threat to the state of Israel.
Netanyahu met yesterday with the U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and President Trump's son-in-law Jared Kushner, both of whom have played key roles in crafting the 21-point plan. Netanyahu made clear going into today's discussion that he sees the proposal as very much a work in progress, telling reporters, quote, "We're working on it. It has not been finalized yet, but we're working with President Trump's team." Now, some of the 21 points in the plan are positions that Netanyahu has already said Israel rejects, such as an eventual role for the Palestinian Authority in the governance of Gaza and the renewal of peace talks that see Palestinian statehood as a final goal. Now, ahead of the meeting, the families of the 48 remaining hostages in Gaza sent a letter to President Trump, thanking him for his efforts to end the war, telling him, "You alone have the strength to push this deal to the finish line." Now, although the letter does not explicitly criticize Prime Minister Netanyahu or his government, it implores President Trump to, quote, "stand firm against any attempts to sabotage the deal." And it also says that Trump's dual focus on ending the war and bringing all 48 hostages home stands in stark contrast to the expanded war that Israel is currently conducting. Now, Netanyahu also met overnight in the U.S. with a delegation of leaders from the Council of Jewish Settlements of Judea and Samaria, the Yesha Council, who pressed Netanyahu to raise the issue of extending full Israeli sovereignty over Judea and Samaria. This is despite President Trump last week saying he opposed the move. Now, Netanyahu reportedly replied he would raise the issue, but he was dealing with a complex reality. Afterwards, some of the delegation expressed concerns, with Samaria Council head Yossi Dagan telling Ynet he was, quote, "troubled by the discussion," adding, "This government is the one that could sign on to the creation of a Palestinian state." Well, joining us now for more is Josh Haston. He is a correspondent for JNS News. He's also a former spokesperson for the Yesha Council. Also, we have Dr. Eric Mandel. He's the founder director of MEPIN, which is the Middle East Political Information Network. Eric, I want to start with you. Before we break down the specifics of the plan going into the meeting, we've said it before, maybe many times, but how realistic is it that this will be the plan, that this plan, at least in some form, will be the blueprint to end the fighting in Gaza and free the hostages?
Well, this framework or plan, the 21 points, are really way beyond a ceasefire or even a hostage deal. It's really an aspirational plan or document for a new Middle East. Bibi is going to be hard-pressed to say no because it front-loads the release of hostages. However, there are 21 points, and they lack thousands of details. Michael Oren, a friend, has said, this is a masterwork of diplomacy, but what happens if Hamas doesn't play by the rules here? And there are so many questions. I was just thinking of so many. First of all, what is the plan if Hamas doesn't agree? And if it does agree, who's going to disarm Hamas? Will it be this Arab multinational force that will do it? They've already said they may only want to be at the border, not within Gaza. And what happens if Israel gets intelligence and finds out that that there is a Hamas activity? Will it be able to do what it does in Lebanon and preemptively go in and attack, or will the world come down upon them? And there's so many words that are ambiguous here, that the terrorists, if they decide that they want to live in peaceful existence, can stay there. And who's going to de-radicalize Hamas? Is it going to be Qatar? So when we look at this document and the aspirations for this framework, I think it may have some overreach here, but I think Bibi is forced to say yes with conditions.
Right. And Josh, of course, Eric is talking about the difficulties in implementing the goals of the plan. But let's talk about some of the goals themselves and some of the concerns. For example, members of the Yesha Council saying, but also, of course, many other people in Israel, include some members of Prime Minister Netanyahu's own ruling coalition.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, first of all, it's important to remember we should recognize President Trump is a great friend of the state of Israel. And I know he wants to be the president which brings about peace. He said that many times, whether it's this conflict or others, he would like to resolve those issues. But that being said, as your other guest just mentioned, who is going to enforce it? At this point, we don't even know if Hamas is willing to accept it. And how many times have we gone down a similar path before from the Oslo Accords until now in terms of trying to count on the other side to fulfill their end of the deal, whether it's the Oslo Accords or any other agreements since the early 90s? We've seen time and time again, whether it's Hamas or the Palestinian Authority, they have not held to their end of the bargain, their end of the agreement. So it's very, very difficult to say that, okay, this time, because President Trump, with all due respect, is behind this deal, that therefore we can trust that this is going to end up any different than the previous rounds. And what is more spilled in the streets of Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, Netanya, what have you, because Israel was willing to accept some sort of deal. So it's I don't envy the Prime Minister Netanyahu right now. Certainly, he doesn't want to oppose the Trump administration. And again, as I said before, they're great friends of the state of Israel. But as you mentioned, the Yesha Council and all of those who believe in sovereignty, who are against a so-called Palestinian state, if it leads to those areas, you could have a coalition crisis, a government crisis here in Israel very, very soon.
All right, we'll talk more about that. Before we get to that point, though, I do want to relate, Eric, to your question. You're saying, well, what if Hamas says no, it won't disarm? But actually, within the plan itself, one of the points says that even if, for example, Hamas does not agree or the other side does not agree, some of the points made in the plan could move ahead in those areas in which there is full security control, meaning presumably that Israel has fully taken control of. In other words, it seems to be baked in that things could get started even if at this stage Hamas says no. How realistic do you see that is, and where could, if it is realistic, what could be the initial moves that would go ahead?
I saw that was included, but that does not give Israel carte blanche to continue what it's doing in Gaza City, then the central refugee camps. There's going to be if Israel is allowed to continue, I'm not sure the patience President Trump will have to let this keep going on, because the war will keep going on, the images will keep coming, the international isolation will get worse. With Hamas, I just don't see Hamas giving up all the hostages. It's their only leverage. The idea that Hamas leaders are going to go elsewhere, this has been proposed for a long time. I just don't see that really happening. And I just don't see Israel saying, hey, Israel tried, so let them do what they have to do. I will tell you, I just came back. I was in Israel and I was talking with political, military, intelligence, security people. And there's one consensus, right to left, that the only people who are going to be able to disarm Hamas, the only people going to be able to dismantle the tunnels is the IDF. And counting on a multinational force to do this, when the body bags of Saudis, Emiratis, Egyptians go home, they're not going to be wanting to do this, and they're not going to want to fight for the Jews. So I think we're in a position where I think the idea of this aspirational plan is good, especially if it relates to some things I heard regarding Judea and Samaria, that they'll be permanently ending UNRWA, turning refugee camps into ordinary neighborhoods, abolishing refugee status, the right of return. If those things become part of it, then those have legs. But again, as an aspirational document, I think the president should say a couple of things. Number one, if people, whether it's the Arab countries, Muslim countries, cannot accept Israel as a Jewish state, nothing's really going to happen. And I think there needs to be some markers that are put down because it's way beyond just this ceasefire plan.
Right. But of course, they have said that they would not move ahead, for example, with more normalization if there wasn't this sort of political horizon. Josh, as you mentioned, the issue of extending sovereignty, or some prefer to say Israeli law, onto the communities in Judea and Samaria, that has been a focal point of those communities there, the Yesha Council. We did hear President Trump explicitly say, it may have been for the first time last week, explicitly taking that idea off the table. Is that the view, that it is now off the table, or that President Trump is a lost cause, or do the communities there feel they still can maybe move forward, at least in some way, on that issue?
I think you have to take President Trump's comments with a grain of salt. He was going to a meeting, if I'm not mistaken, with the leaders of 15, 20 Arab countries. I wouldn't expect him to say anything else in front of that audience. I mean, he is a master politician at the end of the day, whether you like him or not, as is Prime Minister Netanyahu. But, I would have to take that with a grain of salt. I think some of the most important things are, number one, the future of a Palestinian Authority in Gaza, which the heads of Yesha and many others are against. We've seen what the PA is. They're just terrorists wearing suits who continue their pay-to-slay program. So I think that's an important key, that the PA does not play any role in a future in Gaza, and the Yesha Council and others understand that. And then, at the end of the day, with Hamas, as I said before, they can't be trusted. We're here talking about potential 21-point plan and peace or whatnot, and I'm getting updates on my phone that Hamas continues to fire rockets, continues to try to attack Jews in all parts of Israel. I can't see a situation where they're just going to decide, okay, we're going to raise the white flag, unless we put enough military pressure on them, but not based on a piece of paper, that they're going to go away, and that somehow Israel is going to create some sort of force that's going to go into Gaza and take responsibility for it. I think we're a long way off. Obviously, Israel wants all the hostages back as soon as possible, and we want to win the war, a thorough and complete victory, and we'll have to see where things go from this point on.
Right. Well, I did want to just say that it does say in the plan a reformed Palestinian Authority, meaning, however, it's a little, right, it is short on details on what that reform would be, who decides whether that reform would be. But before we even get there, Eric, I just want to talk, the hostages are the key issue there, and there's growing concern over their well-being. These latest reports, Hamas claiming at least that they've lost contact with two of the groups that are holding captives within Gaza City. So there is pressure on Prime Minister Netanyahu maybe to give a kind of yes, but that would stop the fighting and see the release of the hostages. I mean, how realistic is it possible to go ahead on that? And as you say, kicking some of these cans down the road?
I just want to respond to one thing Josh said. I think people regarding the Judea and Samaria forget that it is a security issue, and that there are things there that people try to make it black and white, annex all of the West Bank or not. Israel needs to keep the Jordan River Valley. It needs to keep a road that goes past E1, that goes past Jericho. So there's lots of security things there. And there's a non-realistic part of the international community. Macron said there's no Hamas in Judea and Samaria, which is insanity. I was there. I was in Jenin, Nablus, Hebron, Tulkaran, Qalqilia. There's Hamas everywhere. So just wanted to put that there, that let's deal with the reality. And also, annexation does not necessarily mean the whole West Bank. As far as the hostages go, this is, every time I'm there in Israel, we're dealing with a country that's traumatized. It's in not post-traumatic distress, it's in traumatic distress. And the idea about the hostages, what price you're willing to pay for the hostages, allowing Hamas to manipulate this psychological terror of now we can't find two hostages. Again, this puts Bibi in a very difficult position, which is why I think he has to accept this plan